You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Hey, good Saturday morning and welcome to you. Welcome to Bassmaster Live and our live coverage. Fourth stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite from the Arkansas River. Muskogee, Oklahoma is our headquarters. 3 pools of this navigation system along the Arkansas. Very important artery for commerce, but now it's all about bass fishing this week. I think you're going to enjoy what's going on here as we relate it to you, what's happened so far, and we look forward to today so far. I can say, Davey Height and Mark Zona, that we have seen beyond our expectations as far as fish catching and size of the bags as well.
No doubt about it. Tommy Sanders looking at about roughly 85 to 90 miles of Arkansas River. And traditionally, let's kind of rewind time. Anytime we came to the Arkansas River in Oklahoma, well, we usually got flooded out and had to go to another body of water. Not that case this time around. We have had storms this week, but this area has been a big drought the last 4 or 5 years. And here is the best way to put it. This body of water has been stingy through the decades. That is not the case this time around. All the anglers basically climbing on them. Lots of bites, but there's a lot of storylines that you really have to do your work very quickly on this body of water.
Well, let's take a look at the weigh-in after day 2 of 4 days of fishing. We started with 100 anglers. The veteran, Brandon Palaniuk, fishing his way back into the top 10 during the course of that day. And how about 20 pounds plus for Oklahoman Luke Palmer?
Yep, and really, if you're watching Fox a couple weeks ago when we were on the Tom Bigby and Mississippi River, great river, a lot of numbers. Well, here's the best way to put it. Coming to the Arkansas River, it's kind of like the Tom Bigby on steroids. Got to catch much bigger fish this time around.
The veteran Randy Howell. You saw Trey McKinney moving into the top 10. That's of concern to many anglers. Matt Arey of North Carolina having his best tournament so far this year. He's doing it slow and deliberately. Austin Felix of Minnesota, former Rookie of the Year, former Bassmaster Elite Series winner, got turned on the second half of the day.
Uh-oh.
There's a guy.
Yep, keep your eye on this guy right here, Jason Christie, winning our last event and fishing his home body of water, lives about 15 minutes from the boat ramp.
Well, there's a rookie in our top 10 right there. Caleb Hudson won the last event of the year and qualifying for the Elite Series. And 1 ounce behind our leader, Jacob Foutz. What a great afternoon. We watched him in one of those little sneaky hidey hole places. We'll see if he goes there today, but trying to win it wire to wire. 20 years old, a rookie, Fisher Anaya. And he's got a slim 1 ounce lead as we take a look at our leaderboard. This is the official weights after yesterday. And Fisher Anaya, there you see how close it is right there. And Davey Height, we've seen so much movement. I mean, is anyone in this top 50 capable of making it to the top 10?
Yeah, I think absolutely so. When you look at what Seth Fighter did yesterday, came from in the 90s all the way up like he did with 20 pounds, and I think we'll see another 20-pound limit again today. Very seldom can we say that someone in 50th place still has a chance to win this, but I absolutely think it's true here this week.
We had some big weather go through yesterday. There's a change in the weather. The wind is blowing in opposite direction. A little colder today. Jason Christie says may not affect the bite. We hope that's true.
I hope not. I hope we get to see a little bit of this from Jason Christie. This was yesterday. Jason Christie, it's taken him about an hour and a half to get to this exact spot. I want you to keep your eye in the middle of the screen here at some of the explosions on his top water bait. And here's the thing. This is not just one bass. There is a massive school of bass Jason Christie was on yesterday. Incredible drone footage. Keep your eye on that top water right there. And one of the things about this spot that has been great, a lot of our anglers fishing around each other, fishing in packs, just a lot of pressure. Not the case where Jason Christie is. Very hard to navigate to get into this spot. But one thing's for sure, he left a lot of them there.
He won the last elite event, and nobody in this field knows more about this spot than Jason Christie, this whole system right here. What was he thinking this morning?
So we're about to take off here day 3. Of course, Bassmaster Elite Series rules. We have different weather. We've had, it's all been terrible weather each day, but it's been different. You know, winds just rocking. We had a big front come through last night, storms. Obviously, you see all the AFCO gear. It's colder. a lot colder. The wind's going to blow out of the north. So totally different conditions. I really don't think, other than like wind-driven fish, I really don't think it's going to change the bite much. These fish, they eat. So I say that, and we'll end up with 8 pounds, but they should bite. You know, the thing is we're back to an early flight, which puts us back in an early lock, which gives us 3.5 hours to fish. And, you know, I've pretty much burned my little hidey hole up, I believe. I'm not saying I'm not going back in there, because I saw a couple good ones yesterday. I don't know where I'm going to go, and I'm thinking about just running some old school stage and stuff, because I feel like today's the day to catch a big bag. I mean, like, to make a move. But we want to get in the top 10, so we don't want to do anything dumb. That's where I'm kind of torn on decision. But it's not like, if you're sitting there watching this, it's not like I got a place where I can go catch 15 pounds. You guys have watched live the last 2 days. It's not easy. I'm having to go through a lot of fish to catch what I'm catching. So, you know, you lose one of those, or, you know, you don't get the bite or whatever, it drastically changes your weight. So we're going to give it our best shot. We're going to burn a bunch of gas, and you know, we've run into our little hole. We've run around quite a bit, and man, that place down there, I mean, like, it's your odds of hitting something increase each day that you don't hit something. So some of the places that we're running through. So that's all I know to do. That's the way I fish. So.
Jason Christie starting this day in 4th place. He is not far out of that lead, and he, as he says, you only got 3.5 hours of fishing, but he's the guy who can get it done. I'm glad he reserved the right to go back to that little place today, even though he thinks it's cleaned out.
And really, he didn't have the advantage that we had. We got to see how many fish were in there, and he made the comment, I think I might have burned that area up. That is not the case. There were a lot of fish tracking that topwater bait.
Takeoff just started at 7 o'clock local time, 8 Eastern time, so we've got most of our anglers still en route to their spot, including that man right there, Fisher Anaya, trying to go, as we say, wire to wire, this 20-year-old rookie. And we can't wait to see where he sets up and what he gets going early on today. This is his tournament so far, and it's been impressive, especially in the early hours yesterday and on day number 1.
Kind of all of the right moves. He locked out of this pool, ate up a lot of time on day 1, came back to our starting pool in pool 16 right around Muskogee, and absolutely climbed on them day 1 late, between 1 and 3 o'clock, where his check-in was yesterday, starting with Rapala Maverick jerkbait that only 2 people in the country have, Davey. You're not one of them. Sorry.
Well, you may be misinformed there, my friend Mark Zola. Hey, yeah, but Fisher doing a great job yesterday using his forward-facing sonar and the Rapala jerkbait for sure. But here's the thing that was very interesting for us to see, especially for me, seeing him lay that down, pick up a frog, pick up a swim jig, do other things, and catch fish a total different way. So to see him doing both of those is very encouraging.
And to see an angler on day 2, a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Fisher Anaya does not fish like he is a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Not at all. He knocked out a win in his 2nd ever Bassmaster Elite Series championship. Double qualified for the Classic at age 20. I mean, this guy has topped some of the careers of great fishermen already.
Yeah, very impressive to see what he's done at 20 years old. But honestly, this is the most impressive so far. We're only halfway through. But to be toe-to-toe with Jason Christie in Jason Christie's backyard at 20 years old, very impressive.
Yep.
Oh, another angler we got to keep our eye on. 5th-year Bassmaster Elite Series angler Jacob Foutz. He's a subject to going on streaks, and he's kind of on a streak here.
Yeah, and Jacob Foutz kind of looks like he's on a different body of water. Very, very clean, colder water. And the scary thing about Jacob Foutz, really 2 things. Looking at this big one late yesterday afternoon, is Jacob Foutz, unlike a lot of the leaders, totally left all alone. Fishing in a very well-known area, but he said, I have been stunned. I do not have a lot of competitors around me. The other thing, I think if there's one angler to watch in the top 10, Jacob Foutz talking about the water temp, a lot cooler in this clear water that he's fishing. said he feels like a wave of bass are coming to him, where a lot of anglers, a lot of fish are leaving this time of year.
Our 50 anglers have 8 hours of fishing ahead of them today, many of them looking at a lot of travel time. This place is separated, 3 pools separated by 2 locks, and so waiting for locks and that whole process and getting availability in the locks really alters your schedule. It takes hours away from your fishing day.
Yeah, and basically to help everybody at home on FS1, what is a lock? A lock is a water elevator for transportation and water flow. The positive, you can control the water system here. The negative, it will eat 1/3, if not 40% of your fishing time if you decide to lock into another pool, which 8 out of our top 10 are going to be doing that today.
We're fishing in pools 15, 16, and 17. These are the farthest north, farthest west in this whole navigation system here. 16 is where we're starting. That's where Muskogee and the Three Forks Harbor is. And that's a shot inside our lock, and there'll be some fellas lining up later. This is a little stock footage from yesterday, I believe, but we will see those locks full as they get ready to go down to Pool 15, which contains Kerr Lake, which is actually the 3rd biggest lake in Oklahoma. It's bigger than Grand Lake, as a matter of fact.
Did not know that. That is a sick stat right there.
Yeah,
I'm going to get out with Luke Palmer, another angler that's going to lock, but buying a little time before he gets in with the other.
Yeah, made it in here. And they're still moving water, so that's good. First cast, first bass. Like I said, I don't know if that's good or bad, but we'll take it right now. It wasn't a big one at all. It was just a little low spotted bass, but we'll take him right now. Go ahead and get us going, and we're just going to fish today. I don't have, man, that's where I caught my good bag up yesterday in this area, so. Just going to milk it for all it's worth, and hopefully we can make some hay today again, and everything goes right. You know, catch us 17, 18 pounds, keep us up there in a hunt to have a shot to fish tomorrow. That's the goal, because I just want to go fishing. It's in Oklahoma. It's April, best time in the world to be in Oklahoma. It seems like April, May. So hopefully we catch us a few bass today and get to keep the ball rolling.
Well, good to hear he's not locking down. We can hang with him this morning.
A little more fishing there.
He did on day 1, must not have yesterday. Caught a big stringer from there. Going to get out with your leader right now. Fisher and I are not fishing very far from our takeoff, where he did the majority of his damage early yesterday. He said the first 30 minutes are critical because if I don't catch him, I am out.
Well, let's start that off first cast.
Chance to get
Almost a 2-pounder. All right.
I think he said first cast.
That's
Good start for
good
Fisher.
start.
feedback, yeah.
Good year for Fisher.
Good career, good life at 20 years old.
Already.
Exactly. And taking a look right there at his forward-facing sonar, this is one of the events the anglers are allowed to utilize forward-facing sonar.
I've always heard it's bad luck to catch one on your first cast, and I caught one on my first cast. So maybe we'll break that bad luck curse today. Not really sure what to expect though, so we'll take it. I ain't complaining. Fish is a fish, so maybe we can break that bad luck curse and keep catching them. Baiting on time on a white one too. They might see a white one a little better. I'll try that Pro Blue. If I don't like it, I'll switch to a white one.
Talking about it being a forward-facing sonar tournament, usually bodies of water that we go to where it is allowed, basically 10 out of 10 of your leaders are using it. On this river system, not the case. Really only 2 or 3 of our leaders utilizing it, just because so many fish here basically live in 0 to 3 feet of water where you'll see, we talked about it yesterday, there's something for anybody that bass fishes on this body of water.
Yes, it really is. I don't know that we'll ever see an event where they're allowed to use forward face and not being used, but places like this, you won't see it a whole lot.
Good stuff. We got plenty on the way. I'm excited about it. We got the double-barreled analysis approach here going with both Davey Hyde and Mark Zona. This is heaven for me right here, and we will have a great, great day on the water. Jason Christie promised us that here on the Arkansas River. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series from the Arkansas River is sponsored by Mercury, by Skeeter Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops. Glad you have a chance to spend some time with us this morning on Bassmaster Live. This is an all-important semifinal Saturday, and we are having our eyes on the leader, young Fisher Anaya, trying to take this thing wire to wire.
We just wrapped up day 2 here on the Arkansas River. Had another good day, sitting pretty solid in the tournament right now, so it's going to be a major different day tomorrow. Like it's not going to be the same. It's a lot colder tonight, and tomorrow the high is like 60 degrees, so it's a lot colder than what it has been. I think the wind's still going to blow, so that's always a factor. So the colder weather is definitely going to slow the fish down just a little bit. I'm hoping they still fire up and bite, but we'll see.
Right direction, and with 27 pounds at an ounce, once again, Fisher Anaya is leading the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River.
Unsettled weather in East Oklahoma this time of year. What in the world is going on here? TH Marine Weather Watch, some very typical conditions here. 64 only today. It was almost 84 on day number 1. Tonight will be cold.
Yeah, tonight will be cold, and really the two things to kind of look at on there, it is going to blow yet again. I mean, it has gas basically every day for the last 7 days for these anglers. Even throughout practice, you're looking at 30-mile-per-hour winds. Probably going to see that yet again today. Don't look for those cold nights to really affect it. Listen to Jason Christie. He said not this time of year. When those fish commit to being up, it's still going to go down.
Well, joining the top 10, Trey McKinney in 9th place, and you could certainly say 3 years ago he was the Fisher Anaya of that, and he still is. He's a great one.
I'm very good, boys. Woo! Let's get it going. I mean, just nuke the swim jig. Just right to the noggin. That's what I'm talking about. Smoked it. That's a big one. If we can get one more big one before we have to go. Pounder. She's just going in the box.
Bonus fish. That is a bonus fish. Heard him make the comment right there. We have got to go. Going to get into the lock to go to pool 15. We will break down why pool 15 has been so popular throughout this event and events prior, but definitely a big bonus fish for Illinois' Trey McKinney.
Well, we just pulled in on a little Shad spawn deal. And absolutely just had one nuke our swim jig. It was pretty insane. We just caught a 4-pounder or 315 on the second mat in here. So, and we still got quite a few mats. We only got about 10 more minutes of fishing before the lock. But I'm just trying to burn down through here, get a few active ones, see what happens. Because all we need, not a bass. All we need is one more good bite. That thing is so shallow in here. Like my troller's on bottom and it's way up. We gotta get to that 1 point mat. I'm not a fish, but that's where I'd be sitting.
Gotta get to where the beaver hut is on that mat.
I don't fish this fast, but got to. Gotta make the lock. We're gonna absolutely like cast and blast. Put it on high and let it roll.
It's such a mental boost to catch a fish when you're basically just burning time instead of going and sitting in the lock. to catch one.
That
That's a bonus fish.
You're going to weigh in.
It's not just a 2-pounder, it's a 4-pounder.
Trey McKinney, your leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race right now, too.
Guy who made a big move yesterday, Seth Feider, starts his day off today with a 3-pounder. He had 21.8, the biggest bag we've ever had here.
Okay, taking a look at his bait, right at about 30 feet right now, one fish below it. He put on a show yesterday with that technology.
Trying to get away. Number 2. Two-pounder. Not the right size, but we'll take them. Come on, Beggin, show up for me.
Biggins or not, that's a great start for Fisher Anaya right there. He's gotten a good start each and every day. And how about Trey McKinney with a 4-pounder right off the top? Man, we are going strong here. Jason Christie was right. I don't think the catching is affected too much by the change in the weather. Welcome to the Yokohama sponsored Bassmaster Studios here, and we got 2 great ones here. We got our classic gang back together here. Davey Hyde, Mark Zona, and guys, I think we're in for a big day. I think it's going to happen out there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some bonus fish from Trey McKinney, the 4-pounder, and then Fisher and he starts out the day doing exactly what he did yesterday, using his forward-facing technology, using a Rapala jerkbait. There's only 2 in the country, he said, but then later in the day, see him switch to a swim jig, flipping, pitching, doing the old school stuff. It's going to be very interesting to watch him today.
You know, and really the entire story going on this Arkansas River is the anglers that are deciding to lock down to pool 15. And they eat up a lot of their day. They basically eat up 3 to 3.5 hours. You'd say to yourself at home, well, just stay where the takeoff is and fish for 8 hours, catch a bunch. You're going to get to see the reasons why pool 15, it fishes, it looks much different than the rest of the system. But the other thing is the risk that is involved. Number one, when you get down there is very, very hard to navigate around. There has been throughout this tournament a lot of pressure. So it comes down to, do you hang out in pool 16, get to fish that whole 8 hours, or do you just have to do your work very quickly?
We've seen so many things change in tournament fishing through the years, Z, but it seems like years ago, like if you made that journey, if you locked through, if you went 60 miles in the 30-mile-an-hour winds, 25-mile-an-hour winds, not many people would do that. Now it seems if you stay close, you have places to yourself, where years ago, you make that long journey, you had places to yourself. It's just the opposite here this week.
Well, and the real truth is, some of the anglers said, well, why didn't we go out of pool 15? I said, if we would have done that, y'all would have ran to pool 16.
Absolutely.
That is just the way it works.
Exactly.
But the great thing is, seeing this system, seeing the Arkansas River, which in years past, it's just a tough fishery, that is not the case. And the reason why is vegetation. We'll get to see all of that this afternoon.
All right, we got the Such, Mike Such-Sukon with us today. And Such, we're talking about the volatility of this leaderboard here. This top 10 is subject to change in a big way throughout the day, especially early on. What are you looking at?
Well, Feider jumped in there. He had a big bag yesterday, 21.8, the biggest we've ever seen here. Jumped from 95th to 17th. Today he's got a 3-pounder. He's in our top 10. Luke Palmer was 69th. He got in our top 10 with a 20-pound bag. It's our 3rd one this week. We saw some big fish. Caleb Hudson, a 6.5-pounder. And Jacob Foutz had the 6.2. And these guys at the top are within 11 ounces of each other. It's going to be a race to a log jam to see who's going to figure today out with the changing conditions and see if they can make some headway and get a little bit of a lead for Championship Sunday.
Make it into the top 10 is what it's all about. Hey, we got Ronnie Moore. Never fear. Ronnie Moore is here, bringing the knowledge as always.
I think Such took all of his thunder. I think he took it all.
Just to reiterate that here at the screen, we did have 3 huge moves yesterday. We're talking 50 plus places. 60 places for these two anglers. Luke Palmer going from 69th, one of our Oklahoma anglers, into our top 10. We will have him on camera all day today. Chris Zaldain going from 89th to 29th. Huge implications, not only to make the cut and fish today and get a check, but for Angler of the Year points. To gain 60 points on a single day is massive. We said 60 was huge. 78 spots Seth Feider moved from 95th to 17th. We said the weights were tight this week, but you better not fall off unless you hope to catch the biggest bag of the tournament, Tommy. Well, Seth Feider had fallen off on day one, caught the biggest bag of the tournament yesterday. That's how you move 78 spots.
Oh, man, it should be action-packed today. Check in as early and as often as you can during the course of this day, because this is going to be changing scenery as we go through.
Ronnie did not like Such stealing his juice. Trust me on that.
They both added some great
interesting commercial
to the conversation. That is for sure. Fisher and Anaya trying to go wire to wire, off to a great start. Two keepers all ready for our leader. It's the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the Gamakatsu Elite here on the Arkansas River. There's your leaderboard. Very early on, first hour of competition here on the Arkansas River. Pools 15, 16, and 17. And the leader to start the day by a lone ounce, Fisher Anaya. On top, two fish in the boat right now, but look at Trey McKinney. Caught himself a good one very early on today. Trey McKinney, a very dangerous figure out here. Never been under second in his 3 years in Angler of the Year points. That
Actually,
is an unbelievable
That is interesting. I talked to him last night about that. I said, dude, you've taken second in the Classics. You've taken second in Angler of the Year. I said, do you think about that? And he's like, oh, I think about it. He goes, I play it a lot safer than I have in years past. We're only in his third year of fishing, but it was interesting to hear that because he has had some personal train wrecks on the water that have cost him titles.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Could have won a couple of those for sure. Let's get out to Matt Arey. Very solid, very steady through this.
Got us one, baby, before the lock. Told you we're gonna get revenge on them today. Two-pounder too, ain't it? I'm gonna say it's a two-pounder. Yeah.
Okay, so the interesting thing of the local, Jason Christie, so much knowledge here, grew up fishing really the Kerr pool that he's heading to right now. Seeing Jason Christie buying a little bit of time before he heads into that lock.
Seen him here both days already.
Yep.
This time of day.
Drone coverage yesterday? Yeah. Well, it's just a shallow water backwater, and you know, I felt like the water was so clear in there that I couldn't traditionally use like grass baits and stuff, so I thought my best option to fool them was with the top water. And yeah, it was, I haven't seen the footage obviously, but I've heard a lot about it, and I'll be curious to watch it.
So to break this down just a little bit, that water looks dirty from that aerial view,
very clear.
but it is crystal clear. That is the sand bottom.
Yeah, very clear, spawning bay for...
There's some big ones left, I'm sure. I saw a couple yesterday before I left. I'm just kind of torn today on to go back in there or not. Just takes so long to get in and get out, or get out. It doesn't take long to get in.
And the reason it takes so long...
Cold weather did not affect the shad spawn. I mean, the shad are spawning. I don't know. I don't think I've seen a single bass blow up on them.
Reason it takes so long to get out of there.
I feel sorry for a bass that lived in here this week. I bet he's seen 2,000 baits at least. You just got to get them to react. They're not going to bite because you got to do things to make them react, and I ain't doing that yet. Just don't know if I'm around any bass or not. I had in my mind where I was going to start at, and I'm kind of mad at myself because I was the first one in here due to a little shortcut in the river. I was the first one in here, and I put my trolling motor down and look up, and the next point, all of those birds were sitting up there. And it's weird because they're spawning everywhere. Like, why do the birds pick that one spot? But they did. We messed up.
Again, the footage on your right is from yesterday. That is Jason today on the left.
And that's where he'll be heading.
Yeah.
Right. But what stunned me is after the weigh-in yesterday, he's like, yeah, I'm just not going to head back there. Which, here's the scary side of that. He said, I'm going to really try to stomp on them and go to other areas. You talked about it yesterday on Bassmaster.com. He's got a lot of things that he has saved, which is great for all of our viewers on Fox. He's got a lot of things he has saved for today.
Yeah, there's not a little backwater area with vegetation in it on this river system that he doesn't know about.
Right.
He's lived there, he's fished there his entire life. But you were going to mention about how it takes him much longer to get out of there. It's so shallow. Once he runs in on plane and sets down, he can't just get back up on plane right there.
What you don't see there on that drone footage is it is basically blocked.
Big shoal.
For several miles of the most massive. So, like the first day when we had our GPS tracking looking at other anglers, that did not go into there for good reason. I mean, you can rip your motor off immediately trying to get into that backwater.
He's still worried about it. He mentioned it this morning. This is Fisher Anaya.
Yeah, and really what this area is, just around from our takeoff in Muskogee, Fisher Anaya calls it a divot, basically a slack water area those fish can get off of that main current, come into, spawn, set up, guard their fry, and he's only shared it with really one other angler in this tournament. The problem is it's not a big area. It's only about 300 yards long, so it has taken a lot of pressure the first 2 days.
Looking at his sonar there, one of the biggest things that separates him, makes him so good at using this technology, is he can distinguish a bass from these other, we call them trash fish, all different types, carp, gar, everything. He is so good at being able to pick out, that's a bass, no, that's a catfish, no, that's a carp, don't waste your time. It's incredible how well he can distinguish a 2 or 3 pound bass versus all these other fish that are in there.
I know you spent some time in the boat with him before the Classic, and you were just raving about his ability to see the fine detail, every little thing that's happening on the bottom of the screen, where it just looks like a little line of grass to us. He can see things happening.
It's absolutely amazing that, and I'm looking at the same screen he is, and it just is what it is. And I'm not the only one. Z, I'm sure you've been in boat with some of those guys. Incredible.
Right now, it's kind of bare. I can go ahead and tell you a lot of my fish have been caught and been dragged back to the boat ramp. But yeah, I've seen 2. Both of them were garden fry. I caught both of them fairly easy, and I had a couple more come up and check my stuff out. So kind of just hunting down this bank for fish that's not garden fry really right now, and just trying to see if I can catch some that's just swimming around. Because the fry gardens are getting low. There was only like 15 or 20 of them down this bank, and I think between me and Greg, we done caught all of them. So I'm gonna give us just a second longer, and then I'm gonna roll.
Well, that is the game plan right there. You hear the comment, he is gonna roll. We might get a look at pool. We might get a look at pool 7 14 today.
So they ought to be right out there on that current seam. As soon as they get done spawning, that's where they should go. Just feeding on shad, gorging.
Hey, and there's a lot of young anglers. You talked about it, how good he is with it. A lot of young anglers love this technology. There's a lot of anglers that don't because they say, oh, it's too easy. Yeah. Anybody can go out and do that. Not as good as him.
No.
There's about a handful in the country that are in. If you looked at his forward facing, there's dozens of fish out in the trench of that depression that he knows are not bass. Yeah, yeah. And there are not many people that do understand that.
The other thing, he's sitting in 6 feet of water, maybe 7, and fishing shallower. It's easy when you're sitting in 20 or 30 and you're looking at a big picture to condense what you're looking at there. And you see, there was 7, 8 fish right there on the screen.
I'm going to go back there. If he doesn't, I'm going to go up there and see if that 3-pounder still on bed. About lost my balance.
No, don't fall in. We got a lot of fishing to do today. We need your full attention.
Oh,
there.
And it's coming.
Fisher and I, and he will give it his full attention. Maybe a little slow for him to start today, but he will crank it up. Seems like the bigger fish have become coming later in the morning, almost into the afternoon today. That's the way it's. But this is a different day. Every day is different, and these anglers have to solve a whole set of problems particular to each of the 4 days of fishing. And we'll continue to watch that process when we get back. Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. That's always an interesting points race as well. Our rookie classes are so good, so established, and ready to go at a young age. Caleb Hudson, believe it or not, is the leader. Despite all of Fisher and I and all the great things he's accomplished this season, he's had a few stumbles as well, which puts him in second place as it stands right there. Tristan McCormick in Tennessee. Pake South, another angler getting a lot of attention, in fourth place right there. He's had a few stumbles as well. Matt Messer of Kentucky is in fifth place, and we are live with Fisher and I.
That is a very top-heavy list, though.
Yes,
if you look at the points.
Yeah.
A year or two ago, most of our rookies were in the top 10 in Angler of the Year.
Yeah, that's right. There was almost the same
I wonder
list.
what changed, Friendo.
Just off a little bit. It's not lined up just right.
See his bait.
I only get my jerk bait down there to that.
See him reeling his bait
to get down,
to get the depth, and then he'll jerk it for the action that you want.
Bait's right at 25. It was amazing to watch him yesterday. A lot of these fish are guarding their young, guarding their fry, that he was able to distinguish the fry that was absolutely on the bottom, and he would call it fuzz. It would just give a little blip on his forward-facing sonar.
That goes back to just those subtle things that he can see that most anglers cannot.
Right now I'm just kind of blind casting up on the bank, trying to hope there's one up there just kind of sitting shallow, like shallow enough I can't see him on the scope. I'm just kind of blind casting as we speak now. I'm just looking on scope for a fry garter or a fish that looks like a bass. But as I'm doing that and I don't see nothing, I'm just blind casting my jerkbait up there to the bank, and I'll take the time just to pan my scope over there and make sure there's not one following it, because these fish can hide very well. Like, they just get on the bottom and you don't see them, so it's worth just casting around, hoping you pull one up, basically.
So when he describes what he's doing now as blind casting, that means he's not looking at the fish
really,
with his forward face.
I
spent my whole career blind casting.
Bank's response. It's like
hoping,
really, I mean, do nothing bank. So all this is just do nothing. There's a couple twigs down there. It's got some fry garters on it, but other than that, it's just a slick bank.
A feel very fortunate to catch what I call blind casting for 24 years.
Yeah,
And you're good at it.
Good job.
Guessing. It's amazing to hope throughout your career a fish is looking at your lure to knowing your lure is in front of a fish 100% of the time with this.
But that's the big dilemma of whether you like this technology or not. The allure of the unknown is what I like to call it rather than blind casting. Is part of what makes it fun for a lot of people. And there's not as much unknown with this technology.
Y'all are good. I just see a piece of a little twig. I'm just going to see if there's one sitting on it.
Similar to hunting.
Yes.
Undoubtedly not.
Hoping.
Blind hunting.
Very popular.
We like to have fun with it, but one thing we definitely all agree with around this table is these guys are really good.
Looks like
really
Incredible. And not just at this.
Yes.
Yeah. And you can also say that these guys
sitting really close to the bottom. He's not swimming a whole bunch. He's just kind of sitting there. That's kind of how I've been able to tell if it's bass, if they're just kind of hanging out. But this one's, there's one on my jerkbait now, but he's not very big. Like he might not even be a keeper.
And it's just factual.
To even bite.
It's not these guys. It's these young guys.
Yes.
Right.
Like
a lot of shads done moved up here on this bank shallower. It looks like fry, but it's just shad.
It's almost like in running back terms, if you get past 30 years old, you're not in the mix with this.
Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time in the off season. I know you have, and we get better at it, but there's a thing about being 20 and using this technology versus...
And speed with it.
Yes. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Got some bonus coverage. Carl Jacobson starting outside our top 10, but we've got an unmanned camera in there, and that's how he got into the top 10 moments ago.
Had our third best day yesterday, 19 pounds, 3 ounces, from 56 to 11th place, just 4 ounces outside our top 10.
So one of the dynamics that's going on in this tournament, guys that are staying in pool 16, if you don't bass fish, besides the bass that are spawning right now, there is a shad spawn that happens early in the morning. Low light conditions, they spawn overnight. And there's a window that you're seeing Carl Jacobson capitalize on.
Or weather or what?
But it only lasts about 90 minutes. By the time a lot of our anglers get down to pool 15, that bite has, the fish haven't disappeared, but that aggressive, that window is closed.
I guess nobody's home. Something just got me. It looks pretty good. That looks big, whatever it is. It's a good one. I didn't even see him. He was just sitting in a ball of shad. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Well,
that was great footage there.
Yes.
Too. We can see that again. That's awesome.
Yep.
Those shad were right down on the bottom, and you really couldn't even see the fish until you got after his bait.
I had his little butt pegged all over the dang place.
This is kind of the first time he's eased out of that little pocket, saying this should be where the fish are stopping on leaving that slack water. I'm going to say he doesn't roll today.
Really?
I'm going to say he catches one more like that. I think he trenches in.
Why are you tangling and everything?
Good spotted bass.
We'll take him. We'll get 5 of them. Go hunt for a big largemouth would be awesome. 3-pounder. Woohoo. Get 5 spots like that, we're gonna have 15 pounds.
So what his game plan was yesterday to catch a limit of those and then try to make big upgrades with bigger largemouth later in the day, which he has done.
See him hook up there. I think he's using the Maverick 110 along with a 130 that he is keeping close to his vest. It's a good spotted bass here.
Yeah, solid 3-pounder. One that will probably go to the weigh-in today with Fisher Anaya.
Okay, hopefully we'll get to look at his graph again when he caught it. Here we go. All right, so look at 30 feet. Let's say 20 to 32 feet. His bait, his jerk bait is at 30 feet. You see it. He's twitching in the paws. So those shad like go to the bottom. His bait is right in that group of shad. Right there you see a fish come out of that ball of shad. You see it chasing his jerk bait at 12, 15. He got it right there. Good stuff. It's when you get accustomed to looking at this, it's almost looking like what we were seeing Jason Christie do yesterday. You can see the bait, you see the fish. It's just a different way to look at it.
You see his bait at 15.
What you got off of?
That's a good one.
3-pounder.
And where some of the argument
Come out of nowhere, never even seen her.
is with fans or other anglers. Well, this is all they know how to do. They don't know how to do anything else. Yeah. This dude knows how to do everything.
And we saw it yesterday. I mean, it was so impressive. He had a plan, go do this in the morning and then go catch largemouth, and he did it. We saw him do it on camera yesterday.
With Bassmaster rules this year, schedule-wise, 4 tournaments you are not able to use forward-facing sonar. 5 tournaments you are. We are also in the process of solidifying the anglers that don't know how to fish without it. We are starting to see that if you look at the standings.
As the year progresses, it'll be telling.
Yes, it will be vividly clear of who can excel with it and who sucks without it.
Another thing we can agree on, the ones that are good with it have spent a lot of time learning to be good with it. It doesn't just, it's just not like you put it on your boat and you're great with it on day one.
3-pounder puts Fisher Anaya up around 6 pounds plus there. He's looking like the best bag so far. Roll right along with Trey McKinney, who's got 2 fish in the boat. So we are going to we're going to follow that case right now and see, you know, everything's going to change once our majority of anglers make it down to Kerr Reservoir. This is all prelude to that. And anything you can put in the box helps. An appetizer.
It's so sick.
Hey, Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, and the original game, still the most popular game, and for good reason. You get to pick 5 anglers for each of the stops along the Bassmaster Elite Series, plus the Classic. Pick them all from different buckets, depending on their performance so far this year, and see how they stack up. Your 5 against everyone else's 5. It's a lot of fun and a good way to flex a little bit.
It is.
Show your,
volatile.
I
was humming the last 2 events. That is not the case here at the Arkansas River.
I think I'm in that boat as well, and a whole ton of other people. This has been a little bit of an upsetter, although most people you would think would have the favorite, the prohibitive favorite in that. But that doesn't do you a lot of good when everybody's got it.
No.
See, that's the way it works.
We're not flexing. We're all bowed up in this one.
That's right. Glad you're with us here. This is the 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Fisher Anaya. Got 3 fish in the boat for 6 pounds and 12 ounces. And just under that, with about the same weight, is Brandon Cobb. Brandon Cobb has been in our top 10, out of it. He's shaping up his season a little bit as we progress along. We'll look out for him and all the others as well. We got a lot of unmanned cameras as well, other than our top 10. So we'll be able to show you a lot of stuff today.
So really looking at that leaderboard, it's been interesting to watch the first 2 days of this tournament. It kind of stays a little bit stagnant in the morning until those anglers get down to pool 15, and then it instantly lights up.
I'm like tired of looking at that bank. I know. Just it's getting to where it takes longer and longer each day.
£20.5 for this young man, Luke Palmer from Oklahoma yesterday.
Yeah, kind of had a grimy day one. A lot of knowledge on this body of water.
It's been slow this morning. You know, I did catch that one on the first cast, which I guess has turned into a bad omen. Then I lost one. He's probably 2.25, but both of them not fish I need in the box anyway. So I don't know if we got wind coming with the current, if it sped it up a little bit. Obviously, the weather change is probably making a major difference. But you know, it's that's the way you got to kind of look at it. We all got the same conditions. And it's just a matter of time. These fish, I think, not having any sun today is kind of it's hurting me right now. So I'm kind of hoping that sun does come out. It'll actually position these fish into these laydowns, log jams, bushes, just anything I can find. So kind of just hoping, waiting on that and waiting on the wind to blow this week. You know, it hadn't blown enough this week already. So I was talking to Stetson this morning. I said, I don't remember the last time the wind's blown this many days in a row. And it's blown every single day, it seems like. Since I've been home from Tom Bigby, I think it's blown. So, but that's part of it. It's more conditions. What fun would a tournament be if every day that it was nice, you know? So it's going to be a challenge, but hopefully we'll put this yum in front of a few 4-pounders a day and hopefully get it going. But I think I didn't really catch much yesterday until late. I mean, I caught fish kind of all day, but my better quality fish come up in the day. So maybe that's whenever a little feeding time happens and they want to get active and get right. But until then, we're going to flip as many times as we can and see when it happens.
Luke Palmer looking to maximize his fishing time, staying in pool 16. One of the negatives of that wind, not the case today, but throughout practice and days 1 and 2 of this event so far, that was a heavy south wind pushing against that current, where a lot of anglers, Jason Christie included, said, man, I want that wind to come with the current, push that current, not stack up a lot of that water. That's what we're going to see the majority of today.
And the different strategies from these anglers. Luke Palmer wants the sun to come out for these fish to set up on this cover in the shady places where they set up to ambush, where you have a lot of the anglers that do not want the sun because the shad spawn lasts longer. So it just depends on the strategy and which pool you choose to fish in. Keep in mind, a lot of our anglers that are in the top 20 have not gotten to where they really want to be yet fishing. So good things to come.
And a big benefit today down in pool 15, there are 50 less anglers in this tournament, which is going to be huge to just a lot of anglers that have been around a lot of other competition, other competitors. That is cut in half, which will be enormous in several of the key. We talked to Chris Jones, one of the best fishermen on this body of water. He said, if you can make it to Saturday, you're going to have at least a little elbow room to breathe down in pool 15.
The majority of everyone we covered down there so far has been concerned about the amount of anglers he's having to share his spot with. Luke Palmer, the second highest Oklahoman in our standings right now. Colgate, Oklahoma, west, the other side of Lake Eufaula, which is connected.
And don't think for a minute, when Jason Christie gets in that lock, that he won't be looking to see if Luke Palmer, the other local, is in that lock, because him not being in there will open up several different areas that Christie knows.
So do you think if Palmer's not in the lock, Christie doesn't go there and saves it till later? Maybe he stops thinking that, hey, I've got the flexibility of,
Yes.
Hangy stuff right here.
As we're bringing into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Yokohama, I'm in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section with Davey Height. And Davey, we've seen a lot of diversity in this tournament. The Arkansas River and Tennessee Tom Bigby, a lot of similarities. But man, one bait that we've seen the last two Elite Series events really rise up consistently has been the swim jig. Can you explain for folks at home why March and April, when they're not necessarily on the top and not on the bottom, why a swim jig's so good?
Well, there's a couple of reasons it is so good. First and foremost, when you're around a lot of cover, a lot of vegetation, this bait comes through vegetation so good. And that's why a lot of anglers use it. They use different colors, whether it's black, blue, or the whites like we have right here, imitating the shad and the shad spawn. So just the versatility of this bait to be able to get it in through wood, through vegetation, different types of vegetation. The other thing that we've seen a lot this week because of the height of the grass is these walking baits, especially from Jason Christie and a few others. When you got the opportunity to throw this bait with two sets of treble hooks versus this bait with one hook, the way these fish are just guarding fry, a lot of times they're just swiping at these baits. I want to be able to use this bait. But a week from now, when that vegetation tops out, you have to go with this bait, the swim jig, and the frogs, the popping frog, the walking frog. But right now, really, these anglers can use any of these baits they want, depending on the cover that they're fishing.
And we say grass, and folks at home may not know what grass we're talking about. This isn't grass in your front yard. We've got water willow, that's the more visible on the bank grass above the water surface, but then hydrilla mixed in, like we see those aerials of Jason Christie. Picking and choosing your different baits based on the types of grass is also different.
Yeah, this tournament has been a surprise to me and a lot of other anglers, how good the fishing is, how many fish are here, how many quality fish, and it's because of the grass. The different types of vegetation, like you mentioned, Ronnie, whether it's water willow, coontail, what have you. Clear, good water, good habitat makes for good fishing.
Man, popping frogs, walking frogs, Tommy, we've seen buzz baits, walking topwater, swim jigs, all kinds of baits this week.
Yeah, we love that variety. I think our Phoenix Big Bass of the tournament came on a worm, on a drop shot.
Absolutely did yesterday with Caleb Hudson.
There's Fisher Anaya from above and in the boat.
Little protected coves and bays off of that main river current were really, it's the only areas these fish in that pool, the upper end of 16, have to go.
My dang boat's a wreck after this week.
Speaking of variety, we've been seeing him use a jerk bait primarily. With his forward facing,
she's on it.
Just put on a jig head minnow.
Didn't bite.
The fish he's concentrating on is at about 28 feet. There's his bait at 35.
Bait's right there at the fish now, just above the fish at, like you mentioned, Z 27, 28. No takers. Fished right through there. His bait's at 20 now.
I could get a couple follows out of her. I lost this fish the first day of the tournament. I didn't see her here yesterday. I didn't make much time to throw at her either.
She just swam up there.
Absolutely did.
A different one come up on it. Eat it. How in the world?
That fish came up on his bait and followed it for 15 feet.
Yep.
And did not eat it. There's his bait going down at 38.
Right above the bottom.
There's one behind it. Turned away. Bait's at 26, 25.
I don't even know where she went to now.
Across the way, same cove. There's Greg DePalma. That's been the case in here most of the week.
Yeah, it's just like one big old rock sitting right there on the bottom. I seen her come off of it just a second ago. She come off on my jerkbait, then she come off on my minnow, and then now she's gone. So I don't know really where she's at. Don't know what her deal is either, because I can't pull her off now. She swam off of it again right here. I think eyes are watering. She's gonna be tricky to catch, because she is not wanting to bite.
Good to see him mixing the baits up. Back to a jerk bait now. If they don't bite the first or second cast, it gets more difficult to trick these fish, like he said.
And watching our mapping, this area has only been throttled by those two anglers. But the problem is, it is the size of this area.
Not real big. Not real big. See how long
That's
these
it,
two,
right there that you just looked at.
See how long these two hang with it in that spot right there. Fisher Anaya, though, getting it done. Stretched out his lead ahead of Trey McKinney. Carl Jochimson, big move today. About that 3-pounder a few minutes ago.
Fisher Anaya is a little bit behind pace.
He is. Oh, he is. He's not as fast as he has been on days 1 or 2. We'll be back to check in on him and many more when we return. We got a fantasy smorgasbord for you to offer from the Bassmasters. The second one, the second newest one we've got is the Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. This is kind of different. The old game, the original game, you just pick 5 for each event. You can use them all season long. You can use the same 5 all season long if you want to. You pick 8 anglers for each event in this one. Once you pick them, they're out of your pool. You can't have access to them again. So you have to plan your whole season pretty much in your mind before you make your picks every time.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
That's good advice. That is some great advice. Okay, I would think we'd be advised also to dig deeper into Fisher Anaya, our leader in this tournament so far.
It's weird, like a lot of people say it's not a sport, but I'm going to consider it a sport because you're competing. I mean, you're competing with everybody, and there's no team in this. I mean, I've always heard there's no I in team, but there's an I in fishing. So it's on you. You make the mistake, or you make the mistakes. You make all the key adjustments, all that good stuff. So there's no one else to blame. So it's all on you. And you're chasing something that's got a brain and it's alive and it moves and it does what it wants to do. And there ain't nothing you can't talk to it until it stops. So it's kind of just doing its own thing. So it's really weird how we chase something for money that you can't even talk to them, like they're just there.
That's deep, man.
Fisher's
That's
right.
deep.
You are your own chairman. You are your management. You are your support crew in many ways.
Yeah. Roads.
Absolutely.
Deep thinking.
He gets it. Fisher and I.
You can't talk to a football either.
No,
or a golf
Oh, you
ball.
can talk to it.
you're right.
On the Arkansas River, we'll see a lot of that. Barges up and down today. They'll be a part of the narrative here back on the water with Fisher and I.
See what he's looking right at 30. His bait going down to 35. And there's the fish. Fish going back.
She'll bite again. She's fired up. She went crazy, and then she tried to find it after she missed it.
And
I missed her, I guess.
Okay, that fish is at 20.
Wind's blowing me at her now.
Should bite again. There's his bait. 18. Getting awful close.
She moved over.
Definitely off pace from yesterday morning.
The thing is, I think he's 12 inches.
Explain that, Zay. He's got a comfortable lead, but talk about why he's off pace.
Yesterday morning, basically, he had a limit of spotted bass that he said he left biting on day one, the end of day one. Started there yesterday, got a real comfortable 12-pound limit, and then got, which the benefit was.
I'll dig my hand there and find him later.
The benefit was he was able to go largemouth fishing earlier than planned and upgrade through the day. Not the case here today, but that is fish number 4 for Fisher Anaya if you look to the right of his name.
12 inches is the length limit to be legal. It's part of a limit. Let's go over to Caleb Hudson, Georgia.
Weird day yesterday with Caleb Hudson.
Yeah, it was. It was unexpected.
Big stringer on day number 1. And this was moments ago with Caleb Hudson, who anchored his stringer yesterday with a 6-pounder. Caleb Hudson moments ago. See, now he's staring at his fork facing Sonar right there.
It looks like you and I, Zay. Little me and Zona bending over looking at it.
They make higher mounts. They do.
Do they? Okay.
Got him.
Stay on there. It's such small. Bro.
Lost it.
He did not get a lot of bites yesterday, and that was a good one for Caleb Hudson.
Oh. Well, I know how it came off. Took my hooks out. I knew I should have changed these hooks last night. These are the stock hooks. I was like, I should put some G finesses on there, and I didn't. I should have done it. I know. I mean, I'm throwing a medium action, a 6'10" medium. Bent my hooks out. That's ridiculous.
Boy, he's going to change those hooks now, baby.
Yesterday. Big fish of the day. Big fish of the tournament so far was this one.
His day was kind of grimy up until about 1:30 yesterday afternoon. Fishing in the bottom of Pool 16 right off the main river. A lot cleaner, clearer water.
Wow.
We kind of thought he might have had a striper on it this time.
It looked like something that could also live on land.
Yeah, absolutely did. Switched over to a drop shot. I believe color was Morning Dawn for Caleb Hudson. Did not get a lot of bites yesterday. Mind you, in a tournament where a 3-pounder is a big one.
Oh, I'm horsing her and she's still freaking got me.
Light line, small hook, taking his time with this fish.
Come up here. Come up here. This fish is mean. Yes, dude. Watch this. Dunk. How about that? Oh, that's a number 5 right there.
And that all went to the bottom of the line.
Yeah.
Literally
Yeah,
had
it might be
4
like a 6 pounder.
bass when he caught that one. Biggest one of the tournament.
Yes, so far.
Wow.
So far. I say it's got a good chance of making it all the way through.
Game changer.
No doubt about that. A couple of those, and you are right on the top of things, actually, on today. Fisher and Aya, though, still hanging in there, as you pointed out, Mark Zona and Davey Hyde. Not as fast as it has been the previous 2 days. We will see what happens.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Yes, this is Bassmaster Live. That's a live shot of the lock between pool 16 and pool 15. Locking downstream. These anglers are headed for the pool with the largest body of water in this entire system right here.
Promised land so far in this tournament, talking to our local friend Chris Jones. Here's the reason, one of the biggest reasons these anglers are going, what you said was amazing, that actually Kerr pool is what a lot of the locals call it, is bigger than Grand Lake in Oklahoma. Did not know that. Yep. But one of the main reasons going down there, a lot more backwaters, but the biggest key is submerged under the water vegetation. What that's going to really create down there is stable, clear water. Kerr basically fishes way more like a lake compared to pool 16, 17, way more like a river.
Well, we'll be talking about the bottom there and all the vegetation, which has increased through recent years.
I just want to get down there, Tom.
I know, it's still got a ways to go. All right, Ronnie Moore.
You're talking about where these anglers are all headed, which is most of our top 50, if we're being realistic here. They're headed down to Robert S. Kerr Reservoir, and where. When we look at the deep dive app, you can check out the wind and wave impacts. This is a big factor today. We've seen wind switch up so much. That red from the north, we've got about 11 to 20 mile an hour sustained wind gusts higher than that from the north today. And so you can see all of these red areas on the shoreline. This is the shoreline that's going to get beat up pretty bad. You've got areas like this as well. So this south shoreline is going to make it bumpy for navigation as well. If you do make it all the way down to the Sandboys region, where we've seen a couple anglers, it looks protected in there, and that's the one big thing. When you can project, I'm going to go an hour and a half out of my way to a fishing spot, what's the wind going to look like? One thing that you can look at is, man, this area going to be really protected, even though it's on the main drag of the deal, because the islands are blocking that north wind. This area is going to be protected. This creek in the bottom left is going to be protected as well. And so when you think about all of these areas, you really can game plan your day a lot better, because remember, the last time these anglers were on the lake, let's scroll back to yesterday afternoon, it was a direct south wind where basically all of the north shore was getting pummeled with wind. And if you were really in that North Shore area and you were worried about the wind direction today, it'll be in your favor. But navigation, it could be a little bumpy.
Exactly right, and the best way to put it right there, Ronnie, a lot of these anglers looking at the deep dive app before they went out are seeing it is a direct opposite shift from what they have seen throughout the entire practice, first 2 days of competition, to where we're going to see some anglers that have cameras that are going to be in a lot calmer water. I mean, one of the photo galleries on Bassmaster.com from Chase Sampson and Grant Moxley, it was incredible to see how rough this body. Look, we go to Lake Ontario, we go to the Great Lakes, and several anglers said yesterday was as rough as they've ever seen it.
You can obviously look at satellite imaging, water clarity, wave and wind direction, all in the deep dive app. You can get that in your app store.
And keep in mind, some of these anglers want to fish the banks that the wind is hitting, and some want to get totally away from it, depending on what they're doing, whether they're throwing spinner baits or top water lures. Could depend on which side of the lake you're going to fish, but most of them will be swapping sides today.
Out to the leader, Fisher and Nia.
Two of them at 30 feet.
She's tiny, but she's trying.
He knew the size of that.
I don't know how to do that.
He's so good with it.
Yeah.
We all saw the two fish once they popped up. He had already identified that there were two fish sitting there.
Yeah.
Not the right 5, but it's 5. Pound
5
3/4.
fish.
Pound, say pound and a half, pound 3/4. Got 9 pounds.
5 fish limit for Fisher Anaya. Comfortable to have 5 in a live well.
Yeah, it's always the case, but he knows that that's just not going to cut it here on the river.
Well, it appears he has pulled the cord. More than likely going to get out of pool 16 and lock up to 17, where we have not been with a camera so far
We have
this
not.
week.
Anxious to see what it looks like. It's going to look different. It's not the big wide Arkansas River.
He did have,
after a while.
He did have one fish spawning that was locked on bed yesterday. Might make a stop there before he makes his way up to 17.
This area has been good to him and Greg DePalma, but it's just too small for it to continue to produce. And
Don't get me wrong,
like
I'm
fish
sure
are moving out.
I'm sure Greg DePalma is very happy to see him get going, boy.
Yeah, there's
Bon
no
voyage.
fish here.
Well, Fisher and I started the day with a 1 ounce lead.
See where he gets into that main current right there, heading upriver. We have several of our anglers with cameras making their move downriver. And I guess we are going to see this morning on Fox. We're going to see how fast it can happen. It's weird. This is not a tidal fishery, but what we got to see so far down in 15, it fishes very tidal. Every river system throughout this country, they're different from lakes, man. They change by the hour, especially this time of year, and it's a lot of it's about timing, but it can happen very, very quickly here on the Arkansas River.
Might be making a stop at this little look in here. Earlier today, though, Fisher and Naya
Staying in pool 16.
Yep.
Getting his bait in the water faster than most of the field and caught a fish on his first cast.
Yep. Did. Fishing a little slack water cove with Greg DePalma. Limit in the boat for Fisher Anaya, your leader coming into today, looking for his second victory this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But great to have a limit, but pretty sure those are none that he wants to weigh in later today.
This one right here, maybe a 1 3-pounder. Those other 4 need to go if he's going to have a chance to lead here on the 3rd day. Started out just like yesterday, forward facing and a jerk bait, Rapala jerk bait, but like you mentioned, Z, the size was just smaller.
And this is not one of those tournaments where you can, and this happens generally on a semifinal Saturday or Sunday. Well, I hope the other guys don't catch them. That will not be the case here today.
You cannot count on that. All right, back to Anaya. Live. Stop short of the main river.
This is where there is about a 3-pounder that was spawning here yesterday afternoon that he did not catch. See how that water under his boat and top of his boat, a lot cleaner. You know, a lot of these little feeder creeks off of the main river in 16.
See him rigging up, obviously going to pitch something in there, very different than what he's been using this morning. Looks like a Texas rig with a creature bait or a tube. Can't exactly see which soft plastic, but definitely a Texas rig.
I mean, they're chilly, but they're not cold. I said they're a little chilly, but they're not cold.
One of our anglers going down to 15, Jacob Foutz, who had a big day yesterday, fishing an area very similar to that, very clean water off of the main river. I think he's going to be the one to watch
over here
today of all of our anglers heading to 15.
Wish I was dialed in like
We're seeing a lot less fish. The ones I have got to bite, or at least give me a little bit more attention, we're having to slow down with the jerkbait and the quickie. They're not even wanting to really track the minnow. I've had a couple nip it so far, but I mean, I just picked the quickie up and I've already had a couple follow it in, so that's a good sign. But yeah, I'm kind of just floating it over these rocks and stumps, and then all of a sudden you'll see one just come up out of nowhere. I've actually got a couple on me right now. Oh, they left it. But yeah, a lot less fish. It's not a good time, but it's still in a very big area.
Caleb Hudson said it was very sketchy service with him yesterday. Said a lot of these fish on his forward-facing sonar very hard to catch on days 1 and 2. He would see little wolf packs 2 or 3 at a time, and would only on day 1 would only catch 1 out of about 10 or 15 that he got to look at.
So a few anglers going through dozens of fish literally on day number 1, but not the case with Caleb Hudson.
The lock is open and the anglers are heading down to Kerr right now. They're making the run into the lake area.
Some of them fishing close to the lock, but a lot of them going about 10 to 15 miles. So we'll see some action there shortly.
Fisher and I going under this bridge. Get it to hopefully a 3-pounder on the bed. Hopefully it's still there. Maybe has a friend.
Now, I know we had Wes down at the lock situation. Is this Wes Miller back up the lake right now?
I think he has. He's like Santa. He has elves that also help out with.
I got you
with the program there.
Wes has killed it this week.
Oh, he's killed it every week.
That footage yesterday with Jason Christie was as strong as it gets.
Good stuff. Fisher and I are making a little quick stop, a little look in to see if he can find something helpful. The fastest racing on earth hits the West Coast as Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, and the stars of IndyCar take on the streets of Long Beach. The road to the Indy 500 continues tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern, only on Fox. We're looking for the road to the top 10 today. That's what you got to do. That's the imperative. Make it into the top 10 so you can fish for the championship tomorrow on the Arkansas River.
Now that looks commanding right there. That looks daunting. Fisher and Naya's lead. Very, very deceptive. That is going to change drastically more than likely here in the next 90 minutes. As you nailed it, Such. A lot of our anglers, they're hightailing it out of the lock into pool 15. Probably got another 10 to 15 minutes before getting to all those backwaters that have played so far in this tournament.
Let's take it down with Luke Palmer. Luke Palmer's lone win on the Bassmaster Elite Series comes at our next stop.
Davy's house.
Yeah. Or our next stop. After Murray, it's the Santee Cooper Lakes. Looking forward to that.
A little surprising to see Luke with only 1 fish in the box so far.
Yeah, after 20 plus yesterday.
Looks like the sun is just now coming out, and that's what he said he needed.
Look at that Kentucky giant.
"12-inch minimum, that's barely going to make it, if that."
Yeah. Okay, here's a story we're going to want to keep our eye on today. Jacob Foutz, guide on Lake Chickamauga in Tennessee, fishing an area that he was stunned. Nobody else, not a lot of company with Jacob Foutz.
Numero uno, baby. Little rat.
Try not to run. I saw a big one right up there in front of us yesterday afternoon when I came back through. It's a good sign right there. Keep waiting for it to run out of fish, and it keeps producing.
Jacob Foutz fishing the, basically, water that comes out of 10 killer.
Illinois River.
The Illinois River, yeah. Stunned he is the only angler in there.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Jason Christie's quote from day one, he says, I would have bet everything I had that these guys wouldn't find 3 or 4 of the places I've got. He said they find everything. They find everything now.
There's a good drone shot of Fisher Anaya. Kind of see right there how that watercolor changes off of the main river.
I'm gonna tell him I'll be there in 10 minutes, see if he'll just start opening the gates. Yeah, same one. She ain't there. She was laid right there yesterday, plain as day. Yeah, I can see her bed still plain as day. Her and the male's gone. The other one was spawning right here against this concrete wall. Yeah. Water come up like I guarantee it come up a half foot in here.
Well, you heard it right there. He is going to make his move up into pool 17. And if you gambled to go down into 15, everything you wanted has transpired so far with Fisher and I.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Quick stop to check on a pair that was on the bed there, and they're gone overnight.
Well, and this will definitely compress his day, having to make that lock time now. Nice thing is, where he is going, there is not the majority of the field in that lock to deal with.
Very few people. I'm excited about actually seeing some fishing in that pool.
A lot less backwaters, definitely some oxbows. A couple of our anglers in the top 50 are fishing up there right now. We're going to get back down into pool 15 with Jacob Foutz. Here's the difference of where Jacob Foutz is from the other competitors in that Illinois River. Get ready for this. The main Illinois River, 58 degrees, and a lot of these pockets are just 60, to where most of the backwaters are already at 70 in pool 15.
Looks like he was fishing.
Right. We don't want a rat anyway.
For that fish on the bed using his forward facing.
Yep. A lot of his fish came yesterday on that mag draft swim bait, or visibly either looking at him spawning with his eyes or with landscape mode. But he felt with that much lower water temp.
Definitely been some new fish move in here overnight. We just found one that hadn't been there all week, and I saw a big one coming in here that was real white. Just followed my swim bait out, so that's a good sign. We'll see how many more are in here. There was one spawning right there yesterday. I don't see it today. I think some of them are, like, it seems like more show up in the afternoon. I think they're just sitting out here, sitting out off this little break, just roaming around. Water's clean enough for them to just roam around.
the best stretch is about the next 100 yards where most of my bites have come.
I mean, target-rich environment.
You ask yourself, it's almost 9 o'clock local time. Why is he just getting to his best stretch? Because he's literally just getting there. It took him that long to get through the lock and get there.
Action really hasn't started in earnest. There's Fisher Anaya, did not find the two he had been looking for there, so he will go up. Actually, we leave the Arkansas River into the Verdigris River.
All right.
For Pool 17 here.
Different look today.
That's what starts the whole navigation system up at the top there near Tulsa. Comes down the Verdigris River and into the Arkansas. So it can be a different look for sure. Looks like a whole lot of cutoff lakes here and so forth, but with a different lay of the land. I can't wait to see it in action.
Great thing in the next few minutes should have all of our anglers that have cameras down in Pool 15 getting to their areas. It's like Jacob Foutz, Jason Christie making some big moves this morning. Says he may not go to his primary area. Be interesting to see how he manages semifinal Saturday.
Fisher Anaya with the lead there, and it looks big. And as we said, that's still not including everything that's about to go down. Way farther down at the other end of our playing field right now. We'll be right back. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. All right, we're into the second quarter of this game today, day number 2. In second place right now and leading in Angler of the Year points, Trey McKinney.
You know, I guess a lot of times what I would say to myself is, you know, never give up and work as hard as you can, because that's one thing I don't want to do. When I get old, I do not want to look back and be like, man, I could have been so much better. Like that haunts me. That is horrible. Like, that is a horrible thing. Like, I do not want to just get stuck in place and numb, where I'm just numb, you know. I don't want to be like, I want to work my full self to death, to where when I look back, I'm like, you know, I've done everything I could. You know, like, no matter how it turned out, you know, I got a few wins, you know. Maybe if I did get anywhere, maybe I didn't, you know, at least I know that I tried my hardest and I gave it all that I could, because I don't want to look back and be like, you know, just because of this, or blame it on this, or blame it on that, this is why I didn't do very good, or this and that. I just want to at least know that I tried my hardest for sure.
Well said, well said. As a competitor, that's all you can do.
He is the real deal. You got to look at him lifting that Lake St. Clair trophy up, man. That was impressive, because he basically outfished half of the field within eyesight of him.
That was his second Elite Series victory. Earlier, he had knocked out 130 pounds on Lake Fork to have the 4th largest all-day, 4-day performance. And right now, Trey McKinney, who has never finished the season below second place, leading Progressive Bassmaster.
It's only his 3rd year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you would say to yourself, he's the best to never win a Bassmaster Classic or Angler of the Year.
That's right.
Ever.
That's right. I mean, that's the bar for him, the floor for him is really high.
Yes. Stuff in the driver's seat right now. You see Chris Johnston's brother, Chris Johnston, winning Angler of the Year last year, sitting in second place.
Here where we caught him yesterday, there's this little edge about the size of 2 boats right here. And that's literally where every fish came. I really figured out, I thought that we'd kind of pull up here and it'd be right off the bat with a shad spawn, but this cold weather probably killed the shad spawn, but there is shad flipping around. But yesterday, man, they were biting like sharks when I pulled in here. It was like, I don't know, 10. But figured with shad spawn, it'd be better the earlier I came. So we started here, but it definitely doesn't seem to be hot. We haven't seen a fish bust or nothing yet. Most of the time there's fish busting. Little ones anyway. But yeah, you just cast right down that. slowly catch them. I feel like it's going to be a tough day for sure. But we just got to figure out how to get these things to bite because they're here. There's a lot of them too. A lot of 2-pounders.
You can see it's a really good look. The vegetation he's fishing here, you can see where the wind is rippling the water, and then the stretches where the water is calm is where that vegetation is.
It's definitely tougher today. We've been fishing for a minute.
I asked Trey, I said,
hadn't got a sniff.
How much experience do you have on the Arkansas River, especially Kerr Reservoir where he's fishing right there?
Move around a little bit.
Interesting. 0, yet has duck hunted it for years.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Must have learned a lot.
Yeah.
Here's one big thing, though. They were biting like sharks, he said yesterday. The wind is blowing a total different direction. The current pushing across that grass, he might have to move around and relocate those fish, but they're probably still there.
Over to Jacob Foutz, 5th-year elite.
It looks like he is like on another body of water compared to what we're going to see today in 15.
Yes, sir. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Really surprising he's got this area to himself.
He was surprised. He was stunned.
It's a heavy fish. He's not long, but he's thick, dude. Dang. It's a 3.5 pounder.
Well,
what 3.5 pounds does he? He's freaking built. He's heavy though.
He has turned his career around from 3 years ago, man.
Yes.
Like he was in trouble to even re-qualify for the Elite Series. Well, see Jason Christie, I am not really sure if he's in the...
It doesn't look like where he was yesterday most of the day. Not sure, though.
Small, but took the end of my chunk.
No need for concern. That's his first keeper, but it took him 2 hours to get to his fishing.
Well, yeah.
I just looked at his map. He is exactly heading into where he was day 1 and 2.
Just stopped a little short.
Stopped a little bit short. So he has made a different call today. You could see it's a lot calmer in there with the north wind. That bay is protected from a north wind. A lot of the wind was pushing into there yesterday from that drone shot. Does not appear limit's going to be a problem for Jason Christie.
Here's the
Same deal yesterday.
Like, I've caught in here.
You nailed it, Tommy. This is not unusual to have these fronts come through eastern Oklahoma this time of the year. It's not like a cold front in Florida. These fish are
used to it.
Yeah.
They're not Florida strain either. They're
and it's not like one of those fronts you get in a January or February where you might have been warm for a couple days. It's been warm. Yeah.
Oh, they've had 90-degree days.
Right. Yeah. So this water is there's a look of where he's headed.
Yeah. That's hopefully what we're going to be seeing in a bit.
Need to be clear about this, Davey. I know that you and Dave Mercer and Chris Jones got to commentate a lot of this. Tommy and I were kind of jealous of that whole situation, but for what he caught there, we were fortunate enough to see he left a lot and left a lot of good ones. And that, the benefit of that area, a spawning bay for bass, a spawning bay for bluegill, a lot of shad, just a lot of life because of a lot of that grass.
Yeah. Big difference. This area he's in is small, but it's loaded with fish. We saw Fisher Anaya and Greg DePalma in a small area. No vegetation. This vegetation just gives so much habitat, and the population of fish can be so much greater.
And
in a place
reloads
like
it.
this. Yes.
We've seen pre-spawn bass, spawning bass, post-spawn.
Like a real good one here. Oh, maybe not.
Little bitty guy. Blue. 2-pounder.
We've got a prime example of the wind direction changing. He's going to have to relocate where these fish are. They certainly haven't left this vegetation.
Davey, I'm just happy we're down in pool 15, okay? I'm just being honest, man.
We finally got to the game, okay? Good stuff. Fisher Anaya hanging in there, hoping for good things to happen in pool 17. We'll get a look at that in a little while. Jacob Foutz, he seems to be settling in and getting things going. Jason Christie started catching him. He's going to catch a lot, would be a safe prediction. Fourth stop of the year for the progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River, and we are over 2 hours into this thing. Our leader to start the day by a single ounce over Jacob Foutz. Fisher Anaya still in that lead. Jacob Foutz just now getting set up in the area where he is going to fish, and he is cut into that lead a little bit. Fisher had it spread out a little bit there. Jason Christie is just getting set up. Right now, let's take it on site, on location, to our man, Dave Mercer. Dave, great to see you in this new weather that we have to enjoy today. And now we're really talking to you at the start of things. We're just now getting everybody down to where they're going and set up. So what do you see happening?
Well, guys, first of all, Davey, once again, your timing is impeccable. I mean, to leave here, truly, I'm very lucky to have a beautiful wife, Sarah, very in love with her. But I did have once this unstable girlfriend in high school, and that's what Oklahoma reminds me of this week. It is truly a different body of water on day number 3 of this event. Very cold out here this morning. Obviously, we had blasting wind yesterday, but it was beautiful. I mean, 80 degrees yesterday. Weather temperatures in the 50s, but here's the good news, guys. The sun has finally started to come out, and I'm telling you, I'm predicting that in the next little while here, we're going to see this body of water light up. Not only have our anglers finally got to their areas, but with this sun coming out here, it's going to warm it up, and we're going to see fireworks. So pour a cup of coffee and get ready, because it's coming.
Dave, big picture question really about the entire season so far on the Elite Series. I've got to watch a lot of it. You have covered a decade of Bassmaster tournaments now with the whole team. Can you remember a tournament season up until now that has had this much diversity really from front to back, including our Bassmaster Classic in Knoxville?
No. 100%. I can honestly answer no. The amount of diversity that we've seen technique-wise, but the amount of diversity that we've seen in our Angler of the Year leaderboard. Not only is the weather unstable in Oklahoma, but our Angler of the Year leaderboard is unstable. If you watch that every single week, if you took a screenshot and you just looked at that week after week, you see people making giant jumps up and down because of, the different conditions we're facing, the different rules that we're facing with the 50-50 split. I mean, Jason Christie is a prime example of it. He went from 85th in Angler of the Year 2 events into the season, obviously won the last event, jumped up to 40th. Gonna finish this event, I would imagine, with a very strong finish, potentially a win. And you're talking about, just 2 events later, Jason Christie, the question would not be like, what's happening to Jason Christie? It would be like, well, is this a Angler of the Year season we're seeing from Jason Christie? bouncing all over that Angler of the Year leaderboard, and it's not just Christie, it is everybody, and nobody is going to miss a bad one this season. I just honestly believe that throughout the season. We've seen guys like Trey McKinney, we've seen guys like Corey Johnson, we've seen them, and they've survived up to this point, but I honestly do not believe our Angler of the Year this year, where in the past we would say things like, can you believe they survived an 80th? Can you believe? I don't think that's going to be the case this year. Whoever wins your Angler of the Year is going to have a bomb, because that just seems to be what we've seen in 2026.
So, Dave, looking at the schedule, Zona nailed it, and you talked about it, the diversity that we have with this schedule. But honestly, looking at the schedule before the season started, when I saw the Arkansas River, I thought, oh, that'll be a tough one there. Not a lot of fish catching. The fish catching has been absolutely incredible. You see every fish come across the scale. You call every one for every angler. Has it amazed you how good the fishing is here?
Yeah, it 100% has. And not only has it amazed me, it's amazed our anglers. And I will say this, 2 events in a row, the last event and this event, I heard that after the day one weigh-in from anglers just kind of scratching their head. Like, you look at the last tournament, people were comparing that to Sabine River weights, and then they came into weigh-in and thought they had done their job and took a shot in the mouth from the Elite Series, because that stage right there, it's a good way to ruin a good day in the water. I mean, you thought you caught them, then you come in, and it got a lot better than you thought, and that is a great sign for fishing. Let's be honest, there's more people fishing today in a lot of these situations than we've ever seen in the past. But to routinely go to different bodies of water and hear people say this is better than I ever imagined is a good sign. In the Arkansas River, Greg Hackney said it best on stage. The Arkansas River, he said, is better than it's ever been in the past. And he said, I don't think it's topped out. I think it's only going to continuously get better. But here's one thing that I just want to slide in here, too, when we're talking about how unstable this season has been. We go into a season with 50-50 split on forward-facing Sonar. And everybody on paper, I'm just going to throw 2 names out here. Every single human on paper would say, well, look out for John Cox and Greg Hackney, because they're only allowed to use forward-facing Sonar half the time. And I don't want to call them out in a bad way, but they're having tough seasons. That shows how unstable things have been this year and how things have changed. And often in fishing, you will assume a certain thing, and it doesn't matter what it says on paper. You got to catch them, and it hasn't been an easy thing to do here this year, even though the fisheries have definitely showed out in a big way.
Quickly, Dave, before we go, I want to ask you, as we look at the season as a whole, to rate how this experiment, this dividing up of the use of technology, has worked out so far.
100%. I'm all in on it. To me, what it has done, I wanted the short period of the day. But what we would have been robbed with a short period of the day, we would have been robbed from seeing things that we saw, like Hank Cherry at the beginning of the season. We wouldn't have got that, and we are seeing the best anglers succeed in different situations, and that's what I want. I want my Angler of the Year challenged, and we're going to see that in 2026.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree. Dave Mercer there. Some good stuff. He'll be coming up later on with some more for us, and we look forward to that.
How about a classic champion, Randy Howell, down in pool 15, been concentrating on solely rocks. A very popular creek, a little arm on the north side of Kerr Lake.
There he is. Oh, be a bass. Please be a bass.
A lot of his work with a shallow diving crankbait and a spinnerbait.
Yeah, it is. Come on. Come on, big bass on the Livingston crankbait, baby. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Yes, barely hooked. Oh, thank you, Lord. Whew, barely hooked. Change it up, put the spinnerbait off. That's my Livingston Howell or square bill, baby. That bait has a lot of vibration. Made that one nip at it. Didn't even hardly feel him bite. That's a nice one. We'll put him on the big side. Uh-oh. Didn't take my plug out of my live well thing. Gumming.
Got to pump some water out there real quick. Shoot.
Good one right there for Randy
riding
Howell.
in the rough water.
About
Water don't
15
run out.
miles west of where he is. Going to get out with Jason Christie.
Seth Feider's trying to make another move. He's up to third place. 4 fish for almost 10 pounds.
Cold front might have Jason mixing his baits up a little bit. Not so much the top water, but a little more swim jig with these conditions.
It was funny, you heard a lot of anglers talking about the cold front that was coming. Talking to Christie last night. I said, will this cold front kind of affect these fish? No, not at all. Not at all. And Davey, I told Tommy, Christie's been very uneasy this week.
Yeah.
You got to talk to him after the weigh-in. Look at a happy Jason Christie is usually pissed, but he's been in another realm throughout this week. He said he just cannot get comfortable and has felt pressure, and he's blamed, I'm not kidding, he's blamed allergies. He's also blamed the lock. He said, man, losing a lot of time fishing's got me a little rattled. What did he say to you?
So, the same, basically, but I felt the pressure as an angler, too. You hold a blue trophy over your head, you think it's all the same no matter where you're at. But when you're around home, it's special.
Uh-oh. Oh, Brandon Palaniuk hooked up.
And we got one.
Okay. Now you're asking why these anglers burn so much time to get down to pool 15. You're gonna see it now.
I think they're trending in the right direction. It might be a little bit bigger.
Fish number 3 already for Brandon Palaniuk.
Basically spending half of their day to get to and from this area, but still a lot of them catching 20 to 30 bass a day.
Yes.
No thanks, bud.
And you're watching the anglers here today that made it to semifinal Saturday. There was a lot of anglers, though, that went there and watched a show that did not catch them.
Brandon spent a lot of his time yesterday just off the main river. Obviously not doing that this morning.
Slow start for him yesterday. Took him all day to work his way into the top 10.
Another fish right here for Palaniuk. Is fish number 4.
This is interesting.
I wonder if he tried to run into that little creek right there. Because these guys will absolutely try to. How does he turn around? Yep. Gonna head back over
here
to Illinois' Trey McKinney.
Like, it's honestly crazy.
1 fish in his live well. Oh, sorry, 2 fish in his live well.
He had that bonus fish before the lock.
Yes,
remember?
yes, sorry, yep. He does have a 4-pounder.
Oh. That's the problem.
Number 3.
Most of them are. Itsy bitsy. That fish stinks. Purple. I don't know what you ate. I don't.
His closest competitor and angler of the year, Race Corey Johnson, has a 312 and has jumped up in our top 5.
Wow.
That will be a good race to the end of the season.
I think so, too.
Most of Trey McKinney's work down here in 15 with that bladed jig.
Little dinks, man. Little dinks.
I said this to Tommy yesterday. Boy, you hope that grass over his shoulder where you see that calm water. Man, you hope that holds in this body of water. I know it's very volatile with high water that rips it out. We would never, what you said when the schedule came out, you do not going to see many fish catches. This has been one of the most fish catchingest tournaments we have had in a while.
Yeah. Especially knowing that over half the field is only fishing 4 hours a day in the areas that they prefer. This looks like a better one. Nope.
Gosh, dude. Freaks. These will have a limit. I mean, but these really count.
Yeah. Dave Mercer, right on the money there. Mercer also said that there's going to be sunshine later, and I think that's going to bring out a few more things in the play here. Something we saw Jason Christie doing a little of and getting a couple of good fish yesterday.
We have seen every different weather situation this week, and here's what I've learned here.
All in one tournament.
It don't matter.
No.
It does not matter.
They'll go get it. They'll go get them one way or another.
Turned up.
Yeah, that's right. Fisher Anaya still hanging on there, but he is under assault right now. His competition has got in set up, started fishing, started catching them, started putting limits in the boat. Expect this to continue for a little while. We'll be with it. We'll be on it all for you. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite. Bassmaster Live, continuing on with our live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite. Fourth stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series at the Arkansas River. McClellan Kerr Navigation System, that's our playing field this time around. The top 3 pools in that. Fisher Anaya, the rookie, 20 years old, has led day 1, day 2, trying to take this thing wire to wire. A lot of other anglers will have something to say about that. We'll take you to one of them right now, I think, right?
No doubt about it. A little bonus coverage right here. Corey Johnston.
Wow, good one.
Oh, man.
Good one right there for Corey Johnston. I did make this comment, Davey, before you got to the studio. Chris Johnston snatching that Angler of the Year trophy from Trey McKinney. How weird would it be this year, especially ending our season on the St. Lawrence River, for Corey Johnston to do it? That's terrible.
I wouldn't.
I agree with what you said a few minutes ago, though. I think it'll come down to the last day of the last event.
Yes. With
Trey
those two.
and Corey. Maybe a couple more, but those two will be battling the last event.
You think Corey will sit Chris on Trey McKinney?
You know it.
Absolutely. Randy Howell live.
There it is. That's a good one. God, it's a big one. Yes, a big one. On the crankbait. Come on, Lord. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Jesus. Come on. Come on. Hook yourself again. Hook yourself again. Come on. He had one hook. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Jesus. Come on.
Good one right there for Randy Howell.
Gosh, got him. Whew. Thank you, Lord. That was a scary one. He had that one back hook like that right there. Look. That's why I was being so careful with him. That's a good one right there. Hang on.
Whoa, he ain't letting that go with. No. Sorry.
Not big good, don't he?
Good one right there.
Got a little blood coming out.
And fellas, I'm not going to walk down that road. Our Lord is very busy right now.
Lord,
he is not
mercy.
worried about you catching one on a crankbait.
They want the howler this morning. They don't want the spinnerbait.
Good one right there. And one of the few anglers. We've seen so much grass in pool 15.
Don't worry, I had a death grip on
Randy
it. He
Howell
won't go nowhere.
concentrating on rock. The other benefit is right around the corner is a very big release area.
That bait right there. Everywhere you go in the country, that's a unique crankbait. We designed that a long time ago. Big circuit board, but it's not normal square. Those big flange sides on it make that bait. It wobbles about 12 inches side to side, vibrates your rod tip, and it gets reaction bites like a balsa bait. And it's got a crawfish ticking sound in it. Woo!
They're not biting, eating it, they're just reacting. Up there, 2 foot of water, 3 foot of water. Golly, that scared me. Oh, thank you, Lord, for letting it get hooked again. When he went out, I got him to turn back that way, and that other hook got him for a minute until I grabbed him, and then that other hook came out.
Randy Howell's been solid through this tournament. 18 pounds, 16 pounds.
Good to have him back on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
One of my favorite catches from yesterday, him crashing up against those rocks. Landing a
lot
crankbait
calmer
fish.
there today.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about all the diversity we've seen this year. Randy
my
Howell,
gosh,
classic
that was a big one.
champ. Caught them shallow cranking. These anglers get to do what they like to do.
Different one. Not a bad one.
At least a 1 pound upgrade there. That's definitely a 2+ pounder. Smallest fish, 1 pound.
Little bait adjustment right there with Trey McKinney.
$2.10.
Wide open spaces with Trey McKinney. Let's get back into a little more claustrophobic looking spot here with Brandon
Well, hey,
Palaniuk.
now.
Oh, yeah, tree
What's going on
service
here?
action here.
Slide through there now. Holy cow. Okay. I don't know what's beyond this. Ugh. But the fact that I'm still catching fish right here gets me kind of excited.
Fresh cut.
Freshly caught. Wow.
He did something very similar on a 10 tom.
Yeah, right.
I tried getting into a place like this at the Tom Bigby on day 2 with your brother. And it didn't work. It didn't quite go as smoothly. We'll see. I need to push pull real quick.
You go 10 yards and see Jason Christie on the other side. You didn't know the way in here?
So that is all jammed up in that tree now.
Yeah, it just all happened just a couple of minutes ago. And now live.
Well, there has
Yeah,
somebody.
I don't know what it goes. I mean, on Google Earth, it looks like it goes like to a backwatery kind of deal, but I don't know. I like that it's got grass in it. That's number 5. We're still getting bites. That's a good sign.
Somebody has done some work in
Oh, the
there.
crew has been through there already.
We're thinking very much alike, Z. This could be someone's hidey hole that they were planning to wait until tomorrow to go to.
I love it.
Been busted into.
I'm curious to know if that fresh cut was his or someone else's.
Okay. That's a limit. That one.
All right.
See that tree that was across
I do see that.
pitch has been cut recently.
About boat width
Yes.
cut. Yes.
Definitely not
that.
beavers.
That was my fault. I deserved that.
Looks
one
aged,
to the
though.
kneecap.
The
I'm
ends.
seeing more and more vegetation too.
It's kind of hard to make casts in here. Glad I got this little 610 rod. That's a better one. Not a giant. Look at how dark that thing is. Gosh. This is so much fun right now. They're not giants, but it's so much fun. Look how pretty that fish is. Full black spots all over him. Gosh, that thing is beautiful.
Vegetation equals beautiful clear water and beautiful fish.
Man, looks like a spring creek coming in that place. That's awesome. Brandon Palaniuk. Get a lot of work done in a short period of time.
A lot faster than yesterday for Brandon Palaniuk.
and getting a workout in the process too. So win-win situation there. Still Fisher and Naya winning as it stands right now, but we're a long way from the final reckoning. Trey McKinney pouring the pressure on Jacob Foutz. Randy Howell. Look out for Randy Howell, super solid all through this one right here. Seth Feider moving up again. Jason Christie, Corey Johnston. Look out for him. Matt Arey trying to hang in there. Ditto for Austin Felix and Palaniuk back in the top 10.
Hey guys, Caleb Hudson here. We just wrapped up day 2 here on the Arkansas River for the Bassmaster Elite Tournament. Had just over 17 pounds today. Somehow got lucky. We even had one right at 6.5 pounds today. Caught that one about midday today. We struggled up until that fish pretty much. We had 3 small ones in the box, I believe. Wound up catching that one. Boosted the ego a little bit and then went on a roll from there. So it was overall a fun day. I just found out a few minutes ago that we're going to be braving some cold weather coming in, but honestly, I haven't put much thought into it, but I'm pretty sure for the most part, the fish I'm catching, it shouldn't affect them too much, but I mean, it's fishing. We're just going to have to go out there and play it by ear, and hopefully they bite tomorrow.
Caleb Hudson.
Nice young man.
Good rookie out there.
Nice.
He's made every cut so far this year. And as a result, he is leading in the rookie stats, so man, mission accomplished for that young fellow who came up big at the end of the qualifying season last year to make it into the elites and to make it to the Classic.
One of the things we talked about, he's kind of proven he can do it all too.
Yeah.
From Lincolnton, Georgia, fishes Clark Hill a lot. We'll be right at home at Lake Murray our next event.
Yeah. How about that? 5 cuts in a row. That's good rookie work there.
Caleb Hudson's also been a part of a couple of our college classic brackets in recent memory.
Yep, come on now.
USC Union.
Dinky, 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 dinky. A little better.
See Trey McKinney fishing this area with a couple other boats in here. Yesterday there was about a dozen. Today I believe there's 3 boats in that little backwater.
We're catching plenty. Oh gosh, that hook is in there. Did you? Huh? What? No, 211. I got 12. Yeah, I got 12 even on Bubba.
Well, Trey McKinney going to get back over to Jason Christie, who looks like that is exactly where he was yesterday from that drone footage. Looks like there's a few left over his right-hand shoulder.
Yeah.
But there was a key 20-yard stretch on the right-hand side.
Right about where that fish was blowing up,
Yep,
right?
that's exactly right.
Ooh.
Solid one right there for Jason Christie that he's going to call a 1.5 pounder.
Not, but that's what he'll put it in as. Maybe a pound 12. 3 pounder.
That's a good 1 pounder. It's a solid 1 pounder.
His cameraman just said the same thing.
It'll work.
All right, that makes me feel better. Like I'm just sitting here in my head, I got a headache from everything, like where I should be and all.
So there is what it looks like, that he's very, very cloudy today. But it is the perfect environment. Davey, you nailed it. It looks like it's dirty water. It is very, very clean, very stable.
Clean water, vegetation, sand bottom.
Yes,
perfect, perfect, perfect.
And the great thing, whoa, that is terrifying.
Wow. Hey, Bryant Smith, a 4-pound 6 ounce, our best of the day. He's in our top 10 right now at 9th.
Yeah, that is horrifying. But the great thing about this environment that he's in, obviously very protected from that north wind, so they're going to use that to spawn. A lot of fish coming and going, pre-spawn and post-spawn. We've seen here throughout this tournament, back live with Christie. That is the exact, almost exact cast that we were looking at on that drone.
So you see he's throwing a frog. Look at the vegetation. It grows a lot faster than most people think. Like it can grow in 24 hours, but there's more of that vegetation on the surface than there was yesterday.
Yes.
Maybe the water level came down a little bit to go along with it, but he's having to switch up his bait.
North wind could have pushed a little out as well. Yep. Oh, you could watch that all day. Yes, indeed.
I've talked about it earlier, though. Those 2 sets of treble hooks, you hook those fish better when they're not really eating it than you do on a frog.
I don't know. He missed a lot, too, or a lot of the fish missed his bait.
Yeah.
Well, one thing you don't see him do in this pocket, he does not slow down his retrieves.
Boy, they were rapid yesterday. Let's get back to Randy Howell. Just caught a good one. A couple of good ones, as a matter of fact, in the last 30 minutes.
Very different looking.
Yes.
Yeah, he was getting bashed up against that ledge yesterday.
See him fishing that spinnerbait.
Very strange. The shad are definitely not here. He's not here either. They were so thick. Here, there's one. That's a good one too, I think. He ain't a big one, but he's decent.
9 out of his 10 keepers have come on that spinnerbait.
Get out from under the boat, boy. Get out from under the boat. Come here. They're the Foutz little fish, not bigger now. That one ate it good anyway. I'm 2 1/4, mate. I'm taking first spinnerbait fish.
Greg DePalma up to 5th place.
Good
Classic
stuff.
winning hog collar spinnerbait from Hank Parker, 1989.
Wow. That's something else. Fisher and I.
This whole season's gone back in time. It's Back to the Future.
Trey McKinney hanging in there in 2nd place, but Randy Howell, a little bit on a rampage in the last 30, 40 minutes, and Jacob Foutz pushed down to 4th place. Jason Christie just getting started in his spot, and the real meat of his spot that we saw him catch so many good ones yesterday. DePalma, Corey Johnston up in there, and Bryant Smith now joining the fray. Back on the Arkansas River for the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite, 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Rookie Fisher Anaya, 20 years old, trying to go wire to wire, your leader on days 1 and 2. Led by a lone ounce to start this day, was able to make some hay while the rest of the anglers were mostly en route to more far-flung spots on this playing field that we have here, which encompasses 3 pools of this navigation system up here.
Which has made it feel like it's almost been 3 different tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
You see those yellow flowers on the bank. Boy, there's been a lot of big ones. This time of year, also in this tournament, caught off those yellow flowers. You got to see a lot of spawning activity on those throughout the years. Davey, I think you've caught a bass out of them.
One or two out of Kentucky Lake and Barkley and a few other places, absolutely. So is this the first time we've had a camera in this pool this week?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good one.
He sounded big when he hit it. Come on, poles. He sounded big. He's not a bad one, though.
Definitely an upgrade. Got a couple spots in there that are just a pound.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is
very
about
small.
this pocket, but you get a bite in here every single day. This is the smallest one I've caught in here by far. Should get rid of a one even. Oh yeah, he's a 114. I'm trying to get you in the water, you quit shaking. Gets rid of number 4, we got 10 pounds on a mega bag now.
Brian Smith, after his 4.6, landed a 3.4 to fill his limit, 13.5 pounds from 20th. He's in 4th place.
Back to Luke Palmer down in pool 16, where Fisher and I
And then
just
y'all
left.
pulled up on again when I was going down the other bank.
Okay.
I came back down that bank later that afternoon, and I caught 2 4s back-to-back casts. Yeah, that's not bad. They're gonna have to be a lot bigger than this so for today. But compared to what I have in here, those are gorillas. No, I don't think you understand how small these are.
He has the benefit of a lot of time to upgrade. Doesn't have to deal with any of the lock system today.
Yeah.
Five bass limit. When you catch your 6th bass, you have to cull one before you can continue to fish.
He had a couple 8-ouncers in there, so he had 5 for 4 and change a little while ago. He's upgraded to almost 8 pounds now. 4-pounder just put Stetson Blaylock in 10th place with 12 pounds and change.
Stetson's another angler I expect to see do well here and be fishing
smallest bass I've
on
caught.
Championship Sunday.
He has caught a lot of fish on that mag draft swim bait.
I guess that's a 12-incher.
Deal with that is if you get 10 bites in a day on a mag draft, you're going to have a pretty good stringer.
Yes.
And if you can get kind of lucky and I spy a couple big spawners in that area. Again, that area Jacob Foutz is in, if you're just tuning in, a lot colder, a lot of those fish just kind of getting to this area to where a lot of other backwaters kind of just starting to leave primarily where they had already spawned weeks ago.
Over the last few years, we've kind of painted maybe Jacob Foutz into just an electronic
That's a good sign, though.
category, but every time we've seen him on live the last 3 years, he's had a mag draft in his hand. We saw it at the Pasquotank River last year. He ran into the Roanoke. And then obviously this week, he spends a lot of time at Chickamauga, obviously where he guides, but it's not necessarily on the ledges. He spends a lot of time in the Hiwassee River, which looks like where he's fishing today.
Fisher and I just missed one, and by the looks of that, it must have been a good one. Right here you'll see fishing a swim jig, the Alabama Shake. Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't hit it, but I took my pictures.
I don't know if our mapping's right now, but it does not show
How
that.
do you come off on a swim
Fisher's
jig? I
rolled
haven't
yet.
lost one all
Oh,
week
really?
on this stupid thing.
Still in 16.
Mine could be lagging, but
sometimes we do get a lag.
And there are definitely service issues. In
right,
that
right,
area.
right.
Yeah.
So look at Matt Arey right there. A lot of his fish came flipping yesterday, and he was in the teeth of the wind. Not the case there today. And his area probably has had more pressure than anybody in our top 10.
He was in a crowd yesterday.
Yes,
Sure.
yes. A lot of those anglers not here today. On their way home, boy. Home, boy.
This was earlier with Matt.
A lot of the reason he is here today, he figured out he needed to slow down and flip.
Yes.
Catch a lot of his fish on a jig and a creature bait.
Caught a few fish up in 16. He's one of the few anglers that has made 16 work before and after they get out of the lock. Solid fish right there.
But that is number 3.
Talking with Chris Jones, he said if you have a tournament in that pool, that this area where Matt area and a lot of the other anglers started, the most crowded in this event, can't win there because too many people go there. But if you start in pool 16, then you could win in this area because a lot of people won't make that run. But certainly known to be one of the best areas, the biggest population of quality fish.
Oh my
There's
God.
one rolled up behind it. Ooh.
Eat it. That's so frustrating.
That fish kind of hit like it had been pressured there for a while.
I don't know if you saw that bowl, but it was not little.
Exactly. It may have been released last week.
Yes. Right out of that boat ramp over his left-hand shoulder.
Fisher Anaya still your leader after 2 days and better part of a third, well, a good part of the third, I should say. Trey McKinney, though, hanging in at second place. Jacob Foutz all making ground, making headway. Saturday night is baseball night on Fox, and this week, oh boy, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves versus Bryce Harper and the Phils. Or in the American League, it's Rangers-Mariners baseball night in America tonight at 7 Eastern, only on Fox.
Tommy, rumor has it we got an NFL draft in a couple days, friend. We're fired up
I know
about
you're
that in
keenly
Pittsburgh.
tuned into
yes,
that.
we are taking a look at your leaderboard, starting to tighten up a little bit on your leader, Fisher Anaya, who looks like he just lost a good one. Really, the only hiccup that we've seen all week long with Fisher Anaya.
Look at 5th place now. The new name in that leaderboard reflects a big move up from 20th place. Bryant Smith all the way up to 5th. So we're going to give him a little bit of accolade here.
Well, we're gonna. And Davey, good to have you back in here. I ain't been here in a while. I've had a lot of run-on sentences during the Mercury move of the day, a lot of fragment sentences. Gonna try to make this make sense, friends. When you anchor your bag early in the morning, 9:42 with a 4-6, you are gonna be The Mercury move of the day, Bryant Smith heard a lot of things when he came to the Elite Series years ago, trying to get a little bit more consistent with Bryant Smith. Big day here on semifinal Saturday, the Arkansas River. Mercury moved the day from 20th all the way up to 5th place, and that is what you have seen on this stretch of the Arkansas River. You can make big moves and potentially be in contention to win this event by Championship Sunday. Mercury move of the day. It was close.
That was smooth out.
The rust off.
Back out to Jason Christie
you knocked
live.
all the corners off that one.
Well,
that
I
good.
appreciate that. Lot of work with a swim jig today for Jason Christie. Definitely different conditions in there than we have seen days prior.
About 20 degrees cooler today than yesterday.
Back over to Randy Howell. Been spending a lot of time with the veteran this morning.
Well, and you can see Randy Howell said, I think my area gets reloaded. I said, really? I said, like Shad spawn? He's like, no, boat ramp. Tournaments go out of that area.
There's one. And the howler square bill again. He ate it too. He ain't that big, but he ate it. Look at that. And they're wanting the crankbait today instead of the spinnerbait so far. Well, that's 5. We'll get rid of him hopefully shortly. That's about a pound and he's probably about a pound and 12 ounces. Well, probably call him a pound and 10 ounces.
And that is what we've got to see with Jacob Foutz the last day. Finding a fish here and there, spawning using his electronics.
Number 5. I didn't even see that one. I just was pulling it over the log and it went dunk. I don't think that was a fish I was throwing at. It's number 5, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty positive. 3, and I've got 2 since I've come in here. That's number 5.
Bob Downey with a 4-pounder. He's up to 7th place from 14th.
Back out to fish here, Anaya.
Oh, there's some yellow flower.
Uh-huh.
The last spot I got confidence in here, I can get a bite on. I don't know where I'm going now. God, that wind will not. Oh my, giant. Wow. God, don't come off. Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes! Do you see her V over there to it? God, I'm not going now. She would be really big if she's fat. I mean, really big. That's probably the cut.
I would say that is the cut.
Yeah, safely.
We'd have another dummy bag if I'd have caught the other one. She's almost 4. She should be like a 5-pounder. Gets rid of number 5. Got 12, almost 13.
Hey, I missed a few Saturday cuts in my career. If you're driving home or at home And you see a rookie say, I don't know where I'm going to go next. I have no idea. And the next cast, he catches a 4-pounder.
Yeah, that's good point.
Just not fair. Life's not fair.
No, life is not fair.
And let me say something about him in this tournament. When he won on Martin, he had a lot. He had a lot in the tank as far as areas to catch him. Yeah. He has done a lot in this tournament with a little. Wait, what?
Yes.
Huh?
Speaking of doing a lot, now that you've got the rust knocked off, my friend.
Ew. It is time. PP replay of the day. My friends, the Power Pole replay of the day. Fisher Anaya yet again makes the comment, you nailed it, Davey Height. I don't know where I'm going next. And a 4-pounder just shows on up, all bowed up and whatnot. Power Pole replay of the day, pretty easy so far today. Fisher Anaya, I think you've won a few of those awards this season. Good one right there. That call probably gave him yet another 2.5 pounds. Doing a lot with a little. Power Pole replay of the day. My friend, Fisher Anaya, yet again. Biggest one of the day so far that we've seen on camera.
It is.
Starting to tighten it up here too, aren't we?
Yes, you are. Look at a post-ball 4-pounder.
He nailed it. That should have been about a 5.5 pounder.
Good one there.
You're so right. If you did not make the cut and you're watching this on TV, where the leader goes, don't know where I'm going next, and that bites, it's
not fair.
Not fair.
If he catches another 4-pounder in the next 5 or 10 minutes, you just, like you throw your tackle box at the screen you're watching this on. See how shallow he is. Look at the mud stirring around his boat.
Some of the we talked about it earlier today. Some of the young anglers do get some. All you do is live with your electronics. This is not one of those anglers.
Yeah. Another one right there.
We talked a lot about how the vegetation has helped this fishery.
Yes.
And it has, no doubt about it. But we're seeing fish caught, a lot of them in the grass, but there's a lot of fish out on the river, some pockets, some cuts, some creeks. There's a lot of fish here.
Hey, fascinating place. The other side, you know this, man. You have fished the Little Rock Pool, the Arkansas River. It seems when you get a couple 2 or 3 years where it's just not blown out of control with floods,
it's good.
Those fisheries get good. Take the grass, what you said, take the grass away. The fishing just gets good when it doesn't just spill over the banks for 6 months.
Big.
Oh boy, it's a big one. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh gosh. Whoa.
That's bigger than a 4-pounder.
Oh. Let's go. Right in the mouth, son, that sucker. God, there's another one just as big sitting there with her. Come on. Dude, that's like another 6-pounder.
Well, he made the comment, they're coming to me, and it has lived up to that so far for Jacob Foutz. Am I allowed to call the producer, McKinnis, and ask for another Power Pole replay of the day?
So here's the thing, too.
No, we're not. Davey, can you take this? Davey, take the wheel.
I think even Davey can get this one.
That. Big eyed.
Come on, Davey, on.
It's all right. There's another one just as big sitting there with her.
That was tantalizing.
Jadavion, gonna take a break. This series, I'll play when we come back after the break. Hey, here's the thing though. fish coming to you. This fish is right at 6 pounds. The one that Fisher caught post spawn.
Yes.
Big difference.
Oh man.
Frame is the same, but
same
this
length.
one weighs a lot more.
Trade-off, huh?
Look at there. What a call. What a call.
Boy, this has turned into a slugfest between those two.
Catching spawners.
Alone.
Yeah.
No other competitors. That's hard.
Come on.
He's a problem come tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Could be about to get nasty right here.
I think everyone that keeps up with tournament bass fishing thinks that Jason
Yeah,
Christie is the favorite here
three of
this
them
week.
sitting there
But I'm
together.
telling you,
The other one's still sitting
it's
there.
not a he's not a
No,
shoe-in.
he's not.
now.
No, he's not going to be a free throw for him.
No.
It was 5 1/4.
All right, he's looking at him on the bed. Wow.
Come on, baby.
Hooked inside the mouth.
Biggest one. This one never made it even to the bed where the biggest one is. Come on.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And if you third person yourself, Jadavion, again, wow. That's a pretty big shift in this tournament right there.
Yeah, that was a turning point.
That's awesome.
9 pounds in the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
The music that does
That's
it.
why you spend 4 hours of your day to get to the area you think is best. Back to back. Jacob Foutz just took the lead.
From 4 pounds
Surely.
back to 4 pounds ahead. How
Wow.
about that? Oh, 3.5 pounds ahead. Excuse me.
My gosh.
That is an awesome
unbelievable
sequence right there.
Still got 2 1.5 pounders.
And he says he hasn't gotten to the big one yet. So
Holy cow.
we'll see how that goes. Oh man.
Speaking of diversity, who thought we would see the leader sight fishing with his forward facing on the Arkansas River?
Who thought we'd be at 52 pounds, not even halfway through
Agree
day number
with
3?
that,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Unbelievable. Good stuff from the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite and more to come. Things kind of getting real here all of a sudden at the little past mid-morning point in day number 3 at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River. Jacob Foutz was 4 pounds behind our leader, Fisher Anaya. Lands that bass. Backs it up with another one. Look at that call right there. That is a big, big upgrade.
That's what you want to do as a tournament angler is replace those 2-pounders with 5+ pounders.
Caught a good one after that, and all of a sudden he's 3 pounds and 7 ounces ahead. Things have changed in a big way. In just a matter of a few minutes, that's the way it can happen here, and just more evidence that this is a very, very impressive place, Ronnie Moore.
Absolutely, Tommy. And we've talked about how we compare the Tennessee Tom Bigby with the Arkansas River, how they differ a little bit. The weights here and the size class fish are just bigger and bigger, and we're watching a guy, Jacob Foutz, be oh so consistent on a place that's very difficult. To think about the 2 anglers in our field who have caught 18 pounds back-to-back days so far this event, Jacob Foutz 18-1 and 18-15, and Jason Christie 18-4 and 18-2. The big thing for viewers at home, this guy lives and breathes Arkansas River, knows this place very well. This guy all the way from Tennessee doesn't know it that much at all. So to see what Jacob's done in an area by himself is very encouraging over these first 2 days. And then now with the weather changing, he's still by himself, managing it well. He's got fish coming to him. It's a good, good thing. Now, what's the highest we've seen? That's consistently 2 anglers have caught 18 both days. We're thinking about the cut line down at the 50th spot, around 13 pounds per day. Well, at the top end, 21.3 was the big bag weighed in yesterday by Seth Fighter, biggest of the tournament. Luke Palmer also brought in a 20+ pound bag at 20.5 yesterday, and our day 1 leader's biggest bag, Fisher Anaya, was 20 pounds 4 ounces. So we think about if you're consistently just below the biggest bags of the tournament, these guys are going to have to catch a giant single fish to do so, and Caleb Hudson right now, 6'8", is keeping him in the game, but anyone trailing through the midway point of today is going to need another 6.5 or 7 pounder if they want to jump up there.
when we opened the show today earlier with talking about Jacob Foutz, let's really break this down. A lot of these anglers fishing in areas where there's so many post-spawn fish. This water coming out of 10 Killer, much colder. Yep. The main drag of Illinois River, the main drag, really 6 to 10 degrees cooler. You're looking at about 55, 56 degrees. These backwaters are just now hitting 60 degrees, where a lot of the backwaters that we've been looking at in 15, you're looking at close to 70, okay? The other thing about this area is hearing Foutz make the comment, they're coming to me. I said, how do you know that? He said, because I am finding them as the days are going along. Most of our sight fishing tournaments, whether it's with your eyes or with your electronics, it's how many do you have left by Saturday? Yeah. How many do you have left by Sunday? He said, they're coming to areas right now that I did not see them in practice. Great scenario.
I'm going to sit here and keep chasing this one because this one keeps running bluegill off the bed like crazy. So it's typically when they're doing that, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, this water coming down from the Cookson Mountains, where we watched the tournament go down on 10 Killer last year, and that's some elevation up there. The Arkansas River is typically way warmer than the Ouachita's and the Ozarks.
Well, let's take a look at it, Jacob. Oh no, I wanted to see the screen. It was interesting watching Christie yesterday. Caught a lot of fish in this pocket that he's utilized the first 2 days of this tournament, but two of his biggest fish came when he left here yesterday.
Yeah.
So he has not officially led this tournament yet. No, but I think coming into today, he was exactly where he wanted to be.
Agree with you.
Fourth place. There, 18 a day, right, everything going as planned. He doesn't want to be down by 4 or 5 pounds going in.
Agree with that. 4 or 5 pounds is a hard mark to catch here.
Yeah.
Any river, especially this time of year where a lot of the areas that he's fishing in are not pre-spawned, right? You know?
Yeah, this water's falling on a lot of these areas today. You can definitely tell this. Top of this vegetation is higher than it was an hour ago, and it's not going quite that fast. The water level is dropping.
I heard you say yesterday, David, that Christie may not be able to use his walk. He may be down to a frog only, and that looks like that's what's come to pass.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what they'll start doing. It's super weird.
Yeah, what Jacob Foutz has going, it's spooky for the rest of the field.
And after my calls last night, it was the very first thing I said to you guys before we went on air. He's the problem here. He's the problem.
Make it on me, the easier I make it on you. Stop it, stop it.
There's so many fish around this island of vegetation.
Yeah, and that island of vegetation, like we said, a day ago, had 15 boats on it. You're just seeing the survivors.
Yeah.
Oh, things have changed up.
Speaking of survivors.
Yeah, there's a survivor right there. You got to have a good snake shot at some point in the day here in the Arkansas River Valley.
Sneak out of bag.
Oh, we got some turnaround going on right now. Jacob Foutz has now ascended to the lead. A good, healthy lead right now. Ahead of Fisher Anaya. Trey McKinney's down in third place now. Randy Howell trying to hang in there, and Bryant Smith, our big mover, during the course of the past hour and a half. Jason Christie down there looking to move up. We got plenty of stories.
You know, there's a lot of people talk about young versus old, live scope versus no scope. I don't listen to any of that. The bass don't care. It's all about just being the best angler for that week, and you know, there's all of these guys. I mean, I've done this now for 20 years, and we have the strongest field that we've had in that 20 years. I mean, from top to bottom, anybody can win.
The closer that is Christie owns the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway.
I think you called him, Mark Zona, in our little Gab Fest, the fourth greatest closer of all time.
Yes.
By your estimations. Jason Christie.
He got mad at me for it.
Did he really?
He's mad at me all the time.
Because he wasn't first, or what?
He's one of my closest friends that's always mad at me. Another one from Louisiana driving home today being Hackney. Back out to Jason Christie live.
Come here. Gosh, what a stupid land. But we got her. I don't think she was that big when she got it. I seen her come up there and get it.
Got
two,
really. There for Jason Christie. Going to definitely call with that.
Solid two.
Back over to your leader, Jacob Foutz. Getting a look right there. That fish on a bed right in the middle of your screen.
We need an eagle and all kinds of things. I got to pee really bad.
He said that fish was chasing bluegill off here a second ago.
Definitely a good sign when they're aggressively chasing off predators around the bed. That's a big fish. That is
That is cool.
Giant.
Well,
Giant.
Yes! Look at that bass.
Yes, sir.
That was awesome. That was absolutely
awesome. Look at him all
awesome.
tattooed up, son. The fish is cool looking. I told you it was a big one. Stop.
You hear a lot of anglers say, I feel like they're coming to me. We hear it all that. You're so, you know what I mean. You're so, give me a break. When he said that last night, he backed it up.
Yeah. And that's where you want to be.
Come on.
In the tournament, a 4-day event, you want those fish to be coming to you.
Look how thick he is.
All right, we're going to get
He's built like a tank,
Yes,
son.
he is, bud.
All them black spots, that thing's awesome.
Wow. Okay, that's the fish right in the middle of your screen, and that black circle is that fish's bed, and you can see that fish constantly spinning in that bed. A lot of times you get to see that with your own eyes. You saw that fish right there kind of just back away from the bed. But that fish spinning, you heard Foutz about 5 minutes ago say, I'm seeing that fish chase bluegills, which is a great sign.
Or when I felt the bite, I wasn't sure if it was her or not because the fish it looked like she had shied away and then it just went, and just kind of got spongy.
Wow. Hats off to the cameraman getting that shot.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole story.
Yeah, and thank Jacob. He said, "Can you see it on the back screen there?"
Right,
So
right.
we
Absolutely.
appreciate him thinking about that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
19 pounds on the day. That went in as a 412, 56 pounds total. 6'11" lead.
His last 3 swings have been all 4+
Yes.
pounders.
His last 3 swings are some of the biggest ones we've seen on camera this week, besides 2 or 3 sprayed out.
Right.
Foutz had that 6'2" yesterday.
Do you guys think when we started today with a 1 ounce difference from first to second that we'd have a 7-pound lead and 11 over third place?
Oh, at first it expanded to like an 8-pound lead, then it flopped over.
I think a lot of them are gar and carp, but back there where I just caught those ones, you'd see some come in and they run over to your bait and like bump it.
So I totally agree with what
I don't
he
know
just
what
said
they
there.
are.
A few minutes ago when he was fishing for that fish, you saw some bigger fish swim. They're gar.
Dude, I can't believe 3 bass off the same bed. A 5'4", a 312, and a 4'8" off the same bed. That's insane.
Party going on there.
I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't happen to me
House
very
party.
much. That's crazy. I don't know that I've ever had that happen. I've seen it like that before, but I've never caught all 3 of them like that.
Give you any intel of
That's
the
unbelievable,
plastic
really.
bait he's using there, Z?
All he said was a mag draft swim bait, a creature bait, and has caught some fish cruising on a wacky worm. And that's a look, obviously, at that creature bait right there. We'll definitely get dialed in on that for tomorrow. I'm going to try to get our top 5
I just want to catch one more
lures.
big in, and then we'll wheeze on back up the pond here. And
But I mean, obviously, with the color, just a
apparently
bluegill
there's some
mimic.
big ones in here. I didn't know what was in here. I found it yesterday afternoon, and I caught 2 2¼ Yeah, there's one right here. Pair of them, I believe. I just had one right there. Dude, I think these are all bass swimming around in here. I have no idea. Like, I picked up my line was swimming on.
What's his total unofficially right now, Ronnie Such?
19 pounds today.
Today,
56,
19 pounds?
56 even.
Well,
Yeah, you have to start thinking, do you lean on them? When you get around that 18 to 20 pound mark, do you lean on them? More coming? If he's totally confident that more are coming, yeah, I stay there until you have to go to the lock. But
He's got a 1.5 pounder. I'm sure he wants to get rid of that one.
I'm going to take the side of everybody watching on FS1. I want him leaning on them, at least until noon.
It's fine with me if he starts catching some of the gar. I mean, we just want to see some catches.
Well, I mean, if you did the math, Davey, it was 16.5 pounds to be 10th place on average. He has now upped his average from 18 and change to 19 pounds a day, and so you're adding significant weight from you and the bottom half of that top 10. So
he needs to back off right when we get off FS1.
Hey, I'm with Suits.
5 more minutes at it. Let's go.
Got to get rid of that 1.5 pounder.
Agree.
Y'all won't believe this, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say we get a 20-pound bag for the third day in a row.
Wow. You're going to win that one today, Fred.
What do you think about that? Okay, we'll see.
I think he's there.
Jacob Foutz putting on a show. I mean, showing what can be done here on this fishery in a short period of time. Can he keep it up? Will he keep it up? We'll be right back. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2026. This is stop number 4, and we are in the state of Oklahoma on the Arkansas River in the McClellan Kerr navigation system here. Our live coverage presented by Yamaha. On this day, this is big moving day. You got to move into the top 10. Only the top 50 are left right now from our original field of 100, and they're all been for some time now set up. Now we've been seeing some people catching some good, one Jacob Foutz catching some good spawners. Here's some bonus coverage from a fella you would expect to be around when that sort of thing's happening.
Kind of appeared he might have been looking at that one as well.
I think he was.
I would say.
That's what I'm freaking talking about.
Whoa.
On a snack, son. On the wacky snack. Yes.
We got several of these unmanned cameras out there expanding our coverage. You can check them out at bassmaster.com.
Tommy,
Pick
we're
an
into
angler and watch.
We just made our cut for our 4th event this season. Cook is one of 10 anglers who has made all 4 cuts this year. Drew Cook, one of 10 anglers to make all 4 cuts.
Well, he's good at that.
Saw Austin Felix catch a good one off that tree yesterday.
Yeah. That was the bait. You got it. That's the one I missed. That's the one I missed. Got a 2-pounder at least.
Something I said on yesterday morning on Bassmaster.com. You know you're on, obviously, Pool 15, the environment's way different from the rest of it. But if you really look at spread out, 90 miles of river here, you know you are on a healthy place when a lot of the guys that have made the top 50 are spread throughout really all 3 pools.
Totally agree. And the different baits, the different types of cover, not just vegetation, although that has been the cover of choice, and it always is, but rocks, wood, riprap, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's shallow. That is for sure.
Jacob Foutz currently almost 6 3/4 pounds ahead of the
Hopefully
rest
it'll
of the
drop
field.
off here pretty soon. Looks like it's supposed to.
But during our commercial break, something we said, even though Fisher and I is leading coming in today, the heavy favorite obviously still Jason Christie.
Yep.
If you lose this tournament to a guy like Jacob Foutz here, who yesterday afternoon rolls up on a 6-pounder, today rolls up on a bed, catches 3 off of it, which is unheard of.
Yeah.
It's just not meant.
Yeah.
A lot of time left, though.
A lot of time.
3 that are over 3.5 pounds. Like they're not just, he didn't just catch 2 2s and a 4. He caught a 3.5, a 4 and change, and a 5.
There's a nice 14-pound spurt in about 25 minutes.
Come on, drop back off. Drop back off, please.
right there.
Uh-oh.
Man, it ain't much deeper, if any at all.
Got this tournament covered from all angles.
Somebody recognized where Jacob Foutz was, it looks like to me, and said, let's go over and watch this go down.
Make one more pass down this stretch, and then we're gonna move.
Well, Christie's fish, and we know we saw a lot of quality fish that he did not catch yesterday, but he's catching a lot of small ones today,
Lots
like
of
really
small
small.
And about as far back as we've seen him push into this area throughout this tournament.
I think we'll see him leave here today.
Yeah.
Before his time to go to the lock. I think he'll go to a different area today if things don't change in a hurry.
Jacob Foutz locked up on another one. Looks like a bed right in the middle of that screen.
It's funny, the only one I've caught down here was on a frog.
You could see that fish heading back to that bed right there. They see the shadow of it. There's the fish in the bed. Huh.
Run for me, baby. Bass don't like it as much when it ain't running.
The good ones when they make a shadow that big.
So that black dot in the middle of that.
So if you look, if you can see on the screen there at about 20 feet, there's a looks like a big black circle. It's not a big black circle, but just a circle. It's right dead in the almost dead center of my screen. And if you can see that white, bright right return in there that keeps spinning. That's the bass. So I can't see my bait on here, but I'm trying to read what the fish is doing to know when my bait's getting close, because generally the closer you get, you'll see them start to spin around and start acting crazy. And generally the quicker that fish will start spinning for you, the more and more aggressive he is. This one he hasn't acted overly eager to bite, but he's not swimming off the bed super far or anything, so generally if they're not like leaving the bed, it's a catchable fish. It's just a matter of time, or how long it takes to get him fired up. But they seem to be a little harder when it's just one instead of when there's a female around. Like on that last bed there was 3 of them, and I caught 2 of them on the first 2 flips, and then the last one took me a little bit of time. Like he's spinning real quick right there. My bait must be really close.
I'm glad he explained that. I thought we had a 4-box, 3 fishermen and a shot from Artemis 2 on the backside of the moon.
Yes, or the journey to the center of the earth or something like that.
That's really incredible. Seeing that fish on the bed swim around playing today.
To Trey McKinney, now in 4th.
Oh, good one.
Woo. There we go, baby. That's a good one. Dang right. Yeah, that's a real nice one.
These fish are just aggressive. They just bite.
They eat
Off the
Christie
top
was
of the
right.
water with a bladed jig. Wow.
Pat Schlopper with his 3rd 3-pounder in the last 10 minutes is in the 4th place.
All right.
3rd place.
Good stuff. We have got a big midday going here. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at the Arkansas River. Slow start to our day. Much of that due to travel issues with anglers getting to where they're going. But man, it is heated up, and Jacob Foutz has put an absolute impressive, intimidating display on.
Been a show, man.
Absolutely good stuff. Pat Schlopper there, right, Such, all the way up into third place. And like y'all say, there's plenty more time left.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite from Muskogee, Oklahoma, and the Arkansas River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. Special recognition for our host city. Visit Muskogee is the organization that's helping so much. And of course, the whole community. Muskogee is an interesting place. Obviously, this whole show is a commercial for fishing, river fishing, coming out of Muskogee, that's for sure. They also have the Oklahoma Music Hall of Fame here in town. Wow. I remember we went there the last time. We didn't get to fish on the river, but it's incredible. You can see lots of great artifacts from people like B.J. Thomas from when I was a kid, or J.J. Cale from when I was an older kid, to all the way to the Gap Band.
Did you know the lead singer?
The Gap Band's from Oklahoma. Did you know that?
The lead singer of Korn is from Muskogee.
No kidding?
No, that's totally not true.
I would believe you
like that.
You see a lot of interesting stuff.
It's been a few days out there this week. I know they got some good brisket in Muskogee.
Tommy, that's 2 days in a row, Tommy. You've gotten fully duped. We can't. Come on now.
I apologize, Tommy.
I'm a gullible sort.
The Gap Band.
The Gap Band's from Oklahoma, right up the road.
Wow.
Yeah. It's Jacob Foutz who's dropped a bomb on the whole field.
That's
here.
very true.
Wow.
You nailed that. I mean,
no. He's not out of bombs either.
No.
Not.
That might help a little, though. Yeah. Definitely not those 4 and 5 pounders.
I should call out that one little one.
Probably call out that small one. I would give you a true story. So I literally taped here. We talked about Bassmaster. I taped here with Christie after he lost the Classic on Hartwell to Jordan Lee years ago. Literally the next week.
Yeah.
We're in the Tahlequah right down the road from here. We're at a gas station. The folks are really nice. Dude walks up to.
I'll call out that wee little.
Walks up to Jason, verbatim. You ready? Man, sorry about that Bassmaster Classic. Jason, he was in a bad mood. Kind of lowers his head. Guy looks at him and goes, "Yeah, you let us all down, man."
Oh my God.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, Jacob Foutz has been the story here for the past hour. This is into this little hole right here and goes to work.
That was number one off of a bed. He's using his landscape mode on his electronics. And there wasn't just one big one on that bed. There were two. That was the first call that he made.
Oh.
Wow. Backed it up. This was the
very
third
next flip. Was it this the very next flip? Maybe 2 or 3 flips later. 3 big ones on a bed.
Amazing. Jacob Foutz making the comment, they are coming to me. Like we said, we hear that a lot on the Elite Series.
She's on bed. She's sitting here spinning circles, but I can't tell exactly where she's at. She disappears, then she'll show back up. See her sitting right there.
Fisher and I are now 6 pounds, 11 ounces back of Jacob Foutz.
She started coming at me right there. Yep, she's on it.
Hear that sound them poles make?
This fish shouldn't be that hard to catch.
That's how you know you found yourself a good little sparring pond. Straight gravel.
I don't know if she's on bed or garden fry. It's impossible to say. I keep seeing some flickeriness come up right there, but then it disappears. Oh my God. See if she'll bite a jerk bait.
Interesting, these anglers are about 50 miles apart and doing the exact same thing right there.
I was just thinking too, Tommy Z. A lot of predictions coming into this event, a lot of talk about the vegetation, how much better it's made this fishery, and it has. I think we can all agree on that. But who thought at this point in the event we'd be watching two anglers using their landscape or their some type of their forward-facing units to sight fish? Not many people.
No, and hey, and a lot of our local friends said, no, they're kind of on the tail spawn. There might be one or two caught on beds. There's a lot more locking on through this event than was predicted.
And it's really no surprise. The backwaters are going to heat up first. They're going to spawn there first. Those fish closer to the river. And in this case, where Jacob Foutz, coming from a total different place, the water temperature just hasn't been warm like it has in these backwaters. These fish are, a lot of them still pre-spawn in certain select areas.
A lot of fish just prowling around on that screen there. You said some of them.
I think a lot of
guard.
a lot of trash fish. Yeah,
a lot of guard.
Because they're big, you could tell that they're
good size, length.
And Jacob Foutz has a key upgraded a lot as the day went on, got warmer yesterday. He's got a lot of time to fish yet today. And kind of stockpile a little bit for tomorrow.
So he took the second lock time yesterday, so he'll have an hour less today, I assume?
Yeah.
But still a lot of time.
Still a lot of time.
Especially when you catch 3 and about 4 flips that are the size of what, it doesn't take much time.
Yeah.
But
fish are taking another lap through this little cubby hole here.
Ronnie Moore made a good point at commercial break that when Christie won on Chickamauga, that is Jacob Foutz' home water, kind of in a reverse situation. I never thought of that.
No,
this being Christie's, literally his backyard where he grew up fishing.
One thing Christie said,
I wish there was more ponds in this river to go fish.
In his interview was that final day it was foggy when they got to the river, and he pulled off to the side and stopped fishing and started fishing early because there were some boat wakes that came into his view and he didn't see a boat, so he was getting a little spooky on where is there someone up ahead.
It's already 11 now, so I ain't locking.
The person who was up ahead that took a shortcut was Jacob Foutz.
Try to go down the river a little bit and try to find some backwater down there or something. I don't know. Yeah. I need to find some. Problem is, it's about the only river that's got them right here. Need any sort of grass would be nice.
yeah, I bet Jacob Foutz has thought about that several times.
I bet.
I bet he thought about it all last night. Wouldn't this be sweet to win here? And chasing Christie's home water after he beat me at Chickamauga.
He was third at Chickamauga, Ronnie. Is that what he was? I think.
Yeah, right behind Mosley.
And Christie. Right, Mosley.
Yep.
He's also third at St. John's. I think those are his two best finishes, right?
And also he did really great at Pickwick one year.
Fourth place.
Interesting about that Chickamauga event was it all went down in the Hiawassee. Whether you were towards the mouth or way far back, that was the place to be that week.
All right, Jacob Foutz right now, 6 pounds and 11 ounces. His advantage over Fisher Anaya, Trey McKinney in third, and Pat Schlopper, noted river fisherman of the last year and a half in the Bassmaster Elite Series, that's for sure. Jason Christie, still not finding the size he needs. Put himself right near the top. We'll be right back. The fastest racing on earth hits the West Coast as Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, and the stars of IndyCar take on the streets of Long Beach. The road to the Indy 500 continues tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern, only on Fox. Open wheel fun in the offing there. We got all the
That was Motley Crue promoting that
yeah.
IndyCar. That was not Korn, Tommy Sanders.
Okay, that was
yes,
okay.
Kickstart My
Motley
Heart.
Crue.
Vince Neil.
Okay.
Met him in a bar in Vegas once. Not the nicest guy. Beautiful Canadian geese right there. They're also in the mating season.
Yes.
Well, why don't we catch you up? I mean, we've got a lot to talk about. What has happened here on this explosive day number 3 of this tournament, so we'll get you up to date with it via our Bassmaster midday report. And we'll start with Brandon Palaniuk, not out in the wide open spaces, but actually looking for some little out-of-the-way places.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he found some real out-of-the-way stuff.
Brandon Palaniuk with a great day 1, had 19 pounds and some change on day 1. Day 2, much tougher for him out on the main river.
That's not attached.
Today he decided to go try to find a little hidey hole, kind of like Jason Christie and some of the others.
And you can see right there, somebody did some work for probably their Tuesday night Muskogee jackpot event, going out of the bottom end of 15. Brandon Palaniuk getting back in this little sneaky hole. Now, here's one thing I will say. I have watched this area throughout the last couple days on our mapping. He is not the first one to creep around in there. Got his work done quickly today. When I say work, a lot of elbow grease to get in there. One of our viewers said earlier, catching the limit.
A lot less hopeful of this spot.
Still got a little bit of work to do to get to Championship Sunday.
Christie said these anglers left no stone unturned. You get a little peek at it there from Brandon Palaniuk.
Yeah, he said they found all my stuff just about. And Jason Christie going back to the place where he has done most of his work so far in this tournament.
Exactly right. Really just switched up techniques for Jason Christie, fishing a big spawning flat. Very hazardous, very dangerous to get into this area. There's a lot of stumps that you can do some wicked damage. Well, he's been pretty lucky getting in there throughout the event. We've only seen one other competitor in that cove throughout this week. Jason Christie, still a little bit of work to do today. Currently sitting in 5th place. I'm going to say he's got a little bit more than we have in that, which is kind of par for the course for Jason Christie. Solid limit in his live well, but going to need some upgrades like we got to see with Jason Christie late yesterday afternoon.
Some of the best camera work I can ever remember seeing on Bass Live yesterday with the drone over Jason Christie.
You could not stop watching it. It was addictive.
Absolutely, and a lot of good fish that he did not hook. We knew there were a lot of quality fish still in there after he had caught what he caught day 1 and day 2. He's just not been able to get those fish to bite today.
How about the leader in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points for 2026? Trey McKinney fishing his way into the top 10 yesterday.
And fair to say, if you're to go off of today and rewind the last 2.5 years, probably the most consistent angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We've seen Chris Johnston finally slow down a little bit this season. Trey McKinney proving he is one of the best all-around anglers right now on the planet.
Got it started good this morning with a bonus fish before he locked through. He was one of the majority of the anglers did lock through, but Trey McKinney was able to start off with a 4-pounder before he locked, and that's been his best fish of the day. Once he got to his area in pool number 15, he's caught a lot of fish, but the quality has not been there for Trey McKinney.
Well, it was Fisher Anaya starting out the day with visions of going wire to wire, winning this thing here. He led day 1, he led day number 2. Albeit only by an ounce, and starting out today, he didn't get quite the start he's gotten the 2 previous days.
Yeah, Fisher and I are just doing the best with not a lot of experience here on this river, leading day 1 and day 2, but we all kind of knew it was going to be a problem. The area where he caught a lot of his fish on day 1 and day 2, so small, and there was another angler in there, and today it really told on him. He caught his limit in there, but only had 9 pounds when he left that area. The previous 2 days, he's had a lot more than that. But he's been able to go just traditional fish, swimming a jig primarily. You see these yellow flowers right here, his biggest fish of the day so far. He's able to go and upgrade, but he needs to catch a few more like this one to gain some ground on Jacob Foutz.
Fisher and I already a winner in his rookie season here, won the second event he fished on the Bassmaster Elite Series at Lake Martin in Alabama, his home state of Alabama. Finds himself 6 pounds and 11 ounces or so behind our leader right now, and there's that leader, Jacob Foutz. 5th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, still looking for his first elite win and making a great case that he is the man for the job.
Yeah, Zona talked to Jacob Foutz and told us that Jacob said, I think they're coming to me, and we can understand why watching him today. You can see him throwing a mag draft, swim bait, but also catching a lot of his better weight. Sight fishing using his electronics. Jacob Foutz in an area where these fish are pre-spawn and spawning. Most of the rest of the field are fishing post-spawn areas. You can see the size of the fish for Jacob Foutz are totally filled out. A lot of the fish that we see these other anglers catch are at their lightest weight for their body size of the year. Jacob Foutz not that way. But here he hit the bed that you dream of in a Bassmaster Elite Series. 3 fish on the bed, 312 4-pounder and one a little over 4 pounds. All in about 10 minutes of fishing time for Jacob Foutz.
Jacob Foutz, former college national champion, former classic bracket champion. Looking to break through the blue trophy this week.
Built like a tank, son. All them black record.
The last 2 hours have been fantastic.
This progression of Jacob Foutz's pattern and developing as we bring it into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, I wanted to dive into that more. Z, we always have sight fishing tournaments in March and April, but when we look at our schedule, we have 2 dirty rivers. We didn't think we might see a lot of sight fishing going on. We're now seeing it in some good clarity. It walked me through back in the day, we used to think just white baits for sight fishing for the angler to be able to see it, but now with the technology we have, you can use much more natural presentations to get it done.
Well, really what's funny about covering a sight fishing a tournament where fish are trying to reproduce, if you're to pull the top 10 anglers into the final day, you're going to get 10 different baits. Okay, so if you look at these baits right here, basically here's the best way to put it. Take these swim baits aside and just say my hands is about the size of a bass bed, okay? And traditionally, you're right, a lot of times that you're going to use the whites, it's for your own eyes.
For the
the biggest thing with the bed compared to our other anglers like Jason Christie, a guy like Trey McKinney, a fish, a lot of times they're biting a bait out of being hungry. Not the case when a fish is spawning. So if my hands are the perimeter of a bed, there's always a small sweet spot that is in there, okay? Predominantly a fish that's in a bed, they're biting it out of anger by one of these baits just being a nuisance. And look, if that swims next to your bed, you're gonna want it out of there, right? Well, that's exactly what a bass is doing as well. The other thing that you're noticing right now, yesterday, he caught a lot of big ones. Jacob Foutz caught a lot of big ones with his eyes. Today, you're seeing it on perspective, landscape mode. The biggest thing that we're noticing with that technology, those fish are not as pressured as fish that are on the bank that you can see with your eyes. So your baits kind of tend to widen out where you can catch them on a lot of different colors.
And you can still see them react to the bluegills pushing them off or where they circle back to within the bed.
Well, you're doing double duty on a bed. You're trying to reproduce and keep little nuisances out of the bed. So good stuff from Jacob Foutz.
Thank you, guys. That was good. Fisher and I alive, hanging in that same spot there, that same area.
Yeah, it looks like he's just circled right back around where he caught his good fish about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago.
Yep.
That went nowhere where I wanted it to go.
it seems like to me, to go on what we were just talking about, and a lot of our hardcores that are watching this know it, in a bed, there's a 1 inch at times sweet spot where if you get that bait in there, that fish will spin and finally it'll start barking at him and react. It does seem when you watch landscape mode, fish that are not as pressured, that sweet spot is a lot bigger.
I have no clue.
Kyle Welcher showed us a lot about that last year about this time.
That I haven't fished. So I'm like, I know what's good and what's not. And I've done fished everything that's good 5 times. I'm trying to contemplate where I want to go. There's a creek right down, like probably 4 miles below the ramp. Caught a big one in there, but I got a feeling it's gonna be muddy. But I don't know. There's one down below the ramp. It runs back in there. It's got like 3 bridges in it. Caught some big ones. Yeah. I caught some big ones in there in practice, but it was clean. And now it's probably rolling chocolate milk because of all the rain we got. But I might go in there and really chatter.
Fisher and I never did. He never did lock to 17, so he is.
No,
his day is
right.
committed into 16. Back to Austin Felix live.
Stay button. That one.
I got to talk to Austin Felix after he weighed in on day 1, not getting a lot of bites, but good ones. It's same thing today, not a lot of bites, but good ones for Austin Felix.
Great day of fishing. And hey, man, best way to put it, whoever wins this tournament, if you take down Jason Christie after coming off of a victory here on Fox a couple weeks ago on his home water, whole story is going to come tomorrow. You have done your job, but this is far, far from a great day of bass fishing today.
Oh, no doubt about that. It has been more than entertaining. It's been dynamic, explosive at times. Jacob Foutz has put on a show. He has a 6-pound, almost 7-pound lead to show for it.
Yeah, we needed that.
Yeah, Jason Christie, one of the best anglers ever to fish Bassmaster Tournament Trail. Definitely one of the best closers. But there are days, there are tournaments where you just shake a man's hand and say, good job, dude. You landed in the right spot.
A lot of different techniques, really, if you come off of the last tournament into this, man, that is Bass Fishing 101.
Well, our live coverage is going to continue on Bassmaster.com. You can check it out over there. Our time in FS1 is just about to run out. We got ARCA racing from Kansas just around the corner here, and we will be back here tomorrow with 5 hours of coverage for you on FS1 starting at 7 a.m. local time, 8 a.m. Eastern. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite Championship Sunday. Hope you can join us then. We'll see you at 8 Eastern tomorrow.
Welcome back, Bassmaster Livecast. Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River. Saw that promo for Tuesday Night Live. It's going to be a lot of fun this Tuesday night. Make sure you're tuned in. 3 hours of thunder. Well, we got a bunch of hours of thunder ahead of us right now, and we got to decide who our top 10 is moving into Championship Sunday, kind of halfway through the day, but our cast continues to change. Now joined by Emil Wagner. And Emil, you are the great Dane. You're a great friend, a great guy, but I can feel the anger vibrating across our trailer. You are ornery this morning.
Yeah, not a happy camper right now. Out of 4 events, I've had pretty much 3 bombs in my mind. So 1 really good one and 3 bad ones, and I'm not happy about it. It's after yesterday, I don't know. I got done and I was just like, I need another tournament. I need to ride it, and I don't know. It's been a rough year, both fish landing wise and everything else. And everyone loses them, don't get me wrong, but it's been a rough one on equipment and everything.
This sucks that I got to do this to add insult to injury.
Let's hear it.
Hey, Skeeter Boat Big Fish Alert. Cole Stands, 6 pounds, 8 ounces. That would tie our big bass of the tournament. That your Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert Well, that was awkward. I'll be honest. I mean, while you're telling us how tough things are going, I have to do
I can take it, Mercer. It's all good.
Yeah. This is therapy, dude. We're going to build from this.
Yep.
Things are going to get better.
Yep.
And you're going to catch him second half of the season. I have faith in the Great Dane. But let's head out in the water right now with the sleepy assassin, Austin Felix, a wonderful weirdo that starts every tournament morning listening to Harry Potter. That's right. I said that. Maybe Harry Potter. You need to listen to a little Harry Potter to start your days.
Nah, I'm good on that.
Not gonna do that.
Not a big, not a big Harry Potter guy.
Don't blame you one bit.
It's actually true.
That's 100% true. Every morning. And I test him on it. He told me, but I test him up, like, turn up your... Well, let's focus on fishing right now. Never mind. Slytherins.
That one. Have ourselves a 3-pounder. And
where's he at?
Get rid of that guy.
I believe so.
A nice call right there. Boy, I wish I had a Harry Potter line to throw in there, but I don't. I'm sure Austin does, but a nice call for Austin Felix, former Elite Series champion. Lives in the cupboard under the stairs.
Sounds like you know a lot about Harry Potter.
That's all I got. Slytherin, cupboard under the stairs. Ooh, again.
Looks fun.
You did not sound. Looks like fun.
Yes, sir. That one's gonna get us real close to what we need to be. Thank you, Joey.
He is indeed in Kerr, bottom part of Kerr.
Gotcha.
You probably don't even care anymore. I just worked really hard to figure that out, so figured I'd let you know.
It.
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks for the accurate answer.
The 3-pounder.
How Jesse
gotta go. We're getting close. One more call.
As Austin would tell you, it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Those are the fine words from something Dimbledore.
Let's put that back on.
All right.
Google gave it to me.
I'll remember that for a long time.
Fine words for you. It does not do to dwell on dreams and not forget to live.
I'll remember to live today.
Okay. Speaking of living well, Jacob Foutz. What a day he is having. Semifinal Saturday, and it has been nothing short of a smackdown for him.
Bad fishing with scope.
Yep.
Utilizing the landscape mode perspective.
Hooked up again.
Doing it well.
Does he still have a small one?
Believe this one's going to cull the small one out. He had 1.5 still.
With 19?
Pretty nice one.
Not anymore.
Going to put him over 20.
That's definitely going to help him, and there's a good chance that's going to put a cork in his day for the most part as far as wait.
Nice
He's
little
got
20
his
piece
eyes
for the day.
focused on Championship Sunday.
Come on.
If you're into that kind of thing, 20 sack. This morning he was the hunter, but now Richard Anaya the hunter, trying to hunt down something that he's had since day number 1, and that is the lead, currently in 2nd place.
Oh my God.
The bank.
Oh, that was a drum. That was a drum. Jesus Christ, that scared the fire out of me. I seen a big old mark coming after it, and it was a big old drum. That one's not a drum, though. I don't know if he'll help. Finally caught another one on the chatterback.
Drummer active
I don't
in
know
this
if he
body
gonna
of
help.
water. Cox
I
told
had
me
a
he
big
caught
old
a drum
drum, but I
on
did it out
swim
my
jig
feet.
and free fished.
Never caught one. I usually, if they're in there, I catch a bunch. Caught a huge catfish yesterday.
Why couldn't he have been like a 9?
That probably made you feel better about your
I caught a
day.
9-pounder. We'd go sit and eat pizza the rest of the day.
Kind of worse because it was my last of the spinnerbait I was throwing, and when I unhooked it, it just turned my hook into pretty much straight. I had to cut it off.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Don't you come off, big girl. Yes. There's a current eddy. Been looking for one of them all week. All freaking week. That one helps. Finally found one of these stupid things. Fished this dang river all day in practice, never found one. He helps, 2 1/4. Gets rid of number 4. We got 13. Still got another 1-pounder to get rid of. Number 4, where are you?
I talked to Fisher for a while yesterday. He said he was catching some big spots. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, that's probably him.
He said he caught some 4s in practice, like really big ones.
That's blue. This someone gonna be all the way back here in the back. Make me get my hands soaking wet.
Said he was out of fish after yesterday and put a small limit in the boat and had a lot of time to search for those bigger bites. And he's doing his job. The question is, can he chase down Foutz, who has really showed up here on semifinal Saturday? 4 box right now. Austin Felix, Randy Howell, Luke Palmer, and Brandon Palaniuk. The most open water we've seen Palaniuk in all day.
No doubt.
I think it's getting harder out there.
What's he doing out there? Submerged grass or something?
He's in Kerr, and it looks like that's what he's up to right now. We've seen him in some super skinny backwaters earlier this morning. That's how he caught his limit, but small limit. He's been moving off. Yesterday did some of his damage later in the day on a frog. Some of those grass flats. Austin Felix hooked up again.
I don't think he's gonna be big enough.
Austin Felix currently in 4th. As he would tell you, don't let the muggles get you down.
I don't know if I can do another Harry Potter quote, Mercer.
I've got limitless amounts. Google's a hell of a machine. Boy, Randy Howell, area he's fishing looks so different than anybody else. And I will tell you, if you look throughout his career, if there is a rock-laden shoreline, he is going to throw a crankbait and he is going to catch some fish.
He's catching them on that hog collar. I think he caught him on that at Tom Bigby too.
Still looking for his limit fish, I believe. Inside the top 10 as a 3-4, a 3-6, a 2 1/4, and a 1 1/4.
Oh, that kind of looked like a little
Luke Palmer in the mix there now.
right there, kind of.
Luke, one of the biggest movers after day number 1, had a
Maybe.
subpar day for his standard in this part of the country, but backed it up with a 20 sack yesterday and moved way up the leaderboard, as did Seth Feider, all the way from, I believe, 95th to last time we checked, he was inside the top 10.
7th place currently. We're on the...
A lot of movement. A lot of movement in this tournament. We have seen the only thing consistent up to this point was Fisher and I leading this tournament, but we obviously saw a difference there, and we got a lot more moving. Heading into Championship Sunday, 50 remain, who will be our 10. It is semifinal Saturday, 50 anglers remain, and they're all battling it out right there on the Arkansas River. But they got a battle, and that battle is chasing down our tournament leader, a tournament that has been incredibly tight since day number 1. Well, Jacob Foutz took that up rolled it up real nice and threw that idea in the garbage. 57 pounds, 8 ounces. Right behind him, the leader for the first 2 days. Naya, 49 pounds. Got to get inside that top 10 if you want to keep your tournament alive, and you see everybody outside of the cut right there. Old Bob Downey is our cut man right now in 11th place. Greg DePalma's had a great event. Stetson Blaylock, not shocking to see him in the mix. Cole Sands, what a season he's having. Hasn't missed a top 50 this year, so having a great year. Jake Whitaker, Luke Palmer, a big mover from yesterday. Hank Cherry again in the mix. Brandon Palaniuk kind of riding his momentum since day number 1, has really just survived up to this point. Matt Arey having a great tournament. Wes Logan, Oklahoma's been very good to him. Last time we were here, he took an Elite Series victory, and he's in 20th place. But all of them have one goal, and that's to join our top 10. A few hours from now, we'll decide that. This afternoon, top 10 anglers moving into Championship Sunday for the 4th stop of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River. 4 box right now.
I can sense these yellow flowers up on the bank so they can go.
Matt Arey, Luke Palmer, Fisher Anaya, and Trey McKinney.
Go ahead.
Obviously not the greatest start today for Luke Palmer, but you know, we were talking about him earlier. On day 2 to have 20 and a half pounds, doing something totally different. Day 1, locked down to Kerr. We saw him fishing around Jason Christie and some of the other anglers on camera. Yesterday, opted to stay in this pool and to, you know, catch that good of a bag, doing something totally different than your original game plan. Super impressive.
Hey, somebody who's not in the cut, but I got to give a special shout out to them right now. 2025 Bassmaster Classic champion, Easton Fothergill, proving he is the human that we all know and love. An amazing person. Carl Jacobson knocked the lower unit off his boat on Kerr. Like, basically he was out of this tournament, and they weren't able to get him fixed up. And, well, Easton showed up with his boat, and Carl Jacobson is competing out of his boat right now. So
I got 4 little bitty ones.
kudos to Easton. Great job. I'm sure Carl will thank him on stage, and pretty good chance he'll probably win the Fear My Heart Award for the next event, which is the angler that goes out of their way to help a fellow competitor. Good chance you're going to get that $1,000 bonus check from Carl Jacobson, and if you don't, I will protest Carl.
Be the last time he ever does that again. Not going to help him out anymore. Really awesome stuff. No, Pete Robbins is writing a blog right now on the Bassmaster on Bassmaster.com about that very thing. Chase Sansom getting to see that on the water.
Take off and run.
Oh, so that didn't happen this. See, I didn't see it. So he ran into him on the water during competition.
The time it's
Who was that? Easton? No, I think he brought his boat there specifically to help. I think you had it right. I think Chase Sansom just happened to see it on the water. Is what?
Gotcha.
Get down there. It's not. It's an hour worth of run.
Great stuff, regardless. And that's the stuff that happens on the water you don't hear about. I mean, it would be you'd hear a lot more about it on chat boards and the internet if they just fought out there. But there's a lot of brotherhood out in the water, isn't there?
Yeah, 100%. A lot of good deeds that go unnoticed.
Indeed.
Nice.
Jacob Foutz has been doing some maneuvering here this week, and big day today. But hey, let's go for a little ride in the Zumba flume at Busch Gardens. It feels like right now. Right there, you slithery snake. Probably going to hit you in the head. Be careful, Jacob. You're having a good day. Don't make it bad.
Oh boy.
Gotta drop them poles.
I said after last segment that Foutz is probably just going to lay off till tomorrow. I don't believe that Foutz believes that because by the looks of things, unless he's trying to get out of where he was, which I don't think he is, looks like he's traversing a little further.
More free.
That's a little easier if you do it that way. Matt Arey out in the river, and nobody had it easy yesterday. We're on a river, and you think that it's going to be easy when it comes to conditions. How rough was that boat ride yesterday?
Obviously, everyone was posting their stuffed waves, and I got about 6 or 7 on there that I may have to put together. But it was insane. The wind was against the current, and yeah, it was a nightmare coming back yesterday evening.
Current going one way, wind going another. The water has nowhere to go but up. And then you put that on top of being on a river where the waves have nowhere to go but, well, going up too.
Was anyone late?
No.
That's I thought for sure there'd be 5 or 6 because it wasn't that bad down there by the lock, so I figured guys would get like a false sense of what the run was like.
That thing was
$2 right now of 1 and 2 in this tournament. Jacob Foutz and Fisher and I.
Yeah, there was a spot or something trying to eat my bait, and I swore he wasn't 4 inches long.
If we can do that, we'll give ourselves a good chance, I believe. But I'm just looking for any of these ponds.
I wonder how much of this Jacob Foutz is going to do the rest of the day. We know
clean water
obviously had some success sight fishing yesterday.
Seems like that's been the most
it appears that
important
he's
thing.
looking around right now.
You'll find some bass, so.
I mean, every bit that he can add to, I mean, he's already got a strong area of what we've seen, but everything he can add to that right now.
Catch all 3 of them and they all be.
What's a small one?
Smallest one right now is a 3 even.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to get rid of.
It's been pretty good.
I don't even know if I can get out.
If you like that kind of thing, 20 pounds, 8 ounces.
Got a 3.8, a 5.4, a 4 even, a 4.12, and a 3 pound even.
Biggest bag of the tournament so far is what, Seth?
Seth, yes.
21.
21 and change.
He'll be right there.
Seth went from 95th on day number 1 to 7th place now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Seen a lot of that this season. Literally, I mean, it's amazing, the Angler of the Year race. But you guys have been so challenged this year, not just, location-wise, but it doesn't feel like we've been anywhere where it's been stable. We get a couple of days where you're like, I've got this place under control, and then whack, weather changes and things get different. And with that being said, for the first time this week, we're seeing Caleb Hudson doing something a little different than what we've seen the first 2 days of competition.
Yeah, I'm buddies with Caleb, and he said yesterday that offshore hole he had kind of dried up, and he went and culled a bunch, cranking on the main river. So that's probably what he's doing now.
Yeah, back doing that for sure, and hooked up.
Thought he was a lot bigger than
He's
that.
had an insane year so far. We've been talking about it, and he's like, I've literally had a terrible practice every tournament. Like, he doesn't even believe it. Said the most fish he caught one day of practice here was 4. Like, just stuff's just, going right.
Some pay to win practice. He's definitely not winning practice, but he is leading the Pro Guide Batteries Rookie of the Year race, which is
probably blowing it
phenomenal. Because Fisher and I has won and is in contention to win here. Like, I mean, the seasoned Fisher's having, and he's not even leading Rookie of the Year. That'll look at your leaderboard in this tournament. Now, boy, you got to tight after first place. I mean, you remove Jacob Foutz from this, and you got a very, very tight turn. I think we're going to see a lot of changes throughout this day, and they're going to put a little more pressure on Foutz. We'll watch it when we come back in a few minutes. Welcome back, Bassmaster Livecast on the Arkansas River for the 4th stop of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. And happy to be joined by Lee Livesey here in the house. I don't know how happy you are to be here. Well, come on. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Great to have you here. Great live coverage this week. Some of the best footage we've seen all year long. You've got to thank Yamaha for that. Incredible live coverage. And Lee, we appreciate you kind of taking a knee this week and not being out there on Saturday to hang with us, right?
Yeah, no, it hurts me. Not you know, y'all know the past history I've had here in the Opens, not on the Elites, but man, I've been I just had a weird tournament, you know, just didn't catch any big ones. I was around some guys that all caught one big one yesterday, right here, you know, and I hooked one that should have got me and just came off, but I haven't got to watch any live, so I'm ready to see what these guys are doing that I was not.
Randy Howell playing the role of Dr. Krankenstein this week, and he has cranked himself into a great spot and hooked up with what would be a limit fish.
Ain't seen him yet, but no, ain't big as I thought. He ate it though.
Cranking.
Let's see what we got in here.
I did not crank.
Yeah, was bigger.
Problem number 1.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, he's the only one that we've seen on live today doing that.
You know, don't get stuck thinking, that's the biscuit I missed.
No, I saw him catching some on a spinnerbait.
Oxygen in this fish
that I've never watched since I got cut.
I'll tell you, Randy Howell has an amazing ability to turn any sentence into a sponsor plug.
That one looks a little bit bigger than this one. What y'all think?
Got to pay the bills. Is he culling, or is he just seeing which one is? I thought he only had 4.
I guess he's culling. It said he had 4, but I guess wouldn't be the first time we were wrong.
No. Yep, he's culling.
Hey, John. Oh, there it is.
I thought that one was obviously smaller.
Yeah, it looks a lot smaller from here, but
you must need to do a plug on what culling device he's using.
I'm glad you said it because I was thinking it.
Does Yamaha make that culling beam?
Oh, black.
Yeah, that wasn't even close, Randy.
Yeah, come on.
That's the one I just caught, I think. I don't know.
Let's head over to Matt Arey, having a great event. Currently in 20th place. Has slipped a little bit here today.
Still just with 4, though. Looks like he's flipping.
That's been his deal this week. He talked a lot about it yesterday, fishing around a lot of other anglers that were, you know, moving faster, swimming a jig, things like that. But
well, we got
slowing
5.
down, paying off for him.
But he is not big.
Yeah, those fish are
We got
super
5.
smart. Those little
Basically all out of the same dang grass
patches of
patch,
willow,
too.
water willow, like so smart.
All right, I'm going to go ahead.
Thank
There
God
it
I
is
just
right
caught them
there.
all out of there, and then
Check
they'll go
that
right
dude
back
out.
across and have 3 of them miss it.
Yeah.
There's multiple fish in every
Joker
little
ain't it?
patch, or the right little patches. Crawfish.
Let's see. You stay still.
Bit up a little.
Ow, God, he just bit me terribly. I gotta mark these 2 little ones. Would you stop, please?
Make a move over to our leader in Pro Guide Batteries Rookie of the Year, Caleb Hudson.
Looks like he might be cranking.
He is, but hasn't been the majority of the week.
Right. Done most of his damage the first couple days on a drop shot and a jig head minnow.
Really?
One of the few guys
Did
we've
not
seen.
do those 2 either. Over 3.
That one would have been more predictable.
My pink buzzbait is on the other side of the spectrum.
Well, speaking of sponsors, you probably sold some buzzbaits this week, though, on day 1.
Saw a lot of bootleg pink buzzbaits at the market on Instagram. Ooh, barely hooked 1 hook.
Too easy.
Good fish.
It's too easy.
Probably seeing some of those guys pull out the crankbaits like that just because of this cold front.
Yeah.
The weather we got, going a little bit different
Ooh,
pattern,
that
hard,
kicker's gonna go
hard
on the big
structure,
side.
stuff like that. That's a good little fat one.
2.5. Actually, just over 2.5.
To your point, not quite the action top water wise that we've seen the first 2 days given the conditions.
Right.
And if you look at the majority of the crankbait fish we've seen, they've been hooked just like that, like one little. So you're getting fish just swatting at it on the way past.
Absolutely.
Quick reaction strikes. So different than what we saw yesterday with Christie and a bunch of that topwater action.
Yeah, I caught some good ones on buzzbait yesterday, and I wouldn't be doing it today just with the conditions. Especially with the wind. The wind is just ripping today, too.
Yeah. I'm all for that cranking back up, to be honest. I mean, I could have done a few more days of what we were seeing, but that is not 2026 in the Bassmaster Elite Series. It seems the only consistent is inconsistency with weather, and we have dealt with a bunch this year.
Yeah, it never stops.
Lee, you alluded to that 2020 Open. How much has the river changed? I know it's that was in June. I think it was a summertime event, but how much has the river changed since that event?
Obviously a bunch with the grass. This is one I wish I could have pre-practiced. Just didn't fit in the schedule. I mean, I've heard obviously over the last 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it's been, that the river's changed. Fish got bigger, had hydrillo, milfoil, different kinds of grasses added to the system has helped it out tremendously. I just didn't find enough. As none of the 4 guys I'm watching are fishing milfoil or hydrillo. So maybe I tried to run down that a little bit too much. But guys caught them around me in some milfoil and had really good tournaments. Looks like Austin just missed one right there.
I feel like I need to come back and go through that dang pocket one more time. I left too many up for grabs, and then I bet they don't bite again, but they might.
There's a bunch of fish in here right now.
Oh,
like a bunch. I had multiple practice days with like 50, 60, 70 bites. A lot of little fish, obviously, but a lot of fish in here.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, when we had you on camera on day 1, it did not seem like a lack of bites. It seemed like you were getting a lot of bites.
No, and in that zone, like yesterday, Nick Trim caught a 5, Palaniuk caught a 4 something, Dakota caught a 4 and a big 3 in the last like 40 minutes of the day. And I just didn't have a big bite in there yesterday. I left, and the first fish, the first day of practice, I had my cameraman Jesse with me, and I waited. It was like a 380 on a bed on a stump. I caught it. It was the first morning. And I went back to that fish the last hour and hooked it the first cast, and I lost it.
Oh, no.
It would have got me in the cut. It was the same exact fish, same stump and everything. Came out of the water to eat it, like ate it too good almost. I was too aggressive and lost it. It broke my heart.
What's your theory on the pink? I mean, we've seen pink be a player for you. Several big events. Why and when?
Yes.
Oh, man, you're supposed to be a paying sponsor to ask that question. Honestly, I just want them to see the bait this time of year. You know, pre-spawn, spawn, especially on a river system like this, just anything bright gets their attention. I want them to see it. Chartreuse.
Even pink and chartreuse. We saw your bait, and I'm like, it looks, you're not that guy. But if it wasn't you, I'd be like, that's the dude who shows up. Like my brother comes fishing with me, and he's got a pink and chartreuse combo. He's like, they're going to eat this, and they don't.
Yeah.
But for you, they do.
No, it's a deal here on the river, man. Ugly baits, you know. The pink and chartreuse, that was actually a 6-inch jigsaw with the Aussie on it, and I just want them to see it. That was like a pink-white chartreuse mix. Some of the locals you'll see, like Chris Jones is a local that does really good here, man. Some of the swim jigs he throws are just hideous. But it's the same thing. He just wants them to see it.
Well, I'll tell you what's hideous. For everybody trying to down Jacob Foutz, unbelievable. What a difference. I mean, an incredibly hard to believe when you look at that leaderboard that this morning we had a 1 ounce difference in first and second, and it's a whole lot more here now. Still a very tight tournament once you leave first place, but Jacob Foutz has put an absolute show on here on semifinal Saturday. And the question is, can anybody chase him down? They don't have to do it today. They just got to get inside the top 10 to give themselves a chance tomorrow. Championship Sunday. Welcome back in. Semifinal Saturday. Only 50 anglers remain in the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on the Arkansas River. Muskogee, Oklahoma has been a great host here this week. Well, let's get caught up because this host has showed out on and off the water. Get caught up with our Toyota midday report, and might as well start off with our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, and that is none other than Trey McKinney. Never been out of the top 2 in Angler of the Year, but right now he is leading it, and he has got his eyes laser focused on trading in that 2 for a 1 here in his 3rd season of competition.
If you want to see something crazy, just go to Trey McKinney's angler page on Bassmaster.com and look at his tournament results. Yeah, it looks like a my player mode on a video game.
That's insane.
Just how good he is. This morning it has been an absolute blast to watch him getting on groups of fish in this scattered milfoil like Lee you were talking about.
I fished with him yesterday right there. I saw him pull up midday and catch big ones all around, all 9 of us back there. He's insane. He got in the lock the first day going down with a 4 and a 3.
Wow. That's what he did this morning. First thing, he got on a little bit of a shad spawn thing before locking through, catches a 4-pounder, really propelled him up into the top 10 and sticking there right now.
How about the 2014 Bassmaster Classic champion, Randy Howell? Having a great week here this week and currently in 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it this morning. Whenever he was getting bites, they were better than average size fish. Caught a 3 1/4 and then a 3 1/2 back to back. Has a 2.4, a 2.8, and a 1.11 in the boat. Doing something a little bit different than what we've seen the majority of the field do. Seen, some of the areas that he's fishing look more like a white river lake, as we're looking at right there, versus the Arkansas River. But been a ton of fun watching Randy Howell this morning do some damage on a crankbait, and then Lee, as you mentioned, doing some damage on a spinnerbait as well.
Yeah, he's definitely doing something a little bit different than the normal here.
For sure. No question about it.
Not different for him, though. I mean, if there is a rock-laden shoreline, he's going to throw a crankbait and he's going to catch him, not just here this week, but through his entire career. I mean, obviously won the Bassmaster Classic like that, but you just look at the amount of highlight shots of him throughout the year doing just that. It is amazing. Throughout the years doing just that. But let's head over to the Sleepy Assassin. Austin Felix starts his day off with a little Harry Potter, and he has put a spell on these fish here this week on the Arkansas River.
The Sleepy Assassin definitely not getting off to the quickest start this morning. Didn't see much of anything from Austin on Bassmaster Live, but everything from 11:20 on has been game on for him. Found a magic patch of grass and really been able to make that work. Obviously, flipping being one of the major deals that he's doing and having a lot of success here this week.
He's around some big ones. I heard he caught a 7+ in practice.
Wow.
Big fish here.
7+ would certainly go a long ways for him right now. Still has a couple 112s in the boat, a couple 3-pounders. Long ways to go here today on semifinal Saturday, but certainly off to a good start here so far.
Somebody's gonna have to. Foutz has about an 8 or 9 pound lead right now.
Speaking of angler bios looking fake, he might have found the goblet of fire, and that is Fisher Anaya. Just 4 events into his Elite Series career, and he's 2 days away from his second Elite Series victory, which he just happened to take in his second Elite Series event. It is unbelievable what this young angler is accomplishing and how quick it is happening for him.
Yeah, no question about it. Fisher Anaya obviously starting his Elite Series career off as hot as can be. This morning kind of been overshadowed obviously by Jacob Foutz. What Jacob has done is unbelievable, but Fisher Anaya obviously your tournament leader after day 1 and day number 2. Day 1 locked up, ends up catching a couple good ones there, locks down, ends up catching, I believe, 3 of the fish that he ends up weighing in. Doing a couple different game plans here in Pool 16, fishing for fry garters early in the morning, catching a limit of spotted bass for the last 2 days, and then doing what we're seeing there on the screen right now, swimming a jig around flooded grass, flooded yellow flowers is the deal that he's really keyed in on yesterday. Got to watch him on the water, and that's exactly what he did. Caught 2 4+ pounders doing that, and then, obviously off to a good start with that today.
Well, we had a really tight tournament, 1 and 2 separated by 1 ounce, and Jacob Foutz decided to roll that up real nice and put it in the ball, throw that in the garbage, because he has absolutely decimated them here on semifinal Saturday. Using perspective mode and sight fishing, basically.
Yeah, able to find some cooler water, something that we talked to Drew Benton about a little bit earlier, finding those fish that are still pre-spawn, spawn, using that perspective mode, caught 3 of his fish all within a 30-minute span. It was a 5-4, a 4-pounder, and a 4-12 back-to-back off the same exact bed.
Really?
And we got to see that on perspective mode. It was very, very cool. Jacob Foutz absolutely blasting them here today on semifinal Saturday. One thing that you can pretty much guarantee in these river tournaments is that there's no guarantees, but I would have been willing to bet that at this point on semifinal Saturday, we wouldn't have somebody potentially able to run away with this thing. Obviously, a long ways to go, but putting himself in a fantastic position here.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I saw him catch one on like a mag draft style bait too, so he's mixing some things up. That is a beautiful fish. Look at that.
Incredible. He's just I spying those beds and dropping that bait and telling him, taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit, and the goodness has been very, very good to him. But let's head out in the water now with your current leader in Pro Guide Batteries Rookie of the Year race, and that is Caleb Hudson. Claims he has not had one good pre-fish this year, but hasn't had one bad tournament, which generally equals a pretty decent season, and he is having a great one.
Come on, make it through this time.
Looks like he's still trying to crank a little rock transition.
Oh, shoot, I'm an idiot. I've just been hung so many times in a row.
Way better to be lucky than good.
I think he was on the rock for a second. That fish ate it off. That's a good one. Another good one.
Come here. Get a grip. There we go. You see me try to shake her off?
Yep. Solid fish.
It was that exact same spot where I got hung over and over and over.
He ate it good compared to that last one.
Oh. Geez, I popped it and I was like, did it come off? No, it didn't come off. This should be a high 3.
I appreciate a man who's not afraid to be honest. I mean, he'll just tell you that.
One, red.
Day one at weigh-in. He got halfway through a sponsor plug and said, "Oh, I screwed that up." And started again. I mean, he's not afraid to call himself out.
No, I thought you meant he said the wrong sponsor.
No. He said the right sponsor. He just, I guess he had it in his head. It came out different than what it was in his head. But let's head over to Austin Felix. Still in search of his goblet of fire.
That's the one we need.
I think you got that one on this one, Jay.
It'll help. Oh, golly, it's barely hooked. Real big, but he's definitely bigger than up. Come on, stop it. Stop it. Yellow. He's 2.5. White's gotta go.
Well, your tournament later with his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, I'm back in the area I've started in all 3 days, just looking, see if any more fish have shown up since I've left this morning. And it looks like I've seen a few more that I haven't seen up swimming around. So at this point, I almost can say with certainty that they're moving in. So it's a great sign. So I'm not. There's a pretty good one right here on bed. You may be able to see it when we go by it. It looks like a 3-pounder maybe. Right there. I could catch that fish right now if I wanted to. Just sitting there watching the boat go by.
Do not do that.
That's easy pickings right there.
We have a new moon right now. We're pulling new fish in. A whole another group of fish are pulling in.
But yeah, I'm pretty much just waiting for the lock at this point.
I can catch that fish.
plenty
that
happy
fish.
with how the day's gone. One right there. How you doing?
Well, looks like Jacob Foutz has basically wrapped up his day, and we're about to wrap up our day, but the day is far from over. We got lots more action heading your way. Lee Livesey, want to thank you for always joining us, spending a little time with us. Action is not over. They're going to continue breaking down the action. We're going to talk about a stacked crew. Listen to this, a Hall of Fame crew. We got Tommy Sanders, Hall of Famer. Davey Height, Hall of Famer. Mark Zona, Hall of Famer. All in one studio. Little Rock, don't miss it. They'll break down the action.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
All right, Bassmaster Live on your Saturday. Filling your Saturday with some big bass catching here at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at the Arkansas River. Muskogee, Oklahoma is our fantastic host city, and we have got a fantastic leaderboard there, especially if your name is Jacob Foutz. You'd think it's terrific because he has got a fantastic lead of 6 pounds plus. 7 pounds plus, 7-11 as a matter of fact, over Fisher Anaya, who started the day with the lead. Pat Schlopper won 2 times last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's pushed himself all the way up into 3rd place. Austin Felix been holding steady in that top 10 pretty much throughout the entire tournament. Caleb Hudson, another rookie. him and Anaya, the two rookies in the top 10.
Yeah, and one thing that we talked about on Fox earlier about Caleb Hudson, he has proved he's pretty good at all-around bass fishing, not just looking at the shine box.
I mean, like I said, I pulled
Getting
up,
out, doing a
and the
little
wind
bit of
was going this
crankbait
way,
fishing, filling a limit in a hurry.
Of course.
Caleb Hudson.
And I threw in that same spot, but from this direction, and caught two on the same cast. They were both small, but I figured there had to have been a decent amount of fish here. Catch two on the same crankbait.
And that
He
one
might
right
help
there,
us.
Tommy, that was moments ago.
Uh-huh. It was.
Got
I
a
don't
couple
think
good
so.
fish in his live well.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's fat, though.
Well, that is as close to somebody fishing the main river as we have seen the entire
That's right. That's a good point.
tournament all week long.
Main River is for navigation.
All right, so there's some fishing time left, but here's my question, Dave.
He's probably going to be the
What do you
exact
guys-
same size.
How close weight-wise do you need to be to Jacob Foutz to be able to chase Jacob Foutz down? Because he has stopped fishing.
He does help.
Yep. So my 2 cents worth, I was just thinking about that, and obviously Jason Christie is on our minds. And he, I don't know if you call it sandbag, always likes to underestimate a little bit.
No, not
you know?
always. I mean, literally every time. Yeah, I guess that's always.
But you know, he's been saying he had 12 and he weighed in 18 both days. Had 12 something, weighed in 18. So sandbagging 5-6 pounds. He's 12 back now, and I think he's truly probably 6 or 8 back.
Yeah.
Man, that's not going to be easy for Jason Christie. And then the rest of the field, like you say,
you got to be like 3 to 4 max.
Especially when you've got Foutz with his hands in his pockets going, oh, there's another one. There's another one. As he's easing out of there.
Over to Randy Howell. Good tournament, good day for Randy.
Boy, he's been on this one stretch a lot today. Is that a boat ramp, Z? Is that you
Davey,
familiar
that
with
good eye boat ramp over his shoulder.
There he is. That's a big one.
Good population of bass here.
Cool. Yes.
Good chance of a keeper.
Yes, Lord.
Oh, that's a big one.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, you never have to measure these. They're
That's
always
right.
keepers.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, Jesus. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. A howler, baby. Howler coming through the last minute again. Yes. Man, that's a good call there. Thank you, Jesus. Man, that's a good one. That's not a 4-pounder, but it's a 3 and change. That's it right there. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Good precision, boy.
One of the
coming
only
back.
anglers that has focused.
Come on,
Can't
got
see it
time,
right
catch
there,
one more.
but he is focused on very, very
That's
isolated
3 pounds
stretches
and
of bank rock
like
with,
about 3.
like this stretch
Or
right
6.
here, with, like you said, Davey, a boat ramp near it.
Boy.
Critical.
He locked
But
it up, loaded
there's
it
been
up
key
good,
boulders
like I knew he was going to be a good one.
out from a lot of this grass. One of the only fishermen we've seen concentrating on rock all week.
See, I was going back in time a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, go.
Down at on site there. Craig Lamb, you know, he's
Come on,
old school.
baby.
Yeah.
Seen a lot. And I mentioned about, like,
Look at that.
back
Oh,
in the
that's the one I
day,
just
we
threw
would
back.
actually clip the fish's tail to market. Like club tournament, like you had one live well, like mine will have clip tails. And
Bunch
he
of
brought
rock
up something
right there.
that I
see
had it in my
jagged
tackle.
rock on my
a hole
active
punch.
target, and you see
Like a hole puncher, like
fish
you
all
punch a
around
hole
out
in
there.
their tail
I
to
don't know what
identify.
they all are,
How
but
terrible was that?
some of them are bass, I guess.
Gives Howell third best bag of the day, almost 15 pounds.
Luke Palmer, we have not checked in. with Luke in a while. He had 20 pounds and a half yesterday. Obviously much slower today.
Really surprising to me.
Yes.
I know. Went from literally 1 pound to 11 in an hour. The good news is we have a couple decent ones. We'd have a really good bag if that one this morning wouldn't have been so strong, but it is what it is.
What does Fisher and Naya do tomorrow?
How does he start? Where does he start?
Where does he start?
I think that felt like
Good
one.
question.
I think he locks through tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be tough to start where he started today.
Right,
This is gonna be one of the fun days where I just like crack the snot out of him. We have something to watch then.
Caleb Hudson and Fisher and I, though, they've done a lot with a little.
Yes,
they are really having a good tournament to just be winging it, basically.
Oh my God, that is a fish.
It's okay to have a bad day.
That same spot.
Not okay
Must not be a bass though. He's done missed it twice.
This ain't over with though. Because yesterday, I mean, I had 14 or 15 pounds this time. I didn't have 20, and then pulled up and it boom, boom. So. All it takes is just a couple minutes.
Oh well. Every time this week I've missed one on this thing and thrown back in there, wound up being a drum or something.
I think I switched over to
Ooh,
Garmin.
I may not have a crankbait anymore.
And once you get used to it, I don't think I'll ever change. I really, really enjoy it.
A tidbit Cole Sands.
This is a foot pedal. It's really easy. Like you got to get used to it first because you know, used to ones are cable driven and they're tight. But this in here, once you get it done, but I get my stuff rigged at integrated. And he went in there and put shims under it and raised it up where it's flush. That was the main thing. It was down in there. And when he put them shims on there, now I'm even and shoot, it's like daylight and dark.
Cole Sands caught a 6.5 pounder.
It'll be all right.
Talk about a big fish alert.
Yeah,
whoa, where's the thing?
The siren broke?
Yeah, what?
Siren's broke.
Siren's broke.
He was in our top 10 on day one, 17-13, tied for 9th, and he fell off with 11. He's 27th. He has 4 fish, but he's a 3-pounder away from getting in our top 10.
Well, that was a while back he caught that 6A.
An hour ago.
Yeah.
All of them. Booyah, Yum, Pradco brands, they're out of Fort Smith, so. Yeah, we're all right here close. So. Jason's about the same way, though.
All right, fishing on into the afternoon part of our show today. 3 hours in the afternoon, and we've eaten up about 3/4 of one of those hours right now. So
we're going to need a few calls before some boys leave that pool.
Yeah, they're going to have to get after it. They don't know it, but they really need to get on it. Sims behind the tanks, Pat and the gang back there. While the weigh-in is going on, you can find it on YouTube.com. That weigh-in starts 4 Eastern.
Hey guys, Justin Atkins, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, and today we're on the Arkansas River, and I want to talk to you about an absolute game changer, and that is the Minn Kota Ultra-X Quest. You know, Minn Kota is the leader in trolling motors, and this one absolutely knocked it out of the park. It's brushless, it's super quiet and powerful. It comes with the option of 2 different props, so you have a weedless and a speed prop that just absolutely makes this thing haul the mail. And I love being able to cover a lot of water and the responsiveness with it. When I get close to cover, I know that it's going to adjust quickly. The motor startup time is awesome. It's going to allow me to get around those objects and really weave myself in and out of docks, stumps, around grass, and it just makes me super efficient. This is how I make my living, and so being able to have the best trolling motor on the market is an absolute game changer.
Justin Atkins in the Minn Kota day on the lake.
Yes.
For you right there. Getting you all set up with what you need to get the job done.
Am I out of line? I know I brought this up to you, Tommy. We're having the Bassmaster Tuesday Night Live, and do I get to break it to the fans, Davey, that we may see you up there Tuesday night?
No.
Davey, you've been on the road for a while now. We're going to have us a big time. I hope you tune in like everybody else.
I would be tuning in. I think it's a lot of fun. It looks like a good deal. There's a view of the Arkansas River coming out of the Rockies all the way down through Kansas and Oklahoma, all the way to the Mississippi River.
So is it a 3-fish limit or 5-fish limit with the
5
Tuesday night? 5 fish?
As of right now.
You're the tournament director, I understand?
One of the owners, yeah.
So are you going to be the easygoing tournament director or the hard-line tournament director?
You've been in studio during commercial breaks, right, Ron? No, I'm not.
You're not going to let that bunch walk all over you, are you?
There is a rule that I came up with. Get ready, Davey. All protests are not going to be in writing. You have to do them verbally in front of the person you're protesting. Something new.
I like it.
Total
Trey McKinney
transparency.
live.
I love that.
Well, that's a big upgrade for Trey McKinney.
I pulled in here.
McKinney.
I was just like, you know what? It's a good thing you did. Yeah, it is. That's dang banging. Code. Green. Where's green? There's green.
Oh, he's caught a lot of fish
Yeah, heck
today.
yeah, big call.
You watched on FS1. He is.
He probably had the best start.
Yeah, I mean, he got down there swatting.
Yeah. It's been a couple of hours, though, believe it or not, since his last keeper, so maybe he's going to start in on him again here. Well, we've seen this place before.
Looks like he's looking at one on his graph.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of proud of him. He didn't have a single spinning rod on his deck because he's tied up to me in the lock. Taco.
Oh, there she is. Yes! Hopefully he was good to me one more time. Not a giant, but by God, she helps a lot. Well, I picked up and that son of a gun was headed, oh, sorry. He was headed out of there. Everybody makes fun of my little Bubba scale. I don't have a big scale. Should help. It's not big and so.
Good call right there for Luke Palmer. Davey, looking forward. Carolina swing coming up. Murray, Santee Cooper. Which one takes more weight?
To win?
To win.
Santee Cooper.
It will.
To make the cut, Murray.
Okay. More quality across the board. It's going to be a have and have-nots at Santee.
Yes. If you remember, it's funny, we're on Luke Palmer. He won the last time we were there at Murray. He was the only angler to catch a 5-fish limit all 4 days.
Wow.
That's right. That's right.
So it wasn't easy to just go catch limits then, and it's gotten a little better numbers-wise, but still, it's just, and you see the 35, 38, 40-pound 5-fish limits to win. But then if you look down the field, a lot of people don't catch 5 fish.
It's weird. It's weird because I thought about that in this tournament. Like the leaders that we've been on have made this body of water look easy. And it's not. It's not been easy. And that is just like Santee Cooper. I've taped with you. I've fished there. And when we're there, we're fishing the juice of the juice. And by the end of the day, you're like, man, that was a grind. All of a sudden the show airs. And you're like, man, it was a grind, but we had 28, 30 pounds.
Right. Yeah.
Like that is one of what's weird about Santee. It is one of the best, hardest places.
It reminds me a lot of Fork.
Yes.
If you fish Fork, you can go to Fork and not catch
Absolutely.
much. But if you go to Fork and fish a tournament, you better have them because somebody's going to catch them.
Yeah. You take one tree out of Luke Palmer's visit there, and he wouldn't have had a limit every day.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're seeing some decent gaps here at the Arkansas River. 13.5 basically per day to make the top 50 cut. And then it was 16.5 to make the top 10 cut. And it was 18.5 to be the leader after yesterday. And it's going to go up with Jacob Foutz having 2 18-pound days plus a 20-something day today. So it'll be probably closer to 19 a day, probably at that 57 to 58 mark going into the final day.
I know that surprises me. That's really amazing to me. I didn't think it'd take anywhere near 60 pounds to make the
Jason Christie made the comment on stage day one with Mercer where he said, if you give me 18 pounds a day, I'll sit here and wait. It is on pace to do more than that. That's
very surprising.
incredible.
If Foutz had kept fishing, he'd have 60 pounds by the end of today.
Yes. Yes.
Fishing 4 hours a day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think about that.
Good point.
And Foutz has caught enough good ones, Tommy, that we think 20 pounds on his scale. He could be up by 22 by the end of the day.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll send you a pin when we get there.
Okay, probably service. Uh, 1:15, so we got just a smidgen of time.
Granted, whenever you're fishing together all the time, and now we don't. We just fish a few tournaments together a year because the way my schedule lines up and everything. And I guarantee you, that's the side of the tournament. I mean, I ain't wrong. Like I said, I love this more than anything in the world. Well, not now. Got that baby boy. But those times with Dad just, you know, I think he was more pumped up yesterday at the weigh-in than I was. Like he told me, he said, by the time you got your dang head right, he said, you can fish with them boys, just get your head right. That's all he'll tell me, get your head right. He used to tell me things, same thing in baseball and basketball. Get your head right, you can do anything. Yeah. Hell, they come up and they came up, my wife and
It was right there in practice.
Fisher, Naya, and Luke Palmer. Still one of the few anglers that have stayed in pool 16 all day today. Believe we've also have Corey Johnston and Seth are also in 16.
Yeah, Palmer still got a pound and a quarter in his. He's got 10 pounds today. He needs about a 2.5 to 3 pounder to supplant Seth Feider, who's come up from 27th today, 95th after day one. He's in the top. He's in 10th place right now. Feider.
It's really hard. And she takes care of everything while I'm gone, so I guarantee you. I mean, she takes care of stuff. If you don't have that, you don't have nothing on the road. I mean, it's too hard. I mean, no.
Well, they're breaking down life
yesterday,
right now. Yeah,
right. She had Lakin in the
stroller,
pushed him up there, and you know we FaceTime every night, and I get to see him. But FaceTime is nothing for him. Like, he probably thinks I'm another cartoon character or Miss Rachel. And boy, when he sees me and he lights up, and it makes it real tough to leave, especially, you know, I mean, but I don't see how the guys used to have to do it. You know, I get to at least see him on FaceTime and watch him grow some through that. But it's still not like being home, but it makes a big difference.
Hunter and Jacob loved when Dad left back in the day when they were about 17, 18.
Oh, well,
right.
They were watching Miss Rachel.
Yeah, exactly. Dad, don't worry. Just be back when you can.
Call if you get work. Oh,
love it.
Good stuff.
The latest in the lineup of fantasy options for Bassmaster players. TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. Real simple, 7 matches with a theme. Our own Kyle Jesse puts those matches together, does a brilliant job of it. And you just pick the winner of each of those 7 matches. It seems very, very easy. And it is. It's easy to do. The results, hard to get.
Pick wisely.
Well, I tell you what, we got a weigh-in start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. In the Yeti hot seat as it stands right now, and probably will be at weigh-in time, Jacob Foutz, not too sultry and sweaty in that seat just yet.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Yeti hot seat, it's probably pretty comfortable.
I would say
right
it's
now.
Very comfortable. The way dripping wet.
The way it's not. Yes. No, it's he's in a good place right now. There is no doubt about that. He's going to get to occupy that seat, I bet, for a little while today.
He has put on a show.
Oh my gosh!
He has put on
it has
a
been
show.
Masterful, domination out there on the water. It's the only way you can. But again, we're not done with this thing yet. There's more fishing today. Some of them going to be catching that early lock time, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's all been knocked back to 2 o'clock. Everyone thinks they can get back in time for check-in.
I heard Trey McKinney mention I've got until 1:15.
Oh, okay.
So I guess that'd be a 2 o'clock lock time if he's going to fish that long.
Foutz is at the mouth of the lock. He's ready.
I don't blame him.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'm surprised we haven't seen many late day culls in 15 like we did. Both days we did.
So, Foutz put it in neutral hour ahead of time?
Mm-hmm. I had everything, like they done everything. I tore out and stuff, and I had some guys come in and do everything for me. I didn't have time, and my buddy Steve and me, we painted it, and if he's probably watching, he's going, yeah, I painted, and but it we had a lot of fun doing it, but it was just so hard to keep hooked up, and it was like a 1,100 square foot house, a smaller home and stuff, but we got done, and he did a good job, because he'd cuss me every time gosh dang, there's lines all in that. Just give me the roller, just get out of the way. Okay, fine, I'll bring you the paint. But we had a lot of fun doing it. Look back on it, you think it was such hell when we were doing it, but we got done and it was like, you know, that was good. You know, it was fun. Yeah. $220 stuff ain't no fun. I've got to where that's what I used to be. I could sell you everything because I knew how to hook stuff up, but personally I couldn't. And I've learned to do a lot of that stuff. And my dad, we at the hardware store, we would we delivered everything. Like we deliver and set up, and you know, and my dad was really good at all of it. I mean, he always wanted to do things right for people and stuff, and help them save a little bit of money, us doing it for them, and we appreciate the business. You know, I mean, and we tried taking care of our customers, and you know, that was always a big thing. Yeah, because we were very small. We weren't no Home Depot.
Oh,
Dang, swam right at my trolling motor prop. So I want to come look at your live scope.
I was kind of getting drawn into this, the Luke Palmer story here. It's like a book on tape. I'd make a good autobiography.
I think, as they said, they're just in there cutting it up.
That's right. Yes, he's cutting up. We get to listen in, I felt. Hey, Kyle Jesse's here. Kyle Jesse Yamaha on the line. And Kyle, let me ask you this. To start, you're an Arkansas guy, more from the area of the Washita River than the Arkansas River, but tell me about your expectations or what you thought this stretch of the river would be like versus the way it's actually turned out.
Tommy, I think I'm with everybody in saying that this has been 10 times better than I expected. You know, when we were at the Tennessee Tom Bigby, we had a lot of guys come on livecast talking about how much better it was going to be than expected. But I mean, let's take those expectations and raise those even more. I mean, the variety of different, baits that we've seen play. It seems like every time we go to a 4-box on Bassmaster Live, it seems like guys are doing 4 totally different things. The weights themselves have been incredible. I mean, you think about the Arkansas River, traditionally you think like 12 pounds a day, that's going to get you right where you need to be. But 12 pounds a day at this tournament's not going to get you really anywhere. So it's been really, really fun. And I would say my expectations were certainly much lower than what we've seen.
Kyle, we're at 3 pounds. You've got to be within 3 pounds of Jacob Foutz today to be in the mix for tomorrow. Where do you put that with somebody like Fisher Anaya, a Jason Christie that's going to be creeping around? Can a dude come back on this body of water from 4 to 5 pounds down, Kyle?
It's a really great question. I think it would take Jacob Foutz really stumbling for that to happen. But based on what we've seen today, I mean, you look at Jacob Foutz's first 2 days. I mean, 18-plus pounds, 2 days in a row. Obviously, we've seen the show that he's put on today. I think for somebody to be that far back, he's going to really have to stumble. I mean, we've seen the number of 20-plus pound bags, obviously, over the last few days. So, I mean, if somebody's 5-plus pounds back, I think it's really going to take somebody, or, Jacob Foutz stumbling significantly more than we've seen him do to this part of the day. The thing that's scary for the rest of the field, though, is, obviously we saw him just in there looking around. I mean, once he got to where he's at right now, I mean, he went to looking around for other sight fish, visible sight fish, found some of those fish, 3-plus pounders, and obviously wasn't even messing with them. Lee Livesey told us that we're dealing with a new moon here, so a lot of those fish are going to continue to pull up, which I'm afraid is really bad news for the rest of the field.
So, Kyle, you do your research on all these tournaments. Like Tommy mentioned, you certainly know this part of the country. You talk to a lot of the anglers leading into these events. Let's, Jacob Foutz has been the story of today, especially this afternoon. Take his name out of that. Did you see any angler, Jacob Foutz or anyone, leading this event by at least 5 pounds? It looks like it could possibly be. Sight fishing, as much warm weather as we've had this spring?
Davey, to be honest with you, I didn't see anybody running away with this tournament at all. I mean, I think the one thing that's consistent about river fisheries like the Arkansas River is the inconsistencies. Day to day doing the same thing over and over again is really, really challenging. So to see him do what he's done has been really, really impressive. Sight fishing, though, obviously the area that he's fishing, it seems like has a little cooler water. We were getting some on-the-water reports from Dalton Tumblin, a photographer, so that the water temperature in there was 5 to 10 degrees cooler than anywhere else that he had been, which obviously is a recipe for success for those spawning fish. Obviously, a lot of other guys we're seeing, you know, targeting shad spawn, post-spawn fish, and we've seen it on live. Obviously, a lot of the fish very, very skinny. Those fish he's catching are absolutely built. I mean, those 3 that he caught back to back to back off basically the same bed, I mean, those fish were built. So really, really impressive to see what he's done this week.
Kyle, thank you very much. Yes. Thanks for giving us some of your time there. Kyle Jesse, did a great job on the live stream as well all day long. Week in and week out here on the Elite Series.
But what he said right there, that water that runs out of 10 Killer, that is the bottom end of 10 Killer water rushing into that Illinois River. And that's the main thing, the 2 main things, and we talked about it on FS1. The 2 main things with that being colder, where he said a lot of those fish are coming to me, but he made no bones about it. He said, dude, I've not seen a competitor in 15.
So that's what's very surprising to me, because
that's the stuff these guys find.
Yes. Yeah. And as a sight fisherman, and we've got quite a few anglers on the Elite Series that love to sight fish. Like, if they go to a body of water and they think that's an option, they're going to look for that. And it's 101. Yeah. Early in the season, you're going to go to the North Shore, to the protected areas, find those first ones that spawn. Then you have your main spawn. Then you go look for the cooler water, typically up towards a dam where that water is being released. And no one else found that. It's amazing to me.
Today is the only day during our broadcast on Fox is the first time this week I have seen a boat in there and only went in about a half mile, and that was Mark Menendez. Predominantly, he's been on the other side of 15, and I have not seen another competitor's boat even look in there in this tournament.
That being said, though, there's 90 miles, a lot of backwater places that you have to try to take a peek at in 2.5, 3 days of practice. I mean, you got your pre-fish a month ahead, but you can't predict where the water's going to be clear, where the water temperature is going to be right a month out.
I guess what stuns me is that is the water that comes out of 10 Killer. Cleaner, more stable. You hear the biggest key to get into 15, cleaner, more stable water. But that was not found. That's. When we had our bonus cam footage with Ronnie yesterday, we were all like, wow, he's in another body of water.
We didn't know where we had no idea where he was. Right. It just looked like something we'd never seen before.
Not only was the water clear, but
caught my eye on my way down to
the wind was blowing 30 miles an hour, and it looked like he was dead.
So didn't really get the
You guys were talking about the distance from first to second, what the weight could be. Back when Chris Jones won in 2020 in the 3-day Open, he started the day 4 pounds, 4 ounces behind the leader. And then the last time we were here in 24 for the nation event, Chris Johnston, not the Canadian, the one from Arkansas, started the day with a 4+ pound lead as well. Got it narrowed to about 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds, but both those anglers, 4 pounds and change was separating basically the guys who would finish first, second. Very close. So we'll see how today and tomorrow match up.
Yeah, this is a new world order, friend. Sorry.
Someone's going to have to put together something new to get closer than everyone else is to Jacob Foutz today, because my goodness, what a lead, 7 pounds, 11 ounces.
What does it mean?
I don't.
Let's go. It's a pretty good trade-off, huh?
Well, up until about 10:45 today, this tournament's really, really tight.
What a horse
maybe
race.
5 or 6 pounds separating the top 10. Maybe at most a 3-pound lead, 3.5 pounds. It changed in a big way.
It changed very quickly. It changed in the better side of about 7 minutes when Jacob Foutz called, for lack of a better term, he found a party bed. There it is, right there. That bed right there. 3 good females off of that one bed for Jacob Foutz. You see it right in the middle, that big little black donut. Taking a look at that fish that is sitting in the bed, little trash fish came up to it, eased away.
Incredible. 12, 13 pounds off that bed in about less than 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Unbelievable. Jacob Foutz pushed himself way out ahead of the rest of the field here and changed
right. You rarely see that where you have a tournament that is so close and all of a sudden blows wide open in 7 minutes.
It just happened so fast. It was shocking. And we're still sort of reeling, and I think the rest of the field is going to be reeling for the remainder of this tournament. We're not ruling out someone doing the same thing somewhere else, but man, it's going to take something like that.
Tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Well, the unfortunate thing that you never want to happen in a tournament like this, which is, especially when you're doing good, man, catch that 3.5 pounder right there before I left, and I probably got 16 pounds or better. And then I'm running in and either lower unit or I spun a hub. I can't tell what it is, but we're out in the middle of the river trying to get somebody to stop. And hang on a minute, that's Lisa, the tournament director here. Hang on. Hey.
Hey, so Chase and Dalton, they're not with their camera guys anymore, but I have the phone numbers if you want to call them to see if they want to put back in the water and bring you up here by water, hoping to make a lock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Dalton.
Do you want me?
Yeah, did you try
to send you their number? I called Dalton and Chase, and they are not with their camera guys anymore.
Okay, but they got a boat.
I have the camera guys they were with. They have boats, but I have their phone numbers if you want to call them and ask them.
I wonder if they could get to where I'm at quick enough, because I think when I left down there, I think they were at that ramp where I left from down there earlier, way down.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can get here this quick or not, but yeah, whoever you think is the best.
I mean, I got a couple numbers. I don't know these people. I just know they were camera boat guys for Dalton and Chase.
Okay. Yeah,
And so you would ask them, put in the water, and then to try to make a lock and bring you up here by water.
Okay.
So.
Yes, send me that, and I'll just try it and see if there's any way possible. We'll try.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. All right. Lisa's trying to help me. She's a great tournament director. So we're trying to see. The lock closed at 1:15, so nobody saw me because I was on the main channel. There's a back channel over there. Everybody that was running that back side just happened to be, nobody was coming on my side at the time when it happened, so I sat there, trolling motored around and waved at everybody as they went by on the other side of the island. Nobody saw me. So I called several anglers that were in the lock, but several of them had already gotten to the lock by the time that happened, and it was no way to get them to come back out and help me because they would miss the lock. So bad situation. So she's trying to send me a number of one of the camera guys and see if I could get one of them to come if there's any way possible. So I don't know. It's not a good situation. Let me call this guy here. This is one of the camera people, or one of the camera boat guys. Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to...
Nobody's gonna answer the phone because they don't know my number.
Hi, if you record your name...
Oh, that would drive me crazy right now. It really would.
Yeah. It's a bad situation.
Yeah.
The wind is terrible.
has been forwarded to voicemail.
Well, and his problem is what he just said. The folks that could pick him up that are in the tournament are already past him up in the lock.
Yeah, and you can't.
Hey, Glenn, this is Randy Howell, can you give me a call, please?
You can't trailer back.
Right.
You have to return it by water.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you're being, could he jump in with the camera boat?
Yes.
With the camera boat, he could.
Well, it has to be approved by the tournament director. And a big issue there is they have to be checked and make sure they're insured. But these camera boat drivers, they've already gone through that process.
They just have to vet that the live wells are empty when they make the fish transfer.
Let's kind of listen to Randy here. He's
lock after they open it back up after the guys lock through. I don't have to be in at 3 o'clock, so still got an hour and 35 minutes. If we could just get some help, it's just so hard to try to think of anything that'll work. Man.
Oh, that's brutal.
Stinks. Limited amount of people down here in this area. That was the problem. Running back. And I was running back at the last, at the end. I wasn't running back early because I fished to the last minute and I caught that 3.5 pounder, which made a huge difference. And it all would have been good. I would have gotten to the lock at about 1:05. That was what I was trying to do. The lock was closing at 1:15. And I had 6 or 7 miles to go when it happened there. So I don't know. Let's try this guy again. I don't know. I don't know which one this is. Was Chase, the camera guy, with this guy?
Chase Sampson.
Chase Sampson was, right?
Chase Sampson.
Sampson, yeah.
Your call has been forwarded to.
There we go.
Good one for Luke Palmer.
Let's try this guy again. This one goes straight to voicemail every time.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Yeah.
Remember all those little dinks we caught here this morning? I guess they're just getting out of the way.
Hey, man. Hey, man, my lower unit went out, and Lisa Talmadge, the tournament director, was trying to see if there's anybody that had a boat that I could get in, and they would still lock me back through if I could get back to the lock after the other guys go through. And then you and the other guy were only you and Shane were only 2 camera boat area people that were down here in this area. But she said if there's anybody on the water or could put back in the water that I could use their boat to bring my fish in.
How far have you made it? Because I'm right here, not far from where I seen you earlier. We was in that other bass cap.
Yeah, you way down there. I'm right below the second bridge right now. I can see the second bridge right up here, so I'm probably 6 or 7 miles from the lock. I'm on the left right here of this little bay, but she said that they're going to lock the people through, and they could still get me through there, I think, in emergency if I could just get a boat to ride back in. So either drive back, I could take the boat and you could take my boat until I get back in, or you could ride me in, or that's what she said we could do either one.
Let's do this. Let me drop this guy that's with me off in my truck. I mean, I'm right. It's not far from there.
Yeah.
I'll get it river and I'll run up there and I'll get you and we'll go on through.
Man, let's see if you can do it. Let's try it. Man, that'd be awesome. You go how hard as you can, because we got they're gonna open that lock up right now at like
Let's speed this call up, boys.
or so, and everybody will go out. And then there's a barge coming. And I think he would, if I could hurry up and get up there, he could probably stop and let me back through in emergency.
Just let him off right there.
Okay. All right, I'm headed your way.
All right, on the boat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the left. You'll see me on the left before these bridges. If you just stay in the channel, and you'll see me. All right.
Give them your waypoint, Randy.
Okay, bye.
Oh,
Lord, that's a chance. You say there's a chance. Let me call Lisa and tell her.
Well, and what stands in his way right now is that lock time.
Lisa and tell her.
I mean, if it was a direct shot.
Your call has been forwarded to.
And the implications are huge. He's moved up to 3rd or 4th.
Right.
But if he doesn't make it back and falls back down to 40th or 50th,
slow, though, it'll still take him going 5 miles an hour max. It'll take him 5 miles an hour. It'll take him almost an hour to get to the block from here.
Was that a barge coming?
Looks like it.
Oh, no.
That's not good.
Oh.
He's worked his way. He had a 99th at Gunnersville and a 90th at Martin.
Boat. In case it was to work out.
Hey,
Hey.
I have another guy that said he could help you. I'm going to send him his number to you. He's turning around.
Oh, as a fisherman?
I think he did some camera boat stuff too.
I got the guy that you sent me a number. I finally got him. He's on the water. He said he's come wide open.
No, Randy, go with
right
this
now.
one.
But he don't.
Okay.
He don't know how long. He was still way down there where I left from. So he's probably 15 minutes from me. And if he could be here in 15 minutes, we could be to the lock before 2 o'clock. I'm looking downriver. And I can see that barge way down there right now. He's 45 minutes at least from getting to the lock.
Well, do you want me to send you this guy's number too?
Yeah, just so I can see whoever can be here the quickest, maybe. Yeah, do that.
All right.
And can you tell the lock person that this is happening just in case he could help me when I get there?
Well, I told him, but they've already held up the the lock. They told that barge to hold up, so I can ask again. It's just a tall ask.
I know.
When you have this giant tow coming.
I know. If I'm looking at the barge, unless there's a different one, the one that's downstream from me is no way he'll be there until I bet he wouldn't be there till 2:15 max.
Yeah.
But anyway, send me that other number. That way we'll just try it anyway.
Yeah, just try. All we can do is try.
Okay, thank you.
I can ask them. All right, bye.
Thanks, man. Man. She said she had another person that's another camera guy, boat driver out here that said he could turn around and try to come this way. She's gonna send me his number and I can just see who could get here the fastest. Let's try this one. No name on there, but we'll just try it. I don't know his name.
Hey, Randy, this is Bryce.
Hey, man, this is Randy. Okay. Hey, where are you at?
So, I'm trying to find me a place to turn around. I just got back on the highway.
Are you close to that ramp that's right there at the bridges by chance? Close?
Yeah, the Weber's Falls ramp. That's where I just put in. I just coming from there.
Dang. I could have caught you before that. Yeah, we've been fooling around for 30 minutes. We've been fooling around with this. I got the other guy, Glenn, said he's coming from down the lake right now, but he was all the way down at the bottom, and he's going to try to get here. But Lisa said whoever I could get to get here the quickest, because we got to get to the lock as fast as possible, just in case they'll let me lock through before that barge.
Okay.
So I don't know if you, how long you think, if you could get in at the Weber Fall ramp and get to me. I'm not far from that ramp, I guess, because I'm right below the second bridge in this little rip-rap indention here.
Yeah. I'm trying to find me a little turnaround spot, but there ain't nothing, man. I got these things right here. And I'm trying. I've been past like a mile and a half. I've been.
Oh, man.
Yeah, let me, how far was he? Like down by like Applegate? Like that far?
He was at the Cherokee ramp, the new Cherokee ramp. He was right there, but he was getting ready to take off and come this way. I mean, if he runs wide open, it's only 15 minutes from here, because that's where I left from. He was following me down there earlier.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, he'd probably get there before me.
I bet he can. He did say he's coming, so we'll just let him do that, and don't worry about trying to go to all that trouble. Maybe this will work out.
Call me. Let me. Let me know as soon as possible.
Okay.
I actually just found a place to turn around, but.
Have him turn around, Randy.
I don't know how long it would take you if you did that. If you turn around and get back there and launched, it would still take you 15 minutes to probably the time you got that done and then got over here, wouldn't it? At least 15, you think?
At least, I mean, but.
Yeah. This guy's on the way, he says. I bet you he could be here.
There's the problem right there.
Okay.
Because he's coming.
Somebody's asking me now, could I go with a Marine Patrol person? Who is that? Somebody's texting me, Chuck Trooper.
Can he get on the barge?
Can contact one of them. I know, shot in the dark.
Do they have a live well
Must
for
be
a
somebody
fish?
watching. Oh, this is a trooper friend of mine watching it on live. He's trying to help me, I guess. Chuck. Thank you, Chuck, if you're watching.
Oh, Chuck's helping.
I don't think it's no way to get that to happen. Yeah. I'll just wait on him.
Call the governor.
Stuff for you. Your way.
Okay. Are you just you only just drive to the ramp and then
Whoever gets there before. I don't care if
Okay.
I'm on my way. I'll
so you're
if I
headed
get there before him or either way.
all right, if I start to see him coming here or anything like that, I'll call you before you get in the water, but I'll just hang tight. Just come on that way to the ramp anyway and just
Yes,
I'll
sir.
call. Okay,
Yes, sir. Heading that way.
Thank you.
Yes,
all
sir,
right,
no
bye.
problem.
Well,
it's. I said on day one.
He's gonna try.
Like Tiger Woods when you call the president.
This is my best chance. If he can keep rolling this way and he makes it here, I got enough time to get through the lock. The lock only takes, if they open the gate and have it ready and we get in there, it's 15, 17 minutes to be out and open, and then it's 20 wide open. It's about 4 minutes to get back from the lock back to the takeoff. That's the other problem. It's still a long ways to get back there. I don't know. Too late.
The implications of that, though, I was saying he had two
Brutal,
terrible
man.
finishes. He was 100th in points. After a top 25 at Tennessee Tom Bigby, he moved up to the 70s. He's now up to the 60s.
That's the barge
He could give back
talking about.
20 or 30 AOI spots if he doesn't make it back today.
Probably not another one up there, I wouldn't think. But those things move into the current. They're moving normally about 5 miles an hour, 5 to 7 miles an hour. And there's 7, I think it's 6 or 7 miles. Well, I know how far. Let me look at my map. It'll tell me how far it is to the lock. The bridge.
Well, the one big problem, guys, is obviously where he's at locking through. This is the general region he's been fishing all week, and you can see why it could be very good. We've got multiple depth zones on this Lowrance C-Map shaded rep map. You can obviously see the light blue and the channel marker that goes all the way, runs that bank into the creek. You've got a lot of hard cover that we've seen a lot of anglers throw crankbaits and things, but then when you get back in that creek farther, you've got a lot more flats, a lot more places water willow and grass has been growing and factoring for these anglers. So this area has drawn a lot of anglers' attentions because of the depth zone, the opportunity for shallow and deep fish, hard cover and grass. But when it comes to the distance, it is the farthest creek on that north shore from the takeoff that you can get. So it is a long haul, at least an hour and 20 minutes probably process to get there from takeoff. So he's in a bad spot waiting for that lock right now.
Well, you're right. That's brutal because he had a rough start to his season, and great tournament here.
Yeah, you take a 99th and a 90th and replace them with a 25th and a top 10. You're fine going into the second half of the season.
While everybody's locking through. And I think I've got 16 pounds and change, and I still was going to have an hour and a half left when I locked back through. But that 16 pounds would make it anyway, even if I didn't cull again. What did your bass track say earlier? That I was when I was. It was saying 14. Yeah, I was doing the math in my head right, and I think it's 16. I think I was going low on something somewhere, because I got three over 3 pounds, and I got 2, so 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, half and a half's 14, another, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, half and a half's 14. No, I don't have 16, I think I got 15. I probably got a low 15.
So unofficially, if he does have 16. Be second place?
Second
place, yes, it would.
I know, and it's a day that only 3.5 hours people get to fish down here today, so it could be enough, even if I didn't get to fish anymore. I need to be fishing right now just in case. Just in case something happens good.
Well, we're hoping for the best for Randy Howell. It's a tough situation, though. My goodness. I mean, it's the farthest place as far as it is, and having to work the phones just to get something going back. Well, we want to talk to you for just a quick second about something called the Bassmaster Ambassador Program. If you want to get the closest you could possibly get to this sport you are passionate about, which is fishing at the very highest level, join the Bassmaster Ambassador Program. It is the ride of your life. Scan the code, find a tournament that's coming up, and get yourself hooked up.
No answer.
All right, getting down to the final, well, near the final hour of fishing at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Gamakatsu Elite here on the Arkansas River. Just been watching Randy Howell deal with a lot of trouble. Not in a good situation. Time running out, and his boat's out of commission, and needs a lift fast, and one that moves fast, and that's a situation. He's standing there right
terrible.
Still working on it.
So I guess I'll call Robin and try to figure out. I'm not far from the other guy you sent me the number for. He was going to go back and try to put his boat in at the Weber Falls. I'm right below the Weber Falls ramp. So maybe one of these guys.
So I guess someone heard me on live, like a lot of people heard us talking about this on live. Well, Coop Gallant, he said he's only like 20 minutes from there, and he can somehow come get you if you need him.
Okay. Oh, he's not fishing today.
No.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, Robin can come to this ramp. I just got to get, maybe one of these guys will help me pull my boat back to this ramp at Weber Falls. And that's what I'll just have to do then.
Okay.
So we'll figure it out. Yeah, I see the boat coming now to help me. That's the one. I see him downriver coming this way. So maybe he'll just get me back to the boat ramp anyway, and I'll get Robin to come to Weber Falls ramp.
Okay.
And I got my camera guy here. He's got to get him back. So, all right.
I'm so sorry.
I know, it stinks. So I appreciate you trying hard to help me. I know you tried. So
yeah.
It's the worst case scenario with a lock.
Yeah, I know. It's a heartbreaker.
I know. All right. Well, I'll be back eventually, and thank you then.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
Yeah. So putting two and two together, they're not going to, because I think they've already held this barge for the scheduled lock time. They're not going to do it again. I understand that. It's unfortunate.
That's a bad one.
Wait a minute.
And based on the context clues, we pinpointed where he's at. The boat that's headed his way was launching at this ramp down in his creek.
Did you track him down on the deep dive?
And if you actually pay the subscription fee, you can find where Randy's at right now. I'm just kidding.
The tournament director just said we basically the lock guy.
But here's the lock.
Try to get us back through because the barge that's coming. There comes my rescue boat right there probably. But not going to get back through the lock either way, so that's him right there, I think. Yeah. So I can't get through the lock, so we're just going to have to throw our fish back and try to get to the boat ramp at Weber Falls. And Robin, I'm sure you're watching me, so come on the Weber Falls boat ramp. It's right there below that bridge. We got to figure out, maybe he can tow me that way. So we'll see. I'm gonna let him know we don't have to worry about it now.
Tough spot to be in. He made it based on where he was fishing. He made it the entire length of the lake, and he got back to the river above the Canadian,
anyway, so
just a couple miles away.
I'm gonna just have to throw my fish back. But were you the one I talked to? Oh, you somebody else? Okay. I thought I got a guy coming that was gonna try to rescue me, but I thought he's coming. But now it don't matter because I can't get. They told me, Lisa said that they couldn't lock me through. So
They can't get you through?
no, because they got that. I think that barge right there is still a long ways from there, but it may be another barge up there that I don't know about. I don't know. Man, man, if you could have come by here, or come by me about 30 minutes ago, we'd have been in gold. Yeah, the other guy was running a camera boat. He's coming this way. He was going to try to, all I need now is just to try to tow my boat up here to the Weber Falls ramp. That's the closest ramp to right here, probably, right?
I can tell you.
Yeah, can you help me do that?
I can start that way.
Yeah, I got a.
You got a rope?
You got a long rope?
I don't have a long one, I don't think.
There comes that guy trying to help me. Bless his heart. He's gonna run that far now. I got some ropes here. I don't have a super long rope either, like I should have. I've got these ropes I can tie together. I should be better prepared. I ought to have a longer rope than this.
Davey, you know that guy would rather drive you
this one, he's
30 miles than tow you 7.
No doubt. I got you there. Are you just out fishing?
Yeah.
Where'd you put in at?
We put in at South Creek.
Oh, down there? Jeez.
So we was at Nigger Creek.
That's where I left from, down there, Salisal. That's where I was at.
Yeah, I've seen you on live all day. And
Let's see when he gets here. If he's got time to want to try to help, I can. If he's got a rope, longer rope or not, I don't know. He's run hard trying to get here to help me now. It ain't gonna be any good. Yeah, that's what he was following us down there with the camera guys earlier. They can't lock me through now anyway. He said they can't lock us through. Yeah, Lisa's been on the phone with me, and I told her you were coming, and then she called back and said she just got off the phone with the lock guy 5-10 minutes ago, and he said that something about probably this barge, but he's still a long ways, unless there's another one up there, I don't know, but he said that they can't hold nobody else up and do it, so they're sorry. So I'm done. Stink. You run all the way up here. I appreciate you doing that. I need to get a tow back to that Weber Falls ramp, but he just came by right then, and he can either tow me or I don't know. You got to go back. I got these ropes here that are tie these together. I guess whoever's don't have much else to do.
I'll have my guy. I'll have him meet you up there. Y'all put in the window.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they got to drum back down. You don't. Yeah, if you can get somebody to do that, that'd be good. Well. I got about 15 pounds of bass in the live well. And man, it was just working so good. I made one move, ran right over there to the ramp. Last minute, I said, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave right here at 140 or whatever. And I caught a 3 1/4, 3.5 pounder, threw back a little bitty one, took off, come back, and then right there in that curve, it just went boom. Either lower unit or hub spun. I think it's lower unit. Hey, man. Hey, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. I got a couple of guys already here, but they can't lock me through now. They said anyway. Lisa said she tried and they couldn't do no locking. So I'm just gonna try to get one of these guys. Gonna pull me back to the ramp. My wife's gonna come pick me up there.
Okay.
So that's all we can do.
Okay.
So, but I appreciate it. You didn't put in the water yet, did you?
I just did.
Oh, dang. Okay. Well,
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, thank you.
All I did was grab it and dump it in the water. You're good.
Yeah, he just got here to me, and I told him that because she just got off the phone and told me that too. So we're just going to try to get him towed back to the ramp. And he said he can get his truck guy to drive his trailer and pick him back up at Weber Falls, so he don't have to run back down. So I'm gonna get my wife to just come to Weber Falls ramp and pick me up, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
So if you got a ramp, or yeah, I guess you already ran. So is there anything I can do to help?
No, I don't think so now, unless I don't guess there's a ramp anywhere around us right here. Is that the closest one? Weber up there? Yeah.
Where exactly are you at?
I'm right below the bridge, right below the second bridge coming down, and on that big riprap swing in the channel right here where you got riprap and like a big pocket.
He needs to get tying and ropes together.
Yeah,
that's where we got to start. You get me on the phone, we're going to expedite a little bit.
One step at a time.
There's a package from Randy earlier today, catching my Livingston Howler, I believe it was, Davey.
Yes, absolutely. Catch him on the Livingston Square bill.
That's just, I mean, from top 5 going into the final day to most likely finishing 50th. Because right now he would be 40th with his day 2 weight. Total, he would be 40th on Bass Track. You have to assume the 10 that don't have it would have more than 7 pounds and pass him. Yeah. This is a day that's a backbreaker.
Every time it hits a break,
he had a good day fishing, but it's all part of it. We've talked all week about how the fishing's better, the equipment's better, the fishermen are better, but you still have that little element of you got to go there and get those fish back safely, especially when you're locking. We've seen how many videos of these anglers, I want to say, maybe abusing their equipment a little bit during practice and hitting stumps and logs, that sort of thing. Very unfortunate.
We've been very lucky. I mean, we had locks last time. We had locks that in the season last year didn't, as far as I know, have any incidents of anyone having a mess up at all. And
if something went wrong for Foutz tomorrow, he was in legitimate contention.
He could have been the guy.
He could have been the guy.
I mean, this is the whole locking thing. You lock and you go down, and people leave before you. No one's behind you. If he didn't lock and had 15 pounds, it'd be a different story. You're waiting for someone to come out of a lock. You just need to get to the main river to a bend and wave them down, and the security there. So when you're locking, there's a risk to catch them, time-wise. Well, but there's even more if you break down.
Also, stopping on that last spot to call that. With that 3.5 pounder, the problem is he was away from the main traffic that was coming through.
Yeah.
Another ramp. Where is it?
Right.
So what I'm assuming has happened is that barge is probably delayed, or the lock master was saying you're going to wait on these anglers.
Held the barge up.
Yep. So he's already held him up, and he just couldn't do it twice. I understand that. There again, the whole situation is unfortunate.
Hey, we don't have dominance over the lock. We have just deference at this point.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, just the arithmetic doesn't work.
Yeah, good look there. I mean, sure, Randy could probably get there and get in that lock before the barge gets there, but that process, you see, it's a big drop in water level there. It takes about an hour for it to all happen, so that would hold that barge up another hour waiting on anglers. And I understand them not wanting to do that.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to be around that barge driver later tonight if you got help.
That's a mean-looking barge, too.
That was, too. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, man. He has fished a good tournament.
Yeah, I mean, best he's done since he's been back on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
The ropes.
What's the Corey? Oh, is it the ramp where it says Sandytown Woods Nature Trail? It looks like a ramp.
No, it's not the Sandytown. It's right above it.
Yeah, he's going to go from 63rd coming into today.
That place right there
lose about 40
whatever that is.
Points and change, and he's going to drop to 83rd.
Yeah, 20 spots, Ronnie. About. Luke Palmer could benefit from his misfortune. He's 11th right now in the standings.
It was rolling down there for a little bit. Stony Point.
So many
Send this to Robin.
uncontrollable variables that affect you as a tournament angler.
Yeah.
Hey, and we asked for some sort of entertainment in the last hour when everyone's locking. We didn't request this specifically, but but everybody else is headed back. And it's been very interesting to see this get broken down.
I'll bet you a lot of the anglers tomorrow will more than likely make sure they got a little bit more time staying near that main drag.
Let
just
that be a
because
lesson to you.
Look, that'll be a wake-up call for a lot of the other anglers that are on the water tomorrow.
No doubt about it.
That sucks.
Well, we had such a great day today, too. Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like we're ended on
a little bit of a sour note. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. But some great performances. Hats off to all of our 10 that we had on camera today. They did the very best they could do. And Jacob Foutz just showing us how big you can go here on the Arkansas River. That's just incredible.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Oh my.
Will be an interesting championship Sunday.
It will be.
Because it was in many different ways for a semifinal Saturday, for sure.
Yep, It'll be one objective to see what Jason Christie pulls out of his hat tomorrow, because he's going to have to pull out all the tricks.
Yeah, he may not be done today, as a matter of fact. We will see. The weigh-in's coming up, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That is check-in time for all of these boats right here, and the weigh-in begins shortly after that on Bassmaster.com. We will be back with you, FS1, just like we were today, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Eastern Time for 5 hours worth of coverage. And then we'll follow up with more coverage on Bassmaster.com tomorrow on Championship Sunday at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Gamakatsu Elite.